2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Happy Friday to all you folks that are tuning in. My live streams, the hours just due to work and family and other obligations. Obviously, you can probably tell that the times are all over the damn place. I wish I could give you a better answer for that other than personal obligations. Like I said, just life in general is leading to my live streams to not always be at the regularly scheduled time. I love to have them at 1 p.m. Central every day, but fortunately, things have been constantly rotating in my life, and that's what's been leading to me having these things at all sorts of hours. We'll try to keep it as close as we can, and we'll certainly keep you abreast. But I do believe in consistency, and I do believe that if you continue to deliver a decent product at a reliable time, everything can go well. So we'll keep trying it. But nevertheless, what I want to explain, and I see Stick the Ruler, appreciate you coming on, telling me your subscription's expiring. What the hell? What I want to talk to you folks is about obviously the end of the DNC just concluded. So we seen the DNC conclude, and I want to find out from you folks. I want to talk to the folks and find out right off the bat, how do you think that Kamala Harris, how was her speech to you? Now you heard the likes of Michelle Obama, obviously, probably the best speech in terms of judging the quality of speeches is likely to go to Michelle Obama, but we're talking about Kamala Harris. You heard Barack Obama speak. You heard everyone from AOC to Bernie Sanders to Elizabeth Warren to Al Sharpton. How do you think that Kamala Harris did in regards to her speech? Did she get the message across? Was it lacking on policies and substance, or did it satisfy kind of what you were looking for? Now, I'm assuming that this particular question is aimed primarily at those on the left. If you're on the right, you didn't watch Kamala Harris give a speech. You just didn't watch it. Just like if you're on the left, you didn't likely watch much of the RNC. But I'd be curious to hear your opinion. Do you believe that Kamala Harris is measuring up in terms of letting the folks know what she's about? Now, I see in the comments, Dave Hammer says Marxist Communist DNC. So the Democratic National Convention consisted of a lot of Marxism and communism. I'm satisfied with everybody's speech, says Keisha Nicole, rather. All right, fair enough. So we're going to be talking about the speech of Kamala Harris and getting your opinion on it, whether it was fabulous or whether it fizzled. And of course, the main news that just came out of the pipe right now is that Robert F. Kennedy has stepped down and endorsed Trump. Was that a surprise to you? Is that something that would lead to sadness or happiness? How do you feel about Robert Kennedy stepping down and endorsing former President Trump? Do you think it'll make any difference at all? Will it likely help out the campaign of President Trump? We're going to talk about that as well. And last but not least, you always know we have a side topic, and that is during last night's convention speech, former President Trump was online a lot, asking questions. I mean, he's on X sending out messages like, "Where is Hunter?" Which I don't understand what Hunter Biden would have to do with the DNC at this point, but he typed in, "Where's Hunter?" Wow, he was asked, Kamala's obviously addressing issues in regards to President Trump and former President Trump's on social media. Like, is she talking about me? I mean, he had a lot to say. He was literally trolling her in real time. So we're certainly going to discuss that, because the question we're going to be asking is, do you believe, or are you seeing things that might lead you to believe that Kamala Harris is getting under the skin of President Trump? Because it's not a traditional target for the former president. A lot of the Sleepy Joe, a lot of the age comments, falling down comment, a lot of the things that Trump was able to use effectively didn't count. Thank you for the underwater display. Appreciate that. Thank you. Didn't care. A lot of the things that Kamala was able to use against President Biden, up to and including Hunter Biden, all of that stuff is irrelevant against Vice President Harris. Other than the border, virtually all of the Biden administration's failures in the eyes of Trump, in the eyes of MAGA, is irrelevant. Kamala Harris didn't have anything to do with most of that stuff. So it's kind of created a difficult target for former President Trump because all of his greatest hits are failing, which is why he's online last night talking about where is Hunter? Hunter and the laptop and all that stuff's irrelevant as an attack on Kamala Harris, but he did try it. Nevertheless, we are going to be discussing these topics. As always, you know the program is forever, will remain. I'm having a lot of Biden moments lately, but program is and always will remain MAGA friendly. We're doing it from the home studio today. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You know how the show works. I'm going to ask on TikTok that you folks tap the screen, see if you can get the likes up to about 5,000. I don't know if they're playing games with the algorithm, but the audience on TikTok is way lower than what it normally is. So I'd ask you folks on TikTok, tap the screen so you can get the likes up to about 5,000. We'll make the program work. Looking on the YouTube side, Chicky Chop says Hunter blows donkey. Well, maybe so, but that's not going to be of any relevance to the 2024 election. If you want to go after Hunter Biden, so be it. Even his dad has stepped down. And this, before I go to my first caller, I will say this kind of backs up what I've been saying before. In regards to President Trump suggesting that most of his cases are a witch hunt and they're only trying to stop him from running, which there may be some validity to that. But I've said the same in regards to Hunter Biden, that if his dad was not running for president, not seeking the nation's highest office, no one would give a damn about Hunter Biden. And if you notice, you don't hear many Hunter Biden stories anymore. He's already starting to fade out of the news. And I can tell you with a fair bit of certainty, this time next year, nobody's going to be giving Hunter Biden the time of day. It won't mean a damn thing anymore. The only purpose of that was to bash his father. It was to bash his father, to say they're tied into all kinds of corruption and things like that. Once Hunter Biden is not running for president, once Joe Biden is not running for president, nobody gives a damn about Hunter Biden. So the whole Biden stepping down is going to be really big for Hunter, assuming his dad pardons him anyway. So going to the comment section, you realize that Hunter and Tucker Carlson are friends, right? Or else I don't know if that means anything or not. I wasn't aware of that. You're saying that Hunter Biden and Tucker Carlson are friends? Are they friends as we speak? Or was this something from a previous time in their lives? I have not heard that. It's the same thing with people not liking Trump, says Eric Watson. That is true. That is true. If former President Trump was not running for re-election, that whole Alvin Bragg case in New York would likely have never happened. If former President Trump was not, making enemies and things like that, what would have likely happened is his attorney, let's say Michael Cohen or whoever he has operating as his attorney, would have contacted the state of New York, would have brought up that there are a lot of fraudulent issues with Trump or paperwork don't match what actually happened. They'd have made a deal behind the scenes. Trump may have had to fork over a few $1,000,000, some mild interest or something, and it would have went away. That would have been it. The only reason that stuff blew up is because of who President Trump is. And that's the same notion with Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden basically lied on a gun application to illegally obtain a firearm and did not commit any crimes with the firearm. Didn't do anything. Purchased the firearm illegally because he had no right to own a firearm. I believe the reports say he had it in his possession for 11 days or something like that. And then he got rid of it. That's it. That is literally it. If Hunter Biden's dad was not running for president, just like in the case of Trump, some type of contact or charge might have been threatened. His attorney would have worked with the feds, probably a small fine, and it would have went away. I'm not even for certain he would have permanently lost his gun rights. That would have went away. What Hunter Biden, if that was Jeff Bezos' son or Zuckerberg's son or Elon Musk's son or somebody who has money, it would have went away. The only reason it's a big deal is because of who his dad is. So while we're talking about Trump experience or going through a witch hunt, Hunter Biden is too. Hunter Biden is too. So asking you that question now that we can start the program, did you catch Kamala Harris giving that speech at the DNC? And if so, what did you think of it? Went straight to the box. We'll go straight to Stick the Ruler. Good evening, Stick. I'm assuming you caught the speech?
I didn't get to catch all of it, but I did get to catch some of it. Basically, the highlighted parts on the news.
Any concerns?
I didn't really get to catch the whole speech.
Any concerns?
No.
Now,
no,
okay.
I don't have any concerns with Kamala.
Fair enough. Now, some folks are continuing to say she is lacking on policy. How do you feel about that? Do you think that she currently is like some type of chameleon where you don't know what direction she's going to go in?
No, I know exactly what direction she's going in. She's actually saying it. She just isn't saying it in policy form, but yeah, she's been saying the direction. And the direction is basically the same direction that Joe was trying to get us in the first place and have us in with a great economy. Like it's all hearsay right now. Everything that MAGA has going on is hearsay. And what I mean by that is they say the economy is bad. Majority of them believe the economy is bad because they say it, and then also their Lord and Savior, the orange Jesus Christ, says it, which is Donald Trump.
Their Lord and Savior, the orange Jesus Christ. Are you suggesting that MAGA views Trump as like God?
Yeah, they look at him as a deity. Come on, man. I know you've seen the TikTok where the girl's getting the Trump tattoo on her forehead.
Yeah.
Trump, like, and she's not dark skinned. She's not.
No, she's a white girl. She's a genuine Caucasian.
With dark black Trump on her forehead. Stop playing with me.
I saw that.
That's madness.
I actually saw that, and I thought it was a fake at first, or it was just a Sharpie or something. Was she paid to do that? Why would somebody tattoo Trump on the middle of their forehead?
There's no reason. Hold on, motorcycle.
Okay, while he's holding on, I want to tackle a comment I saw. Stick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just trying to let the motorcycle pass. He was right by me.
Okay, I want to give you this. I want to give you this comment I saw in the comment section because I do believe this applies to a hell of a lot of liberals and Democrats alike. Came from, I think it says ORES, Fourth Horseman or something of that nature, says, if you like Kamala Harris just because you don't like Trump, you really should never vote. Do you believe voting for Kamala simply because you don't like Trump is some type of, disqualifying way to vote? Okay.
No, not at all. And the thing about it is they're saying that because they're Trump supporter and there's people out there like those Republicans that got up on stage and said that they were going to vote for Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. Kamala Harris, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They know it's more of those people out there. So they're trying to basically discredit people with themselves and say, well, if you're just voting because you don't like Trump, then yeah, your vote is basically you're wasting it, or it shouldn't count. Blah blah blah, whatever. But this is the reality. It does count.
Yeah.
And there have been people doing that forever.
True.
Forever, people have been voting for the opposite candidate because they don't like the opposing candidate.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I gotta agree that's likely has happened forever. I don't know why that's something so unusual now. But at the end of the day,
it's unusual because they know that's what's causing him to lose, and he should take advice from Kamala Harris's cabinet, the way they're doing things, and or their I don't know what you want to call her, press people or whatever. He should do exactly what she did. Not do any interviews, shut the fuck up, and sit the fuck down.
But his people, but his people who support Trump, they actually like what he's saying, though.
No, they don't. Because if they did, you wouldn't have people like Nikki Haley and anybody else that just said, Donald, don't stop talking about her race. Donald, stop talking about she's a woman. Donald, stop talking about who she's had sex with. Like, try to get on her about the border, about this, about that. But he can't do it. He can't shut the F up and just talk about policy. He can't do it. He has to downgrade, disgrace, and he also has to talk about America like, well, like somebody said earlier, a fourth world country. Like
whatever that is.
You remember that?
Yeah, I did see some. Whatever that is. So let me ask you this in regards to what is his name? Robert Kennedy stepping down. Do you think that'll have any effect?
I mean, of course, for all the conspiracy theory people, if he tells them, just like if Donald Trump tells them, don't vote on the border because let me do it or let me handle it or whatever the case may be.
Right.
I believe Robert Kennedy has those same type of followers because they're interested in what they're interested in what he has to say. I mean, he's a guy that had a worm eating on his brain, so yeah, they want to know what he's saying. You know what I mean? They want to know what's going on.
What about him?
If he's been abducted by aliens or something.
Jesus Christ. So do you see him stepping down and endorsing Trump as any type of detriment or potential harm to the Democratic campaign?
No, not at all. Not at all. And the reason not at all is because the same people that were calling themselves MAGA and the same people that were calling themselves in any other way, or I don't know, they were always going back to, well, I think Robert Kennedy, blah, blah, blah. But they were on Trump team. But they were also wouldn't mind Robert Kennedy. But they knew that he had no chance of winning. So, of course, again, it's the same people that's going to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Trump hasn't lost any votes with his base. And those were his people in his base that were going to vote for Robert F. Kennedy. So that's what that's about.
All right, fair enough, Stick. I do got to move it on. Yeah. But I do agree with you that anyone that was speaking favorably of Robert F. Kennedy typically was not going to vote Democrat. They were most of the folks that I heard speaking favorably of Kennedy were either Trump supporters or leaning that way. So I tend to agree.
Supporters, because every time you ask, well, who you voting for come November, normally they would say Trump. And then they would say, but you know, if we were to go with something different or somebody new, I would pick Kennedy. So those same people are the only people that are still going to vote for Trump in a sense. They were anyway. But if it came to the point where Trump would have went to, jail or prison or whatever case and was not able to run, then Robert Kennedy would have been their choice.
All right.
And now he's just one of those people that he's not going to get elected. He's not going to have enough votes and or delegates or whatever you want to call it through the electoral college or whatever.
Well, he stepped down, so he's not even running at this point. So he's gone.
So again, he wasn't going to be up there anyway.
No.
But they did put out something saying that he still told his people that if you want to vote for me, vote for me. It's not going to hurt.
What kind of
Trump
mix
or Kamala? He put that out.
Wow.
He's a different type of guy. He had a worm eating on his brain. Leave him alone.
All right, Stick. Appreciate you coming through.
All right. Have a good day, Tim.
You too. And I see in the comments, Stevie D, friend of the program, Stevie D says, independents, we're going to vote for RFK. Stop lying to yourself. I don't believe any independent that was looking towards the Democrats were going to vote for RFK. I think the independents that were leaning towards RFK were not likely to vote Democrat anyway. I think that if you were going to vote for RFK and he steps down, I don't see them say, okay, well, now let's look at Kamala. I think they would more think about what RFK was promoting. Talking about vaccines, being harmful. I think today he was talking about there's sugar and things like that in processed cereals. And in my opinion, now that he's endorsed Trump, Trump should put him over a three-letter organization. If you think there's too much of this that is harming kids, FDA, CDC, or some organization. But when you listen to what the Democratic Party is concerned with, he had no business ever running as a Democrat. I don't know how, because we talked about Kamala Harris not having any policies. I don't know where RFK stands on any of the main primary policies that the Democratic Party is faced with. I don't know where he stands on LGBT issues. I don't know where he stands on Israel, versus the Palestinians and Hamas. I don't know. I mean, there's most of the stuff that the Democrats are talking about. I don't have no clue where he stands at. He's taking a stance on things that most folks in the Democratic Party are not even talking about, which is why he never, I repeat, never gained any traction in the Democratic Party at all. I mean, police reform, minimum wage increase. What is his opinion on any of that stuff? Universal health care. I don't recall hearing him say any of that. Looking in the comments, or better yet, going back to the box. And real quick, I want to address a super chat. Ed G, thank you for your support. Obama is their Muhammad, willing to attack for him. So when folks say that Trump is the deity, is the God for the Republicans, Ed G is saying that Obama is the chosen one for the liberals. I think Rush Limbaugh used to call him that. And didn't Sean Hannity also used to refer to Obama as the Messiah? I think they both used to do that. Ed G also said he will drop out 4 a.m. the battleground states. I don't quite get that. He said he will drop out 4 a.m. the battleground states. So he's going to remain in the election in non-battleground states. We're talking about RFK, by the way, folks, Robert F. Kennedy, because my last caller said that Robert F. Kennedy stated that his name will still be on the ballot, and if you want to vote for him, you can, even though he's endorsing Trump. And I think Ed is trying to say, well, in the battleground states, he's going to, why not just, if you're going to endorse Trump and you're not in it, why leave your name out there? Other than, maybe I'll leave my name up in liberal states so that maybe it'll hurt some liberals. I don't know. To me, that is just confusing. That, as my last caller said, he does things that are a bit unorthodox. I think my last caller was referring to a worm in his brain, but that doesn't make sense. And this is from Ace Ventura. Thank you for the super chat. All 12 of RFK followers are going to Trump. He planned this all along. He says that all 12 of the voters following Robert Kennedy are going to vote for Trump and that he had it planned all along. All right, fair enough. Thank you for that super chat there. That's actually smart if you want Trump to win, says Trey. Well, maybe. I mean, let's say, for instance, RFK leaves his name on the ballot in California. He could lead to, okay, like I said, I don't think many liberals are going to vote for RFK anyway. I kind of hear your point where it could be helpful or advantageous to Trump on a lower level, but keep in mind, if it's not a swing state, that means you've already committed the fact that that state's going left or right anyway. So leaving RFK's name on the ballot in California, for instance, that's not going to help Trump out in any way. Maybe some lower ballot races, maybe. But Trump's going to lose California no matter what, if RFK's on there or not. So I don't know if I agree with that. LW, Dems loved RFK 5 years ago. His policies have not changed. I've been following, now 5 years ago, I don't remember hearing much about RFK 5 years ago. So I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know what his policies really are. I don't remember hearing much about him during the 2020 election. I don't remember hearing much about him at all. Going back to the box, Twain, one of my subscribers, we always get a subscriber's first digs. Twain, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. I think he may have dropped. We'll give it a second to see what's going on. Now that may make sense. Lance C64 says they mean Ted Kennedy, the late Ted Kennedy. Now he was a true liberal. Ted Kennedy was a true liberal, but Robert Kennedy, even his family is saying he's not the guy. That actually makes sense. C64, assuming that means Commodore 64, maybe. I don't remember hearing much about him in the 2024. I don't remember hearing much about Robert Kennedy at all. Now, Ted Kennedy was always in the news. We're not talking about main states. We're talking about swing states suspending his campaign. Whatever the case may be, I personally don't think it's going to be a huge difference, but we'll see. We'll see. Double Luck. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Double Luck.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Did you catch any of Kamala's speech?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I think it was real inclusive. You know, all the different groups that seems like Trump has alienated. She's brought in and didn't go too far left. I don't think so. I think she's trying to be more moderate.
Well, Trump is referring to her as a left-wing radical. So you're saying she's not too far left?
I don't think in the speech, because there's things that she does promote that was not communicated in the speech. I'll say that.
Now, when you say her speech was inclusive, and you suggest that, addressing some of the groups that maybe Trump has isolated, elaborate on that. What do you mean by? I mean, are you saying that Trump has, pushed away some groups of people?
I mean, I'm a vet, so I'm always going there first. So
okay.
The thing is, everyone keeps trying to explain away what this guy says in English. So we all communicate in English. He's supposed to be communicating in English. He needs a translator to tell us what he really meant. But on the other side, they love him because he says what he means until he says some offensive shit. And all of a sudden now we need to translate for him. And my thing is, if this guy is that bad at communicating to people who speak the English language in English, he doesn't need to be talking to anybody around the world at all.
Wow. Okay, give me an example of something. Now, you being a vet, do you believe Trump has said something that may have angered veterans, for instance?
Well, yeah, the first, and I kind of gave him a pass the first time he said the whole thing with John McCain, but when you put in light of everything else he does, it's almost like body language. You say, hey, you look at some body language, it might mean something, but you really have to put together the words that are going along with the body language. So time and time again, he keeps saying stuff about veterans that like the whole thing with the last Medal of Freedom thing in comparison to Medal of Honor, there was no reason to even bring it up. So you can say, hey, this person did a great job donating money to you, and it's a great honor to get this civilian award. And he could have left it at that. There was no reason to try to compare it to the Medal of Honor at all.
Yeah. Is it possible maybe he doesn't know? Even
if that's the case, you're too much of an idiot to lead the armed forces. Then you're supposed to be in charge of this group of people, and you're the head of it. And if you don't understand the nuances because you're smarter than the generals, then you don't need to be around it. But she was including, her whole story, I think, is a good story. The whole thing about, being from immigrants and coming to this country and rising up and doing all these things, and, being inclusive of all these different groups of people, I think was a unifying thing. I think what the Democrats have done is just create a very sharp, stark contrast against whatever, the GOP has done. Everything with them is, the sky is falling, the boogeyman's under the bed. And, it's almost like the whole Red Scare thing from the 50s on through about the 80s is like, hey, the communists are coming to take your country and all this. So I guess it works for people on the far right to be motivated by fear, where, America's always been, our best days are ahead of us.
So let me ask you this, though. Because one of the things that comes up often is her gender. Do you believe that Kamala Harris is ready on day one?
Yeah, I think she is. The thing is like, she's, if you just want to say experience-wise, she's got more experience than he had. He took the office. And now we've seen what he's done in the office. So when you look at the two, people can say, well, you shouldn't vote for someone. You shouldn't vote for someone because you're really voting against someone. That's what everybody's done since my whole life.
So let me give you this. This is coming from YouTube. We're on both platforms simultaneously. This is a comment coming from just a guy disguised as another guy. That's a hell of a name. But he says, imagine being a man and thinking a woman can handle the top leadership during wartime against Russia and China. What about the notion that if some type of conflict breaks out, a woman doesn't? Because we're hearing this more and more that women may not have the temperament to handle this.
Well, then Trump's a woman then.
What
He's the most temperamental than anything. He doesn't need to be in the seat. He doesn't. He's
wow.
He's controlled, and she was right on this. I believe this myself. He's controlled by flattery. You know, all you have to do is say something nice about him, and our enemies are playing us. And we want to say, "Oh well, he didn't get us in any wars." Well, it's really easy not to get any wars when you just go along with what your enemies say.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, you're worried about insignificant shit like, oh well, you know, he really likes me and he respects me, and oh, I got this love letter and I walked across and held hands with the North Koreans, and now, you know, they're somehow our friends. These people are not our friends. They've never been our friends.
Yeah.
And the thing is like when people say, well, you know, what about a woman leading the armed forces? Okay, well, we have women in leadership positions leading people in the armed forces right now. Yeah. That's already been happening. The president isn't one out on the field doing anything.
That is true.
But at the end of the day, you know, I just go back to say, okay, were people around the world scared of Margaret Thatcher? Yes, they were. They called her the Iron Lady. And the thing is, what people need to realize is that what people are scared of is the might of the United States. That's what they're scared of. Our armed forces is what they're scared of. We're the only people that really have dropped that bomb, and we're not playing around. So I mean, it's whoever has the power and control of those people are the ones that you need to worry about. But in terms of foreign policy, the whole thing with him and, you know, NATO and let's pull out of it and all this other stuff. I mean, to me, he doesn't understand or doesn't care about, you know, all these alliances, is us giving our words and people saying, you know, we're spending all this money in Ukraine and all this stuff. You know, we gave the people our word. You know, either we're to be believed and we want people to be in alliances with us because we are trustworthy. You know, we left the Kurds under him in Turkey. We turned our backs on them. We've turned our backs on a lot of people in the Middle East, and you know, we either need to be.
Well, we need to learn how to keep our word. That's what you're pointing out.
But we want to say, hey, well, you know, well, money is the most important thing. Well, money's a thing, but you know, we're paying for this. We're paying for access too. You know, we don't want to have to fly a B-2 bomber from Kansas. Well, from Kansas or Missouri,
right,
over to the Middle East.
Yep.
When you'd rather just be stationed over here in some area that's closer, and you can get to and carry out the mission that you're trying to do. I mean, it's cheaper to do it. So when we say, well, you know, that they're not paying their way or whether the other stuff is like, hey, you're paying for something. It's kind of like when men taking women out on dates. Are we paying or are you paying? You're paying one way or the other.
Right. I don't disagree with that at all. Real quick, this is a little bit slightly changing topic. Freedom LW in the comments says, you can't have a relationship with God and vote for Kamala. What the hell? What is that? Do you see somehow voting liberal as being a threat to your entire religious persona?
Well, I mean, the thing is, you believe in the Constitution or you do not. So, I mean, I understand people can say, and I do believe this, America gives you the right to be a Christian, but you don't have to be a Christian to be the commander-in-chief. But I do believe lying about being a Christian to be the commander-in-chief is a problem. But at the end of the day, you have to decide, okay, and I think all the arguments that people are making on the right are only religious arguments when it comes to things that are outside the money. So when they say, hey, you know, should a woman be in charge or not? Okay, do you believe in the Constitution or not? Hey, I'm against abortion. No, abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, and it says you don't even get rights as a citizen of the United States until you're born or naturalized. So either you believe in the Constitution or you want to say I believe in the Bible or some religious text.
The right is heavily.
And if you want that religious text to be in the Constitution, then just get the Constitution changed. Yeah. But don't sit around and say let's make laws and rules about it and shit on the Constitution because my belief in my worldview is supersedes whatever this document is that we call ourselves to be under. So we either are going to be under this Constitution or you want a theocracy. And whatever it is, fine, just change the Constitution to match whatever your theocracy is.
I can't argue with that, and I've said it before. I tend to agree with you that the right would probably prefer a lot of our laws are based on Christianity, but in defense of the Constitution, it can't come out and say it. But Yeah, I do, because you're right. A lot of the things, whether it's the LGBT community stuff, abortion, all this, it's mostly based on religious beliefs. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
I mean, I totally agree
I
with
grew up
that.
too. I mean, I grew up in Christian in a Christian home and understand it. But at the same time, if you say, as I got older, there are flaws with it. There are things that are not congruent from even in the same testaments about what's right and wrong and all these other things. But at the end of the day, you should say, okay, we're either going to be under this Constitution or not.
Yeah.
When you have one candidate calling for the termination of the Constitution because one, they'll try to explain away, well, you didn't really know what he was talking about. Well, then he doesn't need to be in charge of it. He doesn't need to be in charge of the country.
Yeah.
Because there's people out there that believe, oh, well, if there's massive fraud, it allows for the termination. Says who? Says Trump? No, that's what he says. So, but there's people that really believe he's this smart guy.
A lot of people, 74 million of them.
Yeah, and he's not. And the whole RFK thing, I think one of two things will happen. I think people were voting RFK because they didn't want to vote for Trump.
Wow.
So I think they will still either vote for Trump or some may not vote at all.
So at the end of the day, it won't make a big difference.
I surely don't in terms of electoral college. I don't. I mean, I think. I don't think he's going to get many votes that way. I just don't. I mean, if you want to be like what the other person was saying, conspiracy theorist wise, yeah, I think there's people that buy into that. I think those folks are probably going to vote Trump anyway. There's other people that say, hey, I just can't stomach to vote for the guy. They may not vote at all, but I don't think he gets all those votes.
Fair enough. I got to move it on, but
Right,
73, 74 days, I think it is. It's getting pretty close, man. It's getting pretty close.
It is. And I think she shouldn't give any interviews. She shouldn't do any debates.
What?
She should do
No interviews?
No, it worked for him. So he's over there. So when we a few weeks back, you were talking about should you be doing these debates and all. Do exactly what he did. He didn't do any debates in the primaries. If you're leading, hey, there's no way. I come from a state where it was all about college football, and you know what they did here in Oklahoma back in the day? They used to run that ball, and all they did was wait till you get late in the game. You're winning. You run the ball and you run out the clock. That's all you do.
All right. I don't know if I agree with that, but I got to move it on as always. Appreciate it.
All right, have a good one.
All right. No interviews, folks. What do you guys think? You think as long as the momentum is on the side of Kamala Harris, she should do no interviews? Wow. By the way, tap the screen. Smaller audience. We're back on the main profile, but we generally have about at least twice as many. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 30,000. I'll certainly be soliciting that just to get the page warmed up. Real quick in the comments, the home of Laugh and Truth, she said, what momentum? Really? You don't see Kamala Harris as having any momentum? She has been, when did Biden step down? Okay, she's been in, I think this past Sunday was the 4th Sunday, so we're looking at some 30 some odd days. Go back and look at all the polls. The last week that Biden was in the race and look at what happened the moment things switched to Kamala Harris. The momentum is 100% apparent. Now, that's not to say she's going to win, but she is far more competitive against Trump than Joe Biden was. There's a ton of momentum. What do you mean you don't know? Unless you're going to play blind, the momentum is obvious. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 25,000. We can certainly make that happen. Same on YouTube. Smash that like button. This is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly all day, every day. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak. You can be critical of anybody in the comments, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. Such as somebody pointed out, before I go to my super chester, Ed G and Ace Ventura, just want to explain to you folks, we're running on two different platforms. One, we're on TikTok and we're on YouTube as well. The callers, the audio you hear for anybody who may be new, the audio is coming from TikTok. So folks, how can I call in? The audio is coming from the Handsome Liberal platform on TikTok. But reason why I'm bringing up that there's two platforms is because there are two cameras that make this program possible on both platforms. And what I want to tell you is that I'm generally focused on the TikTok platform where the callers are coming from. The YouTube platform is over here. And what ends up happening for my YouTube viewers is it looks like my eyes are going crazy. Like I don't know why it does that, but because the camera is off centered on YouTube, it looks like I got a lazy something weird. I see folks in the comments all the time talking about it, but it's because the camera's off centered and it does that. Ed G, Trump equals bad communication. Kamala, but you spelled it kami like communist. Kamala equals no communication. So I don't know. What do we choose from bad? You're saying we need to make a choice between bad communication and no communication. Then I'm going to say I'd favor no communication because one is confirmed bad. The other one might be good or bad. It's no communication. I'm going to go with confirmed bad based on your analysis. Ace Ventura named one man that has started a war. I'll wait. That's a great point. Is that talk about Kamala could not be, reliable due to female temperament or in the case of a war or something like that. Fact is, all of the wars we've ever had generally start under men. So we're saying that a woman, it would be, well, maybe if a woman was the leader, we wouldn't have a war at all. Think about that. Real quick in the comments, RFK is on side of Harris. I'm afraid if he runs, he will hurt Trump. But he's already announced that he supports Trump. So that save man, woman, peace. I don't quite get what you're trying to say. He's already dropped out and endorsed Trump. In fact, I got a big screen on behind me, and it's CNN. The ticker says RFK Jr. suspends campaign, endorses Trump. So that's happening right now as we speak. Trump refused to debate or participate in any of the primaries. He's an opportunist. Anything to gain personal advantage. That is true. He did refuse, suggesting that he's so far out in front he didn't need to. Real quick, going back to the box, RFK endorsed from Putin and Xi Jinping will see how weak we are with a woman in charge, and it'll be worse. Didn't Sharpton say something like that? Trump's going to find out what black people can do, something similar to that. Going back to the box, start out with one of my other subscribers there, Top Dog. Good afternoon, Top Dog. Welcome to the program. So did you catch Kamala's speech last night?
I caught a little snippets of it. She's doing what she's supposed to do. Get up there and tell her story. I think she did a good job, and she motivated a lot of people. Even though the right's gonna come with all the criticism and all the she did whatever, but overall, I believe from what I've seen, she did she did all right. I didn't see no complaints.
Is she lacking on policy? That's the number one complaint being lodged against her.
No, because I tell my friends on the right when they say the same thing you just said, Tim. Didn't she come out with her policy last Friday? Yeah. Right. Go look at them. They're out there. Go look at them.
Yeah, I would suggest that you kind of know where Kamala would stand on most of the major policies that you're hearing about the border, or whether it's the LGBT community or police reform and things like that, minimum wage, and whether you want to get businesses tax cuts or make them pay more. I think we already kind of know where she stands on all of that stuff. I don't think, there may be a little bit of tweaking here or there, but she's probably going to lean left on most of those policies.
Yes, sir, Tim. Exactly. So that's what I mean by they keep asking about our policy. For me as a voter, let me just say, speak for me as a voter. We already know what she's planning on. I'm not gonna say she's gonna do it, but she's planning on doing. I know I like the things that came out last Friday. I like the home, I like the prescription things. It's a couple. I like them. I'm not gonna say they're the best, but hey, it's an opportunity for somebody to move ahead. So yeah. I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah. Now, I see in the comments, Landon C64 says she doesn't need policies. Just look at Project 2025. Do you personally think that Trump is trying to implement Project 2025 on America? I'm assuming you know what the document is. Do you believe he's trying to do that?
Yes, Tim, but he's what Trump is doing now, he's seeing the backlash behind it. So as anybody, I have to distance myself from it. You know what I mean? I have to step away from that right there. He's going to say, I don't agree with it. That's what he's supposed to say. But your vice president, he believe in it. You know what I mean? They love Vance. So Trump, he knows what's going on, but he's seen the backlash, so he has to back away from it. Tim, it's simple. You know what I mean? And my friends on the right say, well, You don't believe him? No, I don't believe him. Just because he tell me no, I'm supposed to be like, oh, okay, no. You don't believe nothing come out of Trump's mouth.
What do you think? Trying to say that Trump is always being dishonest? That's what I'm hearing.
I'm gonna tell you something real quick. I told somebody earlier on TikTok too, real quick.
Sure.
Real fast. I said, you know what? This is the problem the left has with the right. When the rights get up there and criticize anybody, the first thing that comes to people on the left side's brain is, look who you support. No. You want to say and criticize anybody in the world, but you support this man right here. So it doesn't make sense to a lot of people on the left.
Yeah.
How can you criticize someone and you support that? And I don't understand it. I feel like the Republican Party, after this election, after Kamala wins, they're gonna go look in the mirror and they're gonna tell themselves, we knew Trump wasn't it. We knew he wasn't it, but we wanted to get in so bad, so we had to support it blindly.
Now let me ask you something. Are you? It's somewhat off topic, but it'll come right back on. You'll understand. Are you Christian?
I believe in. I'm not gonna say I'm Christian. I'm like you, Tim. I was raised in the church, but as I got older and seeing things, it made me question a lot of things. And when I questioned things with my parents, they told me, you don't question God. So that made me kind of like start doing my own research, and I just believe in treat people good. Old man told me one time. He said, "Let me tell you this. If you always do this, you'll get far in life." And I said, "What's that?" He said, "Just be respectful. You be respectful. More than the time, it'll get you a long way in life." So that always stuck with me. And when it comes to religion, I kind of mix it together. Just be respectful. You'll be all right.
I can't argue with that. It certainly has worked well for me. I'll tell you why I asked you that, but real quick before I do, I seen in the comments, Dizzle Wizzle's talking to Fancy Prancy, another friend of the program, says, I'm a Republican and I'm voting blue for the first time. There's a lot of folks like that. This is why I asked you that, Top Dog. Save Man, Woman, Peace says, the Bible says no to women leaders. So first time in history, Christians will not be by the book. We lost before it even happened. So once again, really pushing the Christianity thing, suggesting that tells you women should never be commander-in-chief. I mean, why do you think there's so much of that? There's a lot of pushback, mainly from a Christianity aspect.
Well, it's just like Christians do. They use the Bible when it's in their favor.
Wow.
When it's in their favor, we'll push the Bible. They are, the right says, well, other countries don't want to deal with her if it's in, wartime. Other nation leaders don't want to sit down with her. Well, most of those leaders they're talking about, handsome, they don't treat their women good in the country anyway. Yeah. So I can't expect someone, a Taliban leader, hypothetically, come sit down at the table, get on the phone with Kamala Harris. Look how he treat his women. Yeah. So,
I agree with you 100% that there really is no country on earth that is a very deeply religious country that treats women right. The more religious a country is, the less they treat women. It's something about religion and marginalizing women that go hand in hand. But any country that's very religious, chances are they treat women less than equal. So, and that's it doesn't matter what religion it is. I mean, they all seem to do that.
I mean, yeah. That's just what it is. So they don't want to sit down with Ms. Harris at the table. I mean, that's fine. You know what I mean? And the other leaders that do, we'll go from there. But I believe she'll be just fine. She got to put a good team around her, Tim, and we'll be just fine, man. I don't see nothing. I don't see her not being able to do a good job. Honestly, I don't. The right said they got a bunch of reasons, but I don't see it, Tim. Do you? Do you think that she can handle the job? Put it like that. I feel like when Trump was in office, when the pandemic came around, Tim, Trump, instead of him handling the pandemic, he froze up. Yeah.
I disagree. I don't think Trump froze up. I think what Trump's problem is he doesn't like to listen to folks who may be more knowledgeable. Now, he promised once he became president to surround himself with the best and brightest. If you don't listen to anybody, it doesn't matter who surrounds you with. Trump always has been that person that I'm going to do what I want no matter what people are saying. And certainly during the pandemic, there's no way in hell he was getting advice to do some of the things he was doing, such as saying it'll be gone by April and leading people to think it was no worse than the flu. I don't think any medical professional on earth would have told him to tell people that. So a lot of the stuff he's doing is just strictly improvisation, and it's coming from somebody that doesn't know much about the topic that he's talking about, and it leads to that stuff.
Well, then also, he don't know what he's talking about dealing with politics. Trump thought when he came in the White House, he can run it like a business. It's what I say as the CEO, president. It's what I say. I hear everybody else in my different departments, managers, and okay, I hear you. But it's gonna be my answer at the end of the day, what I feel and what I want to do. And when you get in the White House, it's more about politics. You got to work with both sides, and you got to work. You can't come in and say everything is your way. No, you got to listen to your people and listen to the other side also.
Yeah. What about the notion that when Trump was in office, the economy was much better? We didn't have wars breaking out. People could afford groceries. I mean, don't you want the economy to get back in order?
Yes, sir, and I believe that it is getting back in order. See, the issue, this is my thing, Tim, when it comes to Biden and the economy, I don't blame Biden because I understand what happened. We went through, C-19, everything crashed, and he's building this country back. He has to start it from the bottom and build it back up. Like I always tell people, they always quick to say, well, Trump inherited Obama's economy. What he had going on. That's true, he did. But can you also say that Biden inherited Trump's low economy at that particular time?
Yeah.
Biden got to get handed something that was good like Trump did. He got something that was pretty much at the bottom.
Yeah.
So he had to come in and change things up and reroute things and build things back up. I don't see what the other right said, just like Double just said. I'm out here in Oklahoma too, just like him. I don't get why the right want to use all these fear. World War III, it's over. The world's going to come down. Trump said all this in 2020 and Joe Biden was going to get elected. Everything he's saying now, he said it in 2020. The world's going to end. We're going to have wars, this, and this, and none of it came true.
Yeah, I refer to it as Armageddon politics, but the liberals do it too. Didn't Biden himself suggest that Mitt Romney was going to put us back in chains? Both sides do that. Yeah, both sides tell you if you elect the wrong guy, the whole damn planet is going to fall apart. And as you're correct in saying, it's not going to happen. Like right now that Trump is saying that if Kamala Harris gets elected, we're going to World War III. You are correct in saying they said the same thing about Biden, and they also said it about Obama. So I'm getting politics. It's fear-mongering at its best. Some buy into it. Fortunately, most of us are smart enough to do otherwise. I give you the last word. I got to move it on.
Harris 2024. We can get out and vote. I really want to speak to the people in the middle right now. If you think about going left or right, I would consider just leaving to the left this one particular time. You know what I mean? Just go to the left. Going to the right, you're going to push yourself backwards. So go back to the old Trump. Nobody likes nothing old. And people keep saying, well, we're going to go back to Trump. I don't want to go nothing that's old. I want something new. And also, but my biggest thing is Trump. He cannot wave a magic wand and everything's going to be cheap and everything's going to be the best economy. No, it's going to take him time too. So take your chances over here on the left. Now, thank you, Tim, and we'll talk later.
Always a pleasure. And I do agree with you. No one can wave a magic wand and make prices drop. I agree with that 100%. Top Dog, thank you for coming through. And real quick in the comments, I thought this was kind of funny. Terry Tripp, explain why Kamala Harris talks ghetto when she talks to black people. I think that's kind of funny because I've been accused of that myself. I don't know, but I do get accused of that my own. Like when you in the hood, you talk like this. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I have been told that myself. I don't know. I've never heard Kamala Harris. I seen her on the Breakfast Club and things like that. I don't know if I've ever seen Kamala Harris sound hood. I don't know if I've ever seen her talking that way. But now you got me wondering. I'd have to look it up. Good comment though, by the way. When I was with family in the South, my accent comes out, says, I will tell you this. I can see where it may happen. For instance, let's take Kamala Harris before I go to Hannibal King in that super chat. Kamala Harris is not going to do well talking ghetto in the public forum. However, in the hood, folks may relate. Isn't Trump the one that boasted that because he has a mugshot, African Americans may relate to him because they're selling tennis shoes? I mean, well, maybe if she talks hood, the same might apply to her. I mean, if it works for one guy, it's got to work for the other, right? So I will point that out that you can't. But if she came from Oakland, she went to a historically black college and hung around nothing but black people, despite folks saying she's Indian and Jamaican. Yeah, she's likely able to speak hoodese very well. But if you're trying to be Attorney General of California, the district attorney out there, that's not going to work in court or in an interview. I hate to say it like this. I don't want to get too deep into the racial aspect of things, but this is something you're only going to understand likely if you are of African American descent, Hispanic, or a person of color. Man, I hate to say this, but as a person of color that has worked in a professional setting, you have to have two voices. That is kind of how it's been in America. If you are a black person in a professional setting, you need to have two voices. What you do in the hood and with your family is not going to do well for you out in public in the professional setting. Because, like I said, I hate to go racial on this, but it still is somewhat of a white man's America. I mean, most of the positions of prominence, the companies, corporations, and businesses are owned by whites. And they're not going to tolerate that stuff. So, it is what it is. What you do at home and how you speak in your neighborhood is not going to work in that setting. So a lot of professional people of color have two voices. And the idea that Kamala Harris is doing it doesn't surprise me at all. I made it clear I didn't hear her doing it, but I believe it. I believe she has two voices. You have to. Because like I said, how you're talking in the hood ain't going to work when you go to your place of employment. Certainly if you're at the upper echelons like Kamala Harris is in the state of California, that's not going to work. You can't go before judges and you're giving testimony and you're getting cops and things like that and you're talking hood. They're going to have a view of you that may not be favorable. You ever heard of the phrase, and I'm sure everyone has heard about what I'm about to say. By the way, tap the screen. The participation on TikTok is failing today. We should be around 50,000 likes. You guys are not tapping the screen at all on TikTok, but please do so. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more mag. But what I was going to say is the phrase that we've all heard of, he speaks so well. She speaks so well. Most professional people of color have heard that you speak very well. Well, like I said, to get in professional America, you have to be able to speak well. And if you're in the hood talking like that, you may be mocked and it may not be favorable. So I'll repeat, most articulate. That's the word I'm looking for. He's so articulate. And like I said, if you're in the hood, look, when you're in Rome, you got to do as the Romans, as they say. So when you're in the hood, speaking articulate, it's not going to be favorable there. So most people of color have two voices. I'll leave it at that. Real quick, going back to the box, I wanted to respond to a few super chats. Yeah, Alter Ego. Thank you for that. Thank you for the hat mustache. And the few people that are tapping the screen, I do appreciate that. The few on TikTok. We should be around 50,000 likes, but very slow on that. Okay, a few super chats. Hannibal King says, Trump 2024, we need our real president back. Assuming that President Biden is a phony, he's fake, incapable of the job. Trump being a real president. We could go a lot of different directions with that, but I do believe that Trump is a good president for people who favor what he's doing. The people who don't, who gives a damn? Fuck their feelings. LW, thank you for the super chat. More people are dying. More votes for Kamala. What? More people wait. Well, I'm going to interpret this. I may be taking this out of context, as many of my MAGA followers always say, but I don't know what you mean by more people are dying, more equals more votes for Kamala. But I will say, as the elderly population pops off, the youth vote is going to Kamala. There's no denying. If you're under 30, the high likelihood is you're voting liberal. It's just the way it is. When you look at the policies of the right versus the policies of the left, it shouldn't surprise you that most of the younger voters vote liberal. I mean, think about just watch any right-wing media. I'm a big fan of right-wing media, Fox News, OAN, Newsmax. I watch a lot of right-wing media. Look at their advertising. Look at what comes on when in between the commercials. What are they? It's gold. You can buy places in the villages. They're talking about what to do with your IRA. I mean, hearing aid commercials. I mean, you might see Mike Lindell with my. It's clear that they're advertising to old people. It's clear that even the advertisers know it's mostly old people watching this stuff. But you watch MSNBC, now you might start seeing, birth control things and all kinds of stuff for younger folks. So it's pretty clear. So I'll just leave it at that for certain, the older crowd tends to be conservative and the younger crowd tends to be more liberal. And that benefits the Republicans generally because the older crowd is reliable voters and the younger crowd not necessarily. But in this election, as Cat Williams would say, this shit right here, it's going to be a lot of young folks voting. A lot. I'm amazed at how many folks I see under 30, certainly under 40, all over social media talking politics. 25, 30-year-olds running their own damn page talking politics. Where the hell did that used to happen? So I got to give a shout out to President Trump. If there is one thing he's done more than any other president I've seen in my lifetime, is he's brought a lot of people to the political forum. They don't all like him, but he certainly has led to a lot of folks coming out to vote. So shout out to Trump for that. Another super chat I did want to respond to while you folks are hopefully tapping the screen on TikTok. Because we can and they can't, SGB. Now I'm gonna have to apologize to you because I read your super chat late enough that I don't know what that was in reference to. Because we can and they can't. Ed G says rich white Democrats saying spin the block is so true. If you got a, like Hillary Clinton going on the Breakfast Club and suggesting that she carries hot sauce in her purse, it is cringe. I get your point. Rich white Democrats, Nancy Pelosi wearing African garb and with them on stage dancing and stuff like. I totally get your point. And Edgy also says that why do all that? And you responded about the hot sauce, so you know what I'm talking about. Why do all that? Just bring the hot sauce to relate. Exactly. So you actually were ahead of me on that, Edgy. And Edgy, thank you for the support, by the way. Appreciate that. Gabe R, before we go back to the box, Gabe R says last caller doesn't understand economics. C-19 plays a part in COVID. Plays a part in inflation, but the problem is government's spending is out of control. Biden had a hand in it. I don't think we've had a president in a long time. I think Bill Clinton, him and Newt Gingrich balanced the budget or something like that. I think that's the last one. I think that was the last time. Obviously with Bush, all of that war cost us a tremendous amount of money. Spending did not go down under Obama. It went up under Obama. It went even further up under Trump, despite people talking about the economy, and Biden has not brought it down. So I don't think we've had a good, a good deficit conscious president in a long time. All right, going back to the box, Robert, good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Robert. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Smash that like button on YouTube. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Understand you can be critical of the host, the folks in the comments. That's how free speech works. If you enjoy civilized dialogue, all sides of the aisle, without all the block, banning, and censoring, follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube. Robert, good afternoon. Robert, are you there? Okay, I don't know what that is, but we'll move it on. It sounds like Robert may be using a vacuum cleaner. How can a person talk when people are completely brainwashed with lies? Fancy, and thank you for the input, Fancy. I'll just say this. Everybody believes the other side is brainwashed. I mean, the right believes that the liberals are literally walking zombies. Well, I will push back. What do you think the left believes they saw on January 6th? You got half of the Republican Party suggesting that the only reason that January 6th got out of hand is because Ray Epps or the FBI instigated that event. Fancy, you already know where I'm going to go with this. If you flew out to Washington, D.C. to defend Trump on January 6th to stop the steal, and then he says, go to the Capitol building peacefully and patriotically, and it's only a 2-mile walk from where Trump was speaking to the Capitol building, and within that 2-mile walk, some dude you never even met before, referring to Ray Epps, can convince you to just do some insane shit and go against the peaceful and patriotic recommendation of the president, then you're brainwashed. That's brainwashed. So I will submit to you that if folks are correct, I disagree with it, but let's just go with what they're saying. If they're correct in suggesting that Ray Epps or the FBI instigated what happened on January 6th, then that whole damn crowd was brainwashed. Everybody that acted like that would have been considered brainwashed. You don't even know who Ray Epps is. The guy you came all the way to D.C. to see and defend is telling you to go peacefully and patriotically. Yet you're going to listen to this dude who you don't know who he is, and he's going to brainwash. That's brainwash. Real quick, looking in the comment section, going back to the box rather. If the box brings it up, Victorious One, thank you for the super chat, says Kamala Harris is our next president. Vote blue. It's definitely a possibility of that happening. Definitely. Freedom Van. Good afternoon, Freedom Van. Welcome to the program.
I'm glad I got on. I've been watching you for about a month, and I called and got on Monday. And right as he put me on, I was picking up my daughter from school, and she was talking about, she's 16. She was telling me all about her day, and you thought it was a TV, so you cut me back off again.
Well, it's good to have you on now where we can chat. So, did you catch Kamala Harris at the DNC, her speech last night?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of passively listened to it. I'm not, it wasn't going to swing me one way or another. I wanted to make a comment about economy, and I also, if you're up to it, I wanted to make a criticism about your show.
Wide open for it. Always welcome. Let me hear what you got.
So I was listening on Monday, and there was a gentleman on, and I can't remember his name, but it started with an S, and the guy was obviously disturbed, and he was making all these common Trump talking points, and when you push him on it, he was just getting flustered and frustrated, and you gotta be careful with those guys, dude. You keep pushing them, you're gonna push them right into an AR-15 in a shopping mall or something if you're not careful.
Wow, what the hell was being? Wow, what was being said?
Well, he was just making common talking points, and you were just challenging him on them, like, what Trump policies do you like? Well, he didn't have an answer because he's not really all that educated, but I was typing in the comments. I said, man, let this guy go, because you were trying to have an educated conversation with him. Well, he wasn't very educated. Wow. And so it was just poking at his ego,
He sounded that triggered. Now I'm wondering who I was talking to.
It wasn't that he was triggered. You have to pick up on his frustration in his undertones. You know what I mean? He wasn't saying anything overtly, but you could just tell that his ego was getting poked to the point where he was just getting more and more frustrated, and he didn't have anything to say. Wow. And then later, the next caller, I think, was somebody who just really could not make an argument at all. I mean, let me
interrupt you. First of all, you said his name started with an S. What day was that?
Monday. It was Monday afternoon, probably about 3 o'clock or so. It was a 2 words, like smooth something, smooth stroker or something like that. 2 words that both started with an S.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking is because all of my live streams are archived on YouTube, so I may have to go back and listen to. Anybody can. On YouTube, all of my lives are there forever. So Monday, I'm gonna have to go listen to it.
You should check it out. You can just hear in his voice. He's kind of trembly and he's just very agitated.
Was there now? See in the comments, Red is saying he heard it as well. Was it the guy with the crickets in the background?
That was the second guy. It was the guy right before that,
I
think. Yeah, the guy with the crickets. Now, that's the other thing. The guy with the crickets, he says there's 5. I don't remember what he's talking about, but he said there's 5 things, such and such. And he said, name them. And he could name 2. And they said, and there's a couple others. And I would suggest you just cut people like that off. You got a very smart audience on both sides of the aisle. Well, on one side of the aisle, you got a smart audience. On the other side, you got people that know how to repeat talking points. And, you just sometimes you got to cut bait when the conversation's going nowhere. But anyway,
wow, that's really, I want to say concerning. But I have to go back and listen to it. I mean, at the end of the day, you're right. We do believe in free speech, and we will challenge folks. Some of my callers on both sides of the aisle can be really passionate. I don't mind that, but I certainly don't want it to lead to something atrocious like what you're talking about. Hopefully it doesn't get wild like that.
My suggestion is not about free speech. It's just that if you realize that you're asking questions and challenging somebody and they're not up for the challenge, it doesn't really bring any value to leave them on. At that point, you just cut bait,
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes, because, we do get a lot of callers who want to be able to speak their mindset without any challenging at all. And that we don't run a program like that. I believe that free speech is, you're right, but it also has consequences. You can say what you want, but you will lead to other folks responding. And that's how we run the program. But if you just want to spew your own talking points, this is probably not going to be a good home for you. Because people are going to push back. So I got to go and look it up now, though. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, check it out. I think it was either the Crickets guy, which was hilarious, by the way, or it was the person right before the Crickets. But Monday afternoon. My point about the economy is this, because you say it a lot and you ask your callers a lot, don't you want the economy that was around when Trump was, the economy's gotten worse and this and that. And honestly, I don't know very many metrics in which it's gotten worse, except for one, and that would be cost of living / inflation.
Yeah, but the cost of living. But the cost of living is a huge metric that has all kinds of shit orbiting in it, like gas prices, the price of car insurance, food. I mean, all of that's included in the cost of living. That's huge. By the way, that's got to be one of the biggest concerns of most Americans.
But Trump can't do anything about that, and I'll tell you exactly why. The inflation number. You don't want a deflationary economy. So if you were buying bread for $1.50 in 2019 and that bread costs $4 now, okay, what you want is, instead of it costing $4.40 next month, you want it to cost $4.01. You do not want it to cost $3. You do not want a deflationary economy because it will blow up our economy. So and the $4 to $4.01 that I'm talking about, we've already achieved that.
Yeah, and so I will say this.
So the economy can't get much better because we don't want prices to go down.
Right. But I will say this, and I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. As I always say, perception is reality. Like you pointed out that Trump cannot do what he's promising. Perception is reality. If people perceive that they live better under Trump, they could do a lot more with their money. That is their reality. It doesn't matter what you or some financial analysts say. Their perception is that under Trump, I was doing a lot better, so I want to go back to that.
Right, but you can help educate that perception when you say, don't you want that old economy? Because that is not an option. There's no option to go back to the $1.50 bread.
No.
I suppose it is an option, but it's a tragic option, and it's, it will be disastrous. So when we talk about how the economy was better under Trump, we have to realize that is not an option, and what we really need is to slow the rate of inflation, but keep inflation. We need inflation. We just need it to be a slow rate, and we are already there now. We have gotten there through just, crawling and through the mud. We've finally gotten there due to the current administration, and I really commend him for that.
Well, I like what Miss Portia said in the comments: higher wages. The price of goods and services wouldn't have to drop that much if the wages caught up to make it more comfortable to live. I mean, the salaries that American workers are making, that is where the problem is that as things have went up in price, the salaries have not.
Between 2020 and today, wage growth percentage has outpaced inflation. That is a statistic that you can find at the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
From 2020 to over the last 4 years.
Yes.
I believe that because they increased a lot of salaries. just to incentivize people to come back to work after COVID.
I was in the hiring market, and you couldn't find people to work in 2020 because of stimulus and things. And so the wage, we went up from $15 to $18 an hour.
Yep.
20% with the snap of a finger. I had to make some calls to my senior leadership, and I had it done in a week.
But think about that. The COVID hits, people are getting stimulus checks, starting with Trump. I think Biden gave us some too, but you're getting stimulus checks, people settling in at home. And as you said, within a snap of a finger, they were able to raise wages 20% to get people back to work. Think about that. That shows they've been holding on to the money that whole damn time.
You could make that point, and I would imagine that that's probably true. I would bet that's true, considering you can look at corporate profits and see how high they were. Yeah. However, the other thing is, some companies have to leverage short-term losses just to stay. Yeah, some. Yeah. I mean, the company I was working for, we just had to say, look, we're going to have to take a loss on this because the alternative is, if we don't have labor, it's just going to extend the pain forever, so.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that for a small business, maybe a guy owns an Ace Hardware and he only got 10 employees or something. I can understand in that case, he can't afford to give folks 20% increase, but a lot of big businesses needed to do the same damn thing to get folks to come back. Everybody from Amazon to Walmart, them businesses ain't struggling. So the fact that you can, like you say, snap your fingers and all of a sudden people are getting an increase shows that money for a lot of businesses, particularly the larger businesses, they were just enjoying the profit and not sharing. This is why I'm not a fan of trickle-down economics. That's a perfect example that shows you they were getting money and not passing it on.
Agreed. I was a fan of trickle-down economics for the longest time. Over the past 5 or 6 years, I've studied it, and I've just looked back at the past 20, 30 years, and you're just like, well, that didn't happen. There was just stock buybacks and big profits,
Yeah.
I did want to touch on a point you just made because it's very important for all the right-wingers that talk about inflation. The government spending, there are 3 stimuluses related to COVID. 2 of them were under Trump. Only 1 was under Biden. Right. And when you look at the dollars, the Trump dollars were about 60% of the total of the expenditures. So, Biden inherited a really rough economy because of a lot of reasons, and I just think we've been just clawing our way back from it through some really tough times. But where inflation is right now, where it needs to be. And the last thing I'll leave you with is just one adjective I can use to describe every single person that votes for Trump on November 5th.
Oh no, what are you about to say?
One succinct adjective. It's very simple. They are suckers.
What?
Everybody, no matter where you land on the spectrum, no matter what you care about policies, if you believe that person cares about anybody but himself, you're a sucker. And every con needs a mark, and the voters are the mark. And that's coming from somebody who's voted. I'm 40 years old. I voted in 4 elections, I think. Voted Republican. I grew up Republican. I was very involved in politics when I was a teenager. I was very right wing. I was a big Tea Party follower, and I could not swallow I could see right through Trump. I mean, anybody,
You believe that anybody voting for? Wait a minute. Make sure I get clarity before I move it on. You believe anybody voting for Trump is a sucker?
Yes. Anybody who votes for Trump in good faith, like they actually believe that they are doing something positive, they're a sucker.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with you more. I got to move it on. I'll certainly tackle that on the other side. But freedom.
Take it easy, Tim. Thanks for having me.
As always, a pleasure. Real quick, and I will address that. I vehemently disagree with what he said. I believe there's legitimate reason to vote for both sides. I'll explain that shortly. But I'm going to ask right off the bat that you tap the screen, get the likes up to around 70,000. Smaller audience here. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it, but on TikTok, certainly show your boy some love. Tap the screen. I see in the comments, John said he's right. I don't think he's right, and I'll tell you why. Real quick, in regards to super chats, that's why Kamala doesn't talk. She has no value. I disagree with that as well. That's almost just as similar. Ed G says that's why Kamala Harris doesn't talk. She has no value. That's almost the same thing as saying MAGA voters are suckers. Totally disagree. Twain to Square, thank you for the super chat, says, Tim, are you attending the January 6th MAGA gala at Trump's course? Is that really happening? I wouldn't attend that. I would attend any Trump event. I enjoyed the Trump rallies I went to. And they were very nice to me there, but I wouldn't go to a January 6th event. I mean, why would anybody commemorate that day? I'm assuming you're making it up as a joke. Why would somebody, I see yesterday said it is happening. Really? Why would you commemorate January 6th? That makes no sense at all. I don't understand that. Ed G says the economy was at an all-time high, low rates with President Trump. I'll leave that at that. Trump is throwing, and I see K Dizzle Wizzle also says Trump is throwing a January 6th gala. Why would you do that? What are you going to talk about? The day you broke into the Cap? I mean, because it's not like they showed up to defend stop the steal is what they were there for. It's not like nothing positive, like zero positive came out of that day. In fact, people lost their lives, lost their fortunes, and even their freedom. Why would you commemorate that day? What's next? The cops get together and commemorate Rodney King? What would be the purpose of that? I don't understand that. I almost would go just to see what the hell they talking about there that day. That doesn't make any sense at all. And I agree with you, Furback, when you say it won't get him any votes. No, that will turn off people. It's one thing to say what happened on January 6th got out of hand. I was trying to have a peaceful protest and a few idiots but then when you start commemorating the day, it starts to really look like you actually liked what happened. Why would he do that? Wow. I don't get that. Now, in regards to the idea, matter of way, tap the screen, 70,000, get the likes up to say, smash that like button on YouTube. We're going to talk about the idea whether MAGA, everybody that votes for Trump is suckers. I think that's crazy. I'll explain why. But as always, tap the screen, get the likes up. We can certainly do that on. And thank you for that subscription, Anthony Bellamy. Thank you. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. That's how the program is ran. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. We go left to Bernie Sanders, Trump having dinner with QAnon. Everyone gets to speak. If you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you, follow the program to my TikTok viewers, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. So the idea that all Trump supporters are suckers, that's insane to me. Pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, pro-Christianity. I mean, maybe you don't favor what's going on with the LGBT community. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. Now, there are legitimate reasons to vote against him as well, but I don't remotely buy into the notion that if you vote for Trump, you are a sucker. I'd have to hear your principles. I would actually have to hear your principles. There are lots of legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. Maybe you own a small business, as I often say, that I believe Trump is a better politician for small business owners. If you own a small business and you don't want the government forcing you to give your employees minimum wage increases all the time, or let them unionize, or you don't want the government forcing you to give your employees health care, whether you can afford it or not, well, then you should vote for Trump. He's not going to fight. He's not going to make any of that happen. Those are legitimate reasons. So yeah, the idea that you're a sucker if you vote for Trump, I think that's crazy. Vladstein, it's a hell of a name. Says, you remind me more of a classic liberal. I do appreciate that, Vladstein. Could be, I tend to consider myself closer to the moderate side of things. I can see good and bad on both sides. And unfortunately, America's become fairly tribal in terms of our politics. So you're either going to be fairly far to the right or fairly far to the left. That's most of what we have. And the independents are almost damn near becoming libertarians. So I don't really fit into any of those categories. I get the amount of folks that call me a libtard because of my left leaning and then the left is calling me an Uncle Tom or a sellout. That's when you're in the middle, you're a piece of shit to everybody. It's simple as that. When you're in the middle, you're a piece of shit to everybody. And I get that all day. I don't mind. I got thick skin. But looking in the comments, we're going to continue the program on. And thank you for that super chat, Vladstein. Stitch of the Truth. Good afternoon. You admitted you think Trump is fair. I think there's legitimate reasons to vote for Trump, Aquarius. Fair is a different argument, but I think that there are legitimate reasons to vote for him. I don't think everything about Trump is bad. I don't think everything about Kamala Harris is bad. And I don't think everything about either one of them is good either. Stitch, good afternoon.
What's happening, handsome man? I gotta give a shout out to that guy, Freedom, who was on there.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what he was talking about with the economy. And what's sad is that a lot of people are placing the blame in the wrong areas when it comes to the economy. It's like people forgot what they were taught in high school.
Yeah. I will tell you this. I really have not heard from any economic analysts. Even Charles Payne and Neil Cavuto, they are saying exactly what my last caller was saying. All of them are saying the economy is doing way better than what Trump and what many on the right are saying. But as I told my last caller, perception is reality. It doesn't matter what they're telling you about the Dow or the stock market. If you yourself are going broke, you ain't gonna believe it.
Well, here's the thing. First of all, just to kind of speak big picture for a moment, within the free market and capitalism, no one is guaranteed to live comfortable.
True.
That's
socialism.
That capitalism is meant to guarantee you richness and prosperity, then you should move to the wrong country. Our free market system is not designed for everyone to be comfortable.
Yeah. Well, but the argument is under Trump, they were more comfortable than they are now. And it wasn't a small trend. Listen, inflation happens, but they're suggesting that under Trump, we're striking COVID because obviously the pandemic had a lot to do with it. But taking out the pandemic, folks are just noticing the first few years of Trump were great. The first few years of Biden sucked. And that's really all they're using for their metric.
Yeah, and it's a poor metric if you know anything about the economic factors. And I've said this plenty of times. The presidency, look at it like a relay race. Okay, one president hands the baton off to another and that sort of thing. So there are some times that whenever you get the baton and you're behind, like Obama got the baton from George W. Bush, we were behind because unemployment was at 10.5%. Mm-hmm. Now, when Trump got the baton from Obama, we were ahead. We were at 4.5%. Now, granted, I give Trump credit. He did not drop the baton.
True.
But he didn't form any sort of economic policies to get us ahead. No.
But let me say this in defense of President Trump. If Trump's term ended in 2019, because we didn't start really having COVID cases until I think November, December. I think December I saw a headline in USA Today when they were starting to realize it was entering America. If Trump's term had ended 1 year earlier, he too, just like you're giving Obama credit for handing off a good economy, Trump would have handed off a great economy if his term had ended 1 year earlier.
Oh, I agree. Without COVID, Trump gets reelected, provided that nothing else happens.
I think he gets elected even with COVID. Without his mouth, I think probably is. But no, you're probably right. The pandemic really hurt him. Yeah.
The economy was still good before COVID. So, to me, Trump gets reelected because, the first thing that you're probably going to look at is your pocketbook. However, I always judge a good leader by how he handles a crisis because not every president is going to have smooth sailing. That's part of being a leader is to deal with crisis.
That's a good point.
He didn't deal with crisis very well. Yeah. And so, to me, that's how I look at it.
Yeah. Well, I get a lot of MAGA that come on the program and they believe that Trump handled the pandemic as well as he could have.
I'm not even, okay, well, I put it to you like this. The pandemic is one thing, but to me, a leader, number one, if you're flying, the people of the United States are the pilot of the economic machine. They're the pilots of the country of the United States. But, the leader, if you have someone come in and lie to you, like what he did about COVID, and he did, it was on tape, So if you come and you lie to me about the condition of my craft to be lower whenever people can flat out lie just so they can say they own the libs, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't deny that Trump's handling COVID was really bad. I mean, I always bring up him claiming that it would be gone by April. In the middle of a pandemic, people don't know what's going on. Lots of people are dying. The last thing you need to do is get out there and say something that is completely false. And obviously by April, the deaths had increased. So, I mean, you look back and you want to say, well, Mr. President, what led you to believe it was just going to go away on its own by April? And he would have no answer for that at all. I mean, it was just a matter of, I want to tell these people something that'll calm them down and ease the fears. And, well, if it doesn't happen, you're now going to escalate the fears. And that's what took place.
Let me tell you why what you said is very true. But let me tell you why that mindset is so dangerous. Because that means that you're looking out and you feel that you know what is best for everyone.
Yeah.
And so to me, whenever you have that mindset, that is almost like an authoritarian type of deal to say, hey, well, look, they can't handle the truth. Therefore, I'm going to lie and smooth it all over. And that's what he does now. I'm going to tell these lies because of the fact that he doesn't respect certain people's intelligence. And that's what every dictator has tried to do. And so to me, whenever I see that, and look, I'm not a billionaire, I am a business owner. I am a corporate America kind of guy. I think I have considerable amount of intelligence. For someone to think that they know what's best for me and does not tell me the condition of my own car, I have an issue with that.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I mean, I do believe his handling of COVID, of the pandemic, was dismal. There are suggestions that he received an entire layout of what to do, for something like this from the Obama administration, and just simply having a disdain for Obama, just tossed it out or something like that. I don't know if that's totally true, but regardless, I mean, when you're telling people things are going to go away, and when you got Dr. Fauci on TV, and you're actually letting Dr. Fauci talk to the people and give out advice, but then you're holding rallies at night and indicating that Dr. Fauci doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And then you're back on TV with him again the next day, standing side by side with him, giving out advice. That is really confusing. And Trump did that about 15, 20 days in a row, where he's having these rallies at night and then he's having Fauci on TV side by side with him, letting the man, if the man don't know what he's talking about, which MAGA overwhelmingly thought Fauci didn't know what to do, then just reallocate him somewhere else and put somebody else in Fauci's place. What Trump was doing made no sense.
So, you're speaking to, I think, a key point of leadership, and leadership is by influence. Any whether you're a bad or a good leader, the leader is by influence. So, if you're speaking with a medical expert by day and at night, you're insulting a guy, or you're talking bad about him, then you're influencing confusion. And let's face it, a lot of us here have never dealt with a pandemic. Yeah. So to me, we're looking for you to be that guiding post. And at the end of the day, whenever I look at the MAGA folks, I mean, it is almost like this. To me, if you're being led down this path of influence, then that tells me all I need to know about you. Because, to me, I look at it like this. If I'm influencing you to take drugs or whatever to do damage to yourself, and you're saying it's okay simply because I'm saying it, then to me, the problem is also with you. And so you can't blame Trump for this. A lot of times the American people, and I've always said this, the American people need to take a look in the mirror about themselves. And I'm going to say that about the economy. Let's say, for example, it's like this. This is economics 101. What I'm about to say is nothing that is not taught in middle school. When you look at the American prices for things, you know who dictates that? The consumer. The consumer dictates the prices.
I don't totally agree with that. I think taxes and a lot of other things obviously the consumer plays a part. Supply and demand is what you're talking about. But there are other things that are outside the cost of labor and all that other stuff that comes in there as well, does it not?
No. Here's the thing. Okay, let's take taxes. All right, because taxes is going to be a standardized thing no matter what. If you're buying rice or you're buying juice,
more than likely in the state that you're in, you're going to pay the same amount of tax. But let's look at the bottom line price. If I know the consumer is willing to pay $500 for a PlayStation as opposed to $250, then guess what? I'm going to charge $500. So the main thing is that whenever people are looking at these prices on everything else, well, I got news for you, consumers. We have dictated that. And that's what it comes down to. Capitalism, again, and let's talk about houses for a second. If you put your house up for sale right now, you're probably going to get 10 to 20 bids, right? More than likely. Okay, so if you're selling your house for $300K and a bid comes in for $400K, what are you going to do for the sake of the country? I'm going to sell it at the price that I listed? No. You're going to sell it for $400K to maximize your profit. That's what, this is the thing. What people are seeing right now is what capitalism is designed to do.
Yeah. That's sometimes the downfall of capitalism for the average guy that can't afford to play those games. But I gotta move it on, Stitch. But I do agree with you. That is some of the downfall of it. But this is the system we have. It's the system we want. So here goes.
Hey, so Handsome, I'm gonna say one thing.
Real quick.
You passed through my lives plenty of times, man. I'm upset.
I have?
Come in my lives and speak.
Really?
Yes.
My apologies. I do come in lives all the time, but I will say this. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I generally go in right-wing MAGA type lives. I mean, because, I go in the liberal live, the whole situation is not always the same. So I'm a glutton for punishment. So you generally find me in more MAGA-leaning lives.
I'm the same way I used to be, but now, man, I'm sorry. Dealing with some of these markets is making my IQ drop down 5 points, and I just can't tolerate it no more. I'm done.
You gotta have thick skin, Stitch. But I will look next time I see you. I'll make sure I stop in. All right.
I can't tolerate stupidity.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Program. I do sometimes go in. Shay, Mishi, some of you folks may know the names of those folks, Zeus. I do go on their programs as well, but I generally, it's a different atmosphere when I go in the MAGA side. So that's where you'll generally find me if you catch me outside of my own. Mason, Biden has lied so many times to Americans that you don't see that. Are you serious? Now, I'm not going to say Biden is always 100% honest, but I'd be curious to know what lies you're suggesting he told. I'd be curious. Do you go into RTP lives? I don't know who that is. I'm not for sure. Tap the screen though. I am for sure. I want you guys to get the likes up to about 80,000. I know I'm asking. I know I'm pushing, but that is the way the program works. Helps out the FYP. Helps out the algorithm. Brings in more MAGA. This is a MAGA-friendly program. We always have been MAGA-friendly since day one. Liberals are welcome as well, but certainly tap the screen, get the likes up to about 80,000. Same on YouTube. Smash that like button. Get us up to about 100, 175, 100, 2 N's, HUNNIT. Certainly do that. Thank you, Carl. Carl says, great live. His name is Jones. Great guy. I'll have to check him out. Anyhow, I respect a handsome liberal. He listens to both sides. We try to make that happen, Mason. We do. Ed G says, if you vote for a party that makes promises and does nothing for you, and you continue to vote for them, you are a chum and a traitor to your race. And he's suggesting that's a quote from Malcolm X. If you vote for a party that makes promises and does nothing for you, and you continue to vote for him, you are I guess that's chum, and a traitor to your race. Wow, that's some strong language. Now, that is Malcolm X, probably some 60, 70 years ago. But in regards to Malcolm X, it comes up often. Angie, thank you for super chat, by the way. It does come up often that Malcolm X spoke negatively of the Democratic Party, but you don't hear anybody ever say what he said about the Republican Party. I mean, my assumption is that Malcolm X wasn't going to say, yay, Republicans. Probably didn't really like a lot about politicians at all. But a traitor to your race? Really? Now, you said if you vote for a party and Look, to some degree, you could argue that neither party does anything for you. Depends on what race and group you're in. I mean, depends on where you come from. Trump doesn't keep his promises. True Ed G says, "Cool, Ed." Yeah, Trump has broken some promises too. Build the wall, drain the swamp is a colossal failure from President Trump. I don't know if I can even think of one swamp creature he drained. Colossal failure. I'm gonna drain the swamp. And then, of course, he was going to repeal and replace Obamacare. So Trump didn't meet all his promises either. Demony, Malcolm X pointed was he wanted black people to start their own party. At 13% of the population, I mean, why don't you just join Robert Kennedy? You're not. I mean, there's not enough black people in the country to start their own party and get any serious grasp. Now, if they started their own party and the Hispanics started their own party and they all teamed up together, maybe, but yeah, I mean, it's not going to go very far in a country where you're greatly outnumbered. Billy D, is that what that says? Give it a shot. Good afternoon, or good evening, rather. Welcome to the program. Watch who you vote for in the Congress. Yeah, I mean, you need to pay attention to all the down ballot races mean a lot. I agree with you. Billy.
How you doing, sir?
Good. What brought you to the program?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Did you hear any of Kamala's speech last night at the DNC?
I got some of it, yeah.
What did you think?
I got some of the stuff. It was really interesting.
Okay.
She hit a lot of points that Republicans think that they don't hit. Like, for example, they brought a cop on stage.
Yeah.
They have prayer. She hit a lot of points that they say that the Republicans say that Democrats don't actually.
Well, you got a really loud background, by the way. I can bet your background's kind of loud.
Yeah, I might have to drop and then I'm gonna have to call back.
Okay, come on.
Call later.
All right, come on back, Billy. We'll make it happen again. All right, appreciate it.
Right.
In the words of the great Phil Collins, Billy, don't you lose. That's not true, Kevy. Kevy Cam says, no. Malcolm X was dope, is dope, and so was Sega Genesis, but both are obsolete. All right. Wow, I'm gonna leave that at that. I feel kind of weird saying that Malcolm X is obsolete, but I do get your point. I mean, that's been generations ago. I mean, Malcolm X's time is about 2 or 3 generations ago. But that doesn't mean he's obsolete. I'll just leave it at that. I'm so upset and happy at your program. Yesterday, Gen X with the police immunity and your caller with arresting people for burning flags shows what MAGA really is. That was Will G. Yeah, because Trump has promised to give police immunity from prosecution, and there are some folks that are amongst the MAGA crowd that supports that. Now, I get a lot of MAGA that don't even believe that that's a good idea, but there are plenty of MAGA that either do agree with Trump in lowering crime in liberal cities by giving police immunity from prosecution, or what you typically find is you're taking his statement out of context and maybe he meant something else, or you didn't listen to it long enough. You need to play. I mean, I hear that all the time, but yeah, he clearly said he wants to give police immunity from prosecution. And as we heard yesterday, in addition to giving police immunity from prosecution, he also wants to bring back stop and frisk, which is frightening to me, which is just frightening. Takesha, good afternoon. Hey, good afternoon.
I wasn't even gonna come up today, but I wanted to address something right quick, then we can get into the topic. The way you can tell that a Christian is not a Christian and they don't read the Bible is when they keep saying a woman ain't supposed to be in leadership.
Wow.
We had leaders in the Bible that were women. We had queens that were over whole territories. I think they get the Christian home and the church confused with the government. They're two separate things, and that's what I wanted to say.
But isn't it in the Bible? Doesn't it do say something that marginalized women, like it doesn't say they have a place or tries to put them in their lane at all?
That is in the Christian home and the order of the church. It has nothing to do with government. Even God separated government from the church.
Okay, so you're saying that in terms
The Bible tells us to obey the laws of the land. So if the laws of the land are not the same as the laws of the church, then which one? How we gonna obey them? If we supposed to be obeying this law over here, it's separate.
now, I see in the comments, Dizzle Wizzle says women are to pray in silence. You don't. So you're making it sound like there is no marginalization.
They still talking about the Old Testament. Jesus came to fulfill the law and all that. Anybody got time for that? We living in the New Testament. We ain't back there with Moses and all that kind of stuff where folks were doing all that other stuff. We in the New Testament now. We ain't supposed to be silent on nothing. Come on here, Handsome, and let's get with the topic right now. Yeah, I saw Kamala last night. I thought it was an excellent speech. I'm so glad that the guy, 3 or 4 guys ago, he said, because he said she had given her policies out last Friday. And that's what I wanted to tell you when you kept saying, what are her policies? I wanted to say, Hanson, did you not see them when she came out last Friday and gave them?
Well, let me interrupt you. Hold on, hang on. Let me interrupt you by saying, I don't think, I'm just saying this because that's what you hear from her detractors. I think it's pretty obvious where Kamala Harris stands on most policies that liberals are concerned with. She doesn't need to say a damn thing. When it comes to minimum wage or LGBT or abortion, you don't know where she stands. You don't need to, that's what the right is suggesting. I understand that, but I think people already know where she stands on the issues on the left that they're concerned with.
Now all of a sudden, they were saying she ain't come out with her policies. Now she came out with her. Now they're accusing her of stealing Trumps. When she do go out there and give an interview, they gonna find something else. You can't satisfy people, Handsome.
Well, that is true. You're not. That's the same on the left. They're not going to be satisfied with Trump or any other. Could Trump do anything to satisfy you?
Absolutely the hell not. I told you I don't like him at all. There's nothing he can do to satisfy me. I could be running and be thirsty, and he could throw me a bottle of water, and that still wouldn't satisfy me.
So how would you respond to folks that might say you have Trump derangement syndrome?
I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I can't stand Trump's ways syndrome. I don't like people who are divisive. I don't like people who are high-minded. I don't like people
high-minded? Wait, what is that?
High-minded.
What does that mean?
That means he think he above anybody.
Oh.
Everything he did was greater than anybody else. He had the best this. He had the best that. I opened Church's Chicken. I had the best Church's Chicken around. I opened a Popeyes. I had the best Cajun rice. Nobody's ever made Cajun rice like my Popeyes chicken. We had the best biscuits from the best. Nobody's ever made honey drip like we did off our biscuits. Everything he did, he swear nobody else did it better.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that. Yeah, he likes to.
Cut it out, Trump.
He likes to exaggerate. I can't
deny
deny
your
that.
life prove that you did something that somebody else did better.
Yeah. So I see one guy said Popeye's Cajun rice is trash. That's just good. I like it.
It's good with some gravy on it, baby. Put your little gravy on it next time.
All right.
Cajun rice snapping.
Yeah. So, but at the end of the day, okay, he does exaggerate. But in regards to how the country was being ran when he was in office, did he really do that bad of a job?
I'm going to tell you one more time. I don't have a different income or anything that I didn't have under Donald Trump. It's not my fault that some people may be struggling. I feel sorry for them. But everything will change with everybody. Okay. Everybody's not going to say it was better under him because ours didn't change. And then if you think about this, a lot of people wages went up under Biden and were still $7 under Trump.
Yeah, that's true.
So a lot of people can say they're doing better now because they got a bump in their minimum wage.
But I'm hearing you
according to the individual person, but it wasn't no better with him than I am now.
And I see Ed G, who typically leans right, he is MAGA, follows up with what you said, Takesha. You said, my Bible's the best Bible. Jesus signed it himself. Hopefully he didn't say that.
Yeah. Come on, Ed G, you know it. Yes. Nobody's got a Bible like me. Jesus came from heaven, signed it, and went back and told me I was the best non-Christian ever in the world. Nobody's going to be a Christian, non-Christian than me.
Yeah, but a lot of people, Then why a lot of people like this man, Takesha? I mean, 74 million votes. A lot of people like Trump. I mean, he makes you feel good. I will tell you this. I went to a couple Trump rallies and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. A lot of people, I mean, he does have he is charming.
Handsome.
Yeah.
A lot of people like Trump because he has charisma.
A lot of charisma.
He has a lot of charisma. And they fall for that crap.
Well,
I ain't falling for that. I'm not a Pepe Le Pew lover. So what you're not going to do is show up with some flowers and think that's going to turn me on. I don't like Pepe Le Pew. What I'm saying is this. Trump is the type of man that can easily manipulate people. And like I say, he got charisma. And if you easy and looking for something that you're not getting, you'll fall for it each time. They're just like if I was looking for love and you came and pretended to love me, I'm going to fall for it. Yeah. Give you this up, you going to walk away. Guess what it did? It didn't benefit me none because you just gave me a facade of what I was looking for.
Yeah. But isn't that what all politicians do? I mean, you don't think Kamala Harris is doing some of that herself, or Joe Biden?
Is she up there saying, I've got the best? I've never had, nobody's better than me. I prosecuted the best.
Well, she might have said that in private to Willie Brown. I got the best. I don't know. I'm just making it up. But you don't.
Why you gonna bring up Willie Brown?
I'm just messing with you. But
Stormy Daniels told Trump he had the worst.
Damn, did she? No, she didn't say that.
She said it was really small.
No. Stormy, listen, at the end of the day, I mean, I believe that Trump certainly slept with her, even though he said he didn't. But at the end of the day,
he slept with that woman.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, let's be clear. Stormy Daniels was trying to get something out of Trump, a spot on The Apprentice or whatever. When he was actually doing her, she was not making all those sarcastic comments. She was hoping that guy enriched her life.
Real good.
Huh?
Did I tell you we can fake it real good?
Yeah. She was only 27, so I'm sure she was.
She was faking it until she made it.
Okay. All right.
But my thing with that is too handsome. If he didn't sleep with her, why does she need an NDA?
Well, because it would have hurt his political campaign. She didn't.
Okay, but I'm saying if he never touched her, why would she need an NDA?
Yeah.
Why would he give her one if he never touched her?
I can't argue with that.
Crazy. It's just like me sitting next to you on the couch and saying, listen, sign this NDA because I'm sitting next to you on this couch.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing happened, but I'm just sitting here, but you gonna sign this NDA. He know he slept with that darn woman.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously make a point. I mean, because the idea that Stormy Daniels would sign a notarized letter saying they never slept together, who does that? I mean, why the hell would I want a letter from some chick saying I never slept with her unless I did? Yeah. So I mean,
correct.
Yeah.
Stop it, Trump.
Well, I mean, he enjoyed the poo nanny, and she was supposed to keep.
Listen, I'm raised from the DNC looking real good.
You said what?
Those ratings from the DNC, they're looking real good, handsome.
Yeah.
We put on the show, baby.
But what about the notion that it's just a honeymoon phase and it's likely to wear off?
When is it going to wear off? Because it's been going steady for quite some time.
What about after the debate? What if Trump trounces her in the debate?
Stop, please. Stop it. Now, you went too far. And also, I wanted to say this, handsome. For the person that was saying that Kamala used a different voice in the hood than she does in a professional setting, they were being disingenuous. Because everybody knows the way I'm talking to you, if I call and conduct a business, there's no way I'm going to talk like this to a person on the phone when I'm conducting business. Everybody has their business voice, and everybody has their it's just me voice. Now cut it out. They trying to find anything to throw at this lady. Now they complaining because she got a professional voice.
I don't know if I agree with that. I've met some chicks, certainly white people, that I mean, because you fit what society is looking for, they can use the same voice anywhere. I mean, I've met now.
Handsome.
I'm listening.
Can we do that as black people?
No.
Okay, that's the end of the discussion.
All right.
Let's move it along to something else. What else you got?
That is it. Robert Kennedy bowing out and supporting Trump.
He's a fool. He's been a Democrat. He's been an independent. Now he's a Republican. Next week he'll be a moderate. The week after that he's gonna be a progressive. The week after that he's gonna be a rhino. This man don't even know he in the world. We're not even discussing discuss him because he's not even a major player in this race.
You think he's that insignificant?
I do.
All right. Well, I will say this, because for my MAGA side of the audience, they always talk about Trump hiring people that are disloyal and they don't look out for him. I mean, if Trump puts RFK on his cabinet, this guy a year ago was running to be the leader of the Democratic Party. You shouldn't want him anywhere near your administration. But it sounds like he may be putting him on there.
He made a phone call to first.
Kamala.
Yeah. Do you think Kamala was dumb enough to get him there? She wouldn't even talk to him. So he's just going around trying to see where he can be accepted. And guess who accepted him? The person who say they don't hire them but the best.
Well, I'm going to go with the notion that until it's proven, him allegedly calling Kamala is a...
Ain't no alleged. He called that lady. Stop lying, handsome. He called that lady.
You don't know. You don't know for sure.
Handsome. He called her.
All right, I'll give it. I'll say you believe that. I'm not for sure.
Now I'm not tired of you. You can be the devil advocate all you want to, but stop it, okay? He called that lady.
I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure.
You would not talk to him.
All right, Takesha. All right, I'll leave it at that. I got to move it on. Appreciate you coming in.
Friend.
Good talk. Have a good weekend, by the way.
You too, sweetie.
Thank you. All right, moving the program on, and I think we will be on tomorrow, but looking in the comments. Real quick, on the YouTube side, I don't normally block, ban, or censor anyone. I believe in free speech. Like I say on the program all the damn time. You can be critical of the host. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section. We do believe in free speech. However, bots and what do they call it? Trolling is fine, but the repeated comments over and over again with the graphics and the fucking emojis and shit, I've had to take out a couple people on the YouTube side. So I mean, I'm fine. Whatever your point is, spam. Yeah, there you go. Chris Ruth. Yeah, spam. I'm fine with whatever you have to say, regardless of who the hell's being criticized, even if it's yours truly. But when you're typing the same thing over and over again, preventing other folks from their input, I got to take you out. And I've had a couple people on YouTube doing that over and over again. So state your case, regardless of what it is, but limit the amount of times you're saying this shit. I'll leave it at that. I was going to say be respectful, but you don't have to be. But limit the amount of times you're typing the same damn thing so that other people can also be disrespectful if they want. Looking in the comments, Patriot Warrior says, I ain't spamming. No, I'm not accusing you. If you're on YouTube, you've seen the symbols, the what do you call it, emojis, and all of the graphics that are popping up over and over again. Same message. That's what we're talking about. Looking in the comments, you probably hear me say Trump a lot. I don't quite get that one, Patriot Warrior. That's just being a good moderator. We don't have a moderator, by the way. I am it for this program. I've had several folks offer to moderate the program because I operate a free speech platform. Whoa! Alter Ego with the galaxy. Wow. I'm touched. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the program, Alter Ego. I do appreciate that. Wow. Thank you. We don't have a moderator. We believe in letting people speak. But at the same time, as I say all the time, if you're going to keep typing the same shit over and over again and adding nothing to the program and prohibiting other folks that may have something worthy of reading from getting their point across, that person has to go. Doesn't matter if you're liberal, doesn't matter if you're progressive, MAGA, Republican, whatever, you got to go. Looking in the comments, Elon needs to buy YouTube, says repair and support. I kind of wonder how much money is he making at the purchasing Twitter. I'd be curious. Now, we know that Elon purchased Twitter and turned it into X and kind of opened up the censorship. But the problem is, most of the folks that wanted an uncensored Twitter followed Trump to Truth Social. That's the majority of the people that wanted that. So it didn't help Elon when Trump created his own side and took a large portion of them people with him. Now, if Trump can sell Elon his site and then put them back together, maybe so. But I think a lot of folks that are on the liberal left-leaning side probably use Twitter or X rather, use it less because there is some really uncensored shit on X now. I mean, I saw somebody get ran over by a car. And, I mean, it was as graphic as it looks when you get ran over by a car. And I'm like, damn, they show this? They actually showed this? So, yeah, he really opened it up. Let me go back to the box. Truth Social is absolutely censored. Oh, it is? Trump's site is censored, really? Moving on with the program. I saw you hold it on there, Noah. Good afternoon. Noah, we're talking about the speech at the DNC, final night, of Kamala Harris. Noah, good evening.
What's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Loud and clear. Did you catch Kamala Harris's speech?
Caught bits and pieces of it.
All right. What is your opinion of her overall?
I think she's qualified.
Oh.
I think she's educated.
More so than Trump?
Of course.
Trump's got 4 years under his belt already. How does Kamala come across as more qualified?
She's a VP 3.5 years. She was a senator. And she was attorney general.
I'm going to ask the inevitable question. What did Kamala do as VP that you find worthy of mentioning?
Well, see, that's the thing. A lot of MAGA has been bringing up. The VP is not really supposed to do a whole lot. The primary job is to hang back, be a wingman to the president, maybe a tiebreaker vote in the Senate. They mainly stay in the shadows. If something happens to the president, he steps down and gets sick. He has to, something happens, they step in.
Well, but I asked you.
Every day.
Yeah, fair enough, and I agree with you. But I asked you, you suggested she was qualified, and I asked you, was she more qualified than Trump? You agreed. And then when I asked you, well, what makes her so qualified? You brought up that she was vice president, but now you're admitting the vice president really doesn't do anything. So what makes her more qualified than Trump?
It's not just her. It's any vice president you can speak of. That same thing will be true.
So what makes her more qualified than Trump, who has 4 years under his belt?
Her being a senator. Before Trump got elected, he was just a so-called businessman that had a lot of bankruptcies and had a lot of lawsuits. Before she got vice president, she was a senator. She was a lawyer, attorney general, and now the VP. So if she's not qualified, who is?
Yeah. But this guy also ran the country. We didn't have, a lot of conflicts overseas we were dealing with. People still consider his economy to be great. Some of the best job numbers we ever had. You're putting Kamala Harris being an attorney in California over that?
Not just an attorney, a senator.
Okay.
AG.
Being a senator in California, you believe you believe that ranks her above Trump?
I think that counts as political experience. What can you say about Trump before he got elected?
Well, yeah, but he's been elected now. If you were comparing Kamala right now to Trump of 2015, we'd have a conversation. But right now, he has 4 years of being president on his resume. How is she more qualified?
The 4 years that you're giving Trump credit for.
Oh, he was president. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm not giving him credit for it. He was president. He actually did that.
Yeah, see, well, you got to look at what he did in the office.
Okay.
See, I don't see. The only thing I see, the only legislation that I see was that tax bill that he passed. I don't think there's nothing else you can speak of. Now, anybody who knows about the economy knows when a president gets elected, the first year and a half up to 2 years is the previous administration's policies. So unless you will do an executive order.
So let me ask you this. Do you think Trump did anything good for the country when he was president?
I would say not too many. But I would say, I don't know if people remember this, but back in the COVID days, he had got money from FEMA when the unemployment money was like dried up, and people were still hurting. And he took that FEMA money and gave it to the unemployment people from unemployment across the country. Okay,
so he has done something good.
That's the good thing I can say he done. Okay. I can't really speak to a whole lot of other things.
Now, as someone, you obviously are African American like me. He's claiming he's done more for blacks than anyone since Abraham Lincoln. What say you?
Well, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. I haven't seen it. And I don't like people who are not, people of color say Trump doing more for you than any other president. Well, I'm a black person just like you are, and I have not seen that. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't buy into him doing more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. But there are people who are reciting that because they heard it from him, and yeah, I have no clue what he's talking about
They
there.
never said that much. That doesn't make it true. You can say 100 times, that doesn't make it true.
Yeah, that is true. So what about Robert Kennedy bowing out and endorsing Trump? You think it makes a difference at all?
I think that some of those voters that were going to vote for him are going to vote for Trump now. I think he was only pulling about 5%.
Yeah.
Maybe about 2 or 3% of those people will go to Trump.
And the others?
I just maybe a few for Kamala, but I'm not sure. The people who are voting for Robert Kennedy were people who just couldn't vote for Kamala, and they couldn't vote for Trump, so they just said, okay, let me just go with him. But now that he's out, they'll just go with Trump. I think most of those voters will go for Trump.
Now I got a lot of viewers, and before I go into this, folks, tap the screen. See if you can get the likes up to about 100,000 on TikTok. Smash that, tap the screen. Same thing on YouTube. Get us up to about 200. Smash that like button on YouTube. Certainly on TikTok. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 100. We can make that happen. I'm getting a lot of folks, Noah. I brought this up before, that are suggesting when the shit hits the fan, a female is the wrong person to have in the White House. What say you?
I think that these people are misogynistic. If you were raised by a woman, she was the head of your household. She ran everything. Okay, the father in the old days, the man went home. I mean, he went to work. He brought home the bacon, so to speak.
Right.
The mother, the woman, was in the house taking care of the kids, taking care of the household, making everybody's food, laundry. She ran it. Okay, so people who say that, they just need to reevaluate what they're saying. Just because she's a female doesn't mean she can't do the job. Now, if she's not qualified, she's not qualified. It's not about man or woman, but the woman has proven herself. So give her a chance. We had male presidents the last 200 years.
Yeah.
So
there is no shortage of people that believe that a woman's not designed for that job, though. I'm getting them all the time on the program.
Well, you're getting a lot of misogynistic people who just don't like taking orders from women.
Wow.
There's a lot of men out here, black and white, who are like that. They don't want to take orders from a woman. That's just the bottom line. Then you got people who are older people who don't like taking orders from younger people.
Yeah.
Now, let me give you an example.
Well, she's 60 years old. She ain't exactly young, though.
I'm not saying that she's a young and old. I'm just saying she could be 30. She's still a woman.
Yeah.
People don't like taking orders from women. And people don't like taking orders from younger people. Just say, give you an example. A guy who's 55 years old, and then they hire the executive, and he's 20.
That happens all the time. I used to be you be in a union shop, and guys that are near retirement, they go hire some kid out of college. That you're right about that. Old people don't like taking orders from young people. I agree with that.
Even if the guy is right, what he's saying is right. They don't care that he's right. They know he's a young little dude.
Yeah.
They don't want to take orders from him, and that goes to the same thing for a woman. They feel like a woman is qualified because she can't handle the pressure of overseas wars or international conflict or anything like that. They feel like a woman just not equipped to deal with it.
Yeah. And I hear that. I hear that. Just certainly. But what about? I mean, based on what you're saying, where some men do not like taking orders from a woman, this could give credibility to what MAGA is saying in regards to how do we expect countries that are led by misogynistic men, particularly in the Middle East, to work with Kamala? Because you're right. If we don't like taking orders from a woman, I mean, like for instance, the Palestinian Israeli Hamas conflict. There's a lot of Muslims involved in that. Kamala Harris is trying to being part of a ceasefire. Are they going to listen to a woman?
That right there, for those particular countries you're speaking of, misogynistic, leaders, that could be a problem.
Yeah.
Because if they're misogynistic coming into it, they don't want to hear nothing she has to say. It's not about qualifications.
Right.
She could prove herself. It wouldn't make any difference. She could be, if you're a Christian, she could be Christ himself, reincarnated, and they're not going to listen to her because she's a woman.
True.
That's just the bottom line.
So perhaps Trump?
I mean, that could be a problem. But what people don't understand is when you elect a president, you're electing the administration that comes with this person, not just that one person. So if you don't know something, you want to have people around you that do, and you can talk to them and ask them for advice and guidance. That's the point. You don't want to just make all these decisions by yourself. Right. Nobody does that anyway. Not one president.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That's the whole surrounding yourself with the best and brightest and having good advisors. She always will have the Joint Chiefs, and I agree with you. If she's dealing with a country that has misogynistic leadership, then let her ambassadors and let the rest of them do the work, and leave it at that. But I got to move it on, Noah. It's our first time talking?
No, I've been around 3 times. I want to say one thing before I go.
Sure.
The guy that said, I agree with you when he said all the Trumpers, people that vote for Trump are suckers. I disagree with that too.
Yeah.
Because I would say that the ones who are rich who vote for Trump, who benefit from the tax plan, they are not suckers because they benefit from his policy.
Yeah.
But the ones who don't benefit from the policy, who are not rich folk, they might be considered suckers.
Well, but there's other reasons. I mean, you might be dirt poor, but you believe in protecting the sanctity of life or the Second Amendment, or there's reasons to vote for Trump no matter what your financial standing is. I mean, like I said, like I always say, I need to hear your policies, what you stand for, and things you believe in. But yeah, I think there's legitimate reasons to vote for Trump and Kamala. Anybody that dismisses their voters, I think you're seeing it wrong. But no, go ahead.
Anytime you say all,
yeah,
you put yourself in a box.
Yep, that's 100% correct.
You just can't do that. All the white people, all black people, all this, all that. You can't do that because you put yourself in a box. That way you put yourself into a corner.
Well said. Everybody has a different story. Noah, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, bro. Thank you.
Anytime. And somebody says, that's your sick party, says Tony Easy. What do you mean by that? Why you vote for Trump, Tim? I just gave you a laundry list of reasons why somebody might vote for Trump. Now, I'm not saying I'm voting for Trump, but I mean, if you truly do not favor any sort of common sense gun laws, why would you vote for Kamala? I mean, she's already talking about common sense gun laws. Or you truly believe in protecting the sanctity of life, whereas Kamala's talking about giving a woman the right to choose. I mean, those are reasons. You may not agree with them, but those are reasons to vote for the other side. I mean, right now in Oklahoma, I talk about this all the time, where they're talking about children, not talking about, but they've actually passed a law where in the state of Oklahoma, all schools now must include reading the Bible in the curriculum. So for public schools, elementary school, I don't know if high schoolers as well, but you got to read the Bible as part of the curriculum. So I'm assuming just like with history and science and all of that, you read the Bible and then they give you tests and things like that on it. Well, if you are a Christian, strong evangelical that believes that, putting religion back in the schools and things like that would be better for the children, you should vote for Trump because he's in favor of that type of stuff. That type of stuff is happening because of Trump, his support of evangelicals, his 6-3 far-right Supreme Court. I mean, those are legitimate reasons to vote for him. Depends on what your principles are. Looking in the comments, take a minute and think about that. Open borders. Jan, I don't believe the handling of the border has been great, but I also don't believe it's open borders. I don't believe that anybody that wants to come to America can just walk in and they won't be challenged. Nobody will stop them or anything. I just want to walk from Mexico City to Maine uninterrupted, unchallenged. I don't buy that. It's not that open. If a woman can terminate the life of the unborn, men should be able to, what is that, avoid child support? I'm trying to not say the A word because I don't want to trigger the sensitive, but you're saying if a woman can basically get rid of her child, men should be also able to get rid of the financial obligations. I've actually heard that come up more than once, that if a woman can get rid of the child, the man should be able to get rid of child support. That there's a lot of tentacles we'd have to discuss on that, but you're not the first I've heard say that. If the border was that bad, then MAGA would have done something about it. Excellent point. And by the way, tap the screen. We should be up to, I asked for about 100, but I see we're just a lot of lazy thumbs in here. A lot of lazy thumbs. Folks are not tapping the screen. But that is an excellent point. Is that if the border was that bad, Trump would not have stopped the border bill. And we know that he did. You know, well, it had a bunch of pork in it for the Ukraine and Israel. No, if it's as bad as they're saying, the fact that you were willing to stop the border bill into getting reelected so that you could fix it yourself personally in about a year's time, meaning that we're not gonna do anything about the border. We don't want it to be fixed under Biden. We're gonna leave it as bad as it is for an entire year, because Trump doesn't get inaugurated until late January. If he wins in November, he doesn't become president until late January. The border bill was knocked out around January of this year. So, yeah, that's a good point. That if it's that bad, you wouldn't have waited a year to do something about it. And by the way, he didn't wait a year. He's taking a gamble. He could lose. He absolutely could lose. There's no guarantee Trump could win. He could lose. Real quick in the super chat, Ed G. Kamala, I love what I just did for only Asians. Kamala, I ain't doing shit for blacks. You can say you're a sucker for voting for that if you're black. So you're saying that Kamala is going around bragging that she only did things for Asians and she's not doing shit for blacks, and any black person that votes for her is a sucker. You can say you're a sucker for voting for that if you are black. Kind of what I mean, I've heard of vote for me or you ain't. What is it? What did Biden say? Vote for me or you're not black. You're saying if you vote for Kamala as a black person, you're a sucker. Let me correct that first of all by saying this. I'm always hesitant, and I see Dimony asked the question, how do we call in on TikTok? I mean, I suppose you just get a TikTok account. There's a little symbol down at the bottom left of your screen. You click on that and it'll let me know you're calling in. But in regards to the idea that Kamala's not doing anything for black people, to me, it's a double-edged sword. And I'll tell you why. Because they said the same thing about Obama. He didn't do anything for blacks either. He didn't do anything for Chicago and things like that. I say this all the time, is that if Obama or Kamala Harris now, being a person of color, if they got into the White House and they started doing all these things specifically for black people, what would folks be saying? We didn't elect a president of black people. Or in Obama's case, we didn't elect a president of Chicago. We elected a president of America. You're only doing something for your own kind. You're a racist. That's what we would be saying if Kamala Harris did it, and certainly if Obama did it. So the idea that if she doesn't do it, now we're going to blame her for not doing it, knowing damn well we would have blamed her if she did do it, shows that no matter what happens, she can't win. Same thing with Obama. If Obama got in there and all of a sudden he started doing every damn thing for black people, he'd be calling him a racist. Now, I see in the comments, somebody stated that Trump did it, Trey the Lion. Well, no doubt Trump goes around bragging that he did a bunch of things for black people. However, I would suggest you go around and ask black people. Just go around to the hood in any major city, Philly, Detroit, Chicago, Milwaukee, Atlanta, and just ask random black folks about how much Trump did for them. You'll find out that the reason Trump is getting away with saying he did a bunch of things for black people, because he didn't. Because they don't, the African American community overwhelmingly does not believe Trump did a bunch of things for them. And I think also you can kind of see that in the fact that the white community is not complaining about it. If you got a white president that's doing a bunch of shit for black people, there's going to be a lot of white people that are going to be complaining about it because it's unfair to them. The fact that nobody white is complaining about Trump giving all the advantages of black people kind of shows that it didn't really happen like that. It didn't really happen like that. But Trump believes it, and a lot of folks do, and we'll leave it at that. And by the way, that's what I said. If Obama got in there and started doing a bunch of shit for black people, you'd hear a lot of white people saying something about it. Just like with affirmative action or DEI or all this other stuff. How are they getting all of these advantages simply for being black? That's what people will be saying. You don't hear nobody complaining about Trump unfairly looking out for black people. That would probably because it didn't really happen like that. I am actually one of the business owners that took advantage of the Opportunity Zones funding, says Trey the Lion. All right, all right. Funny, Kamala has been at the White House for almost 4 years, and she's acting like she's going to fix problems. Why hasn't she done those things in the last 3 years? Because she can. Roof to slope. Forever C10. Thank you for the confetti. Because she can. How many policies are you hearing Mike Pence bragging about that he did while Trump was president? The vice president doesn't even control the executive branch when they're vice president. As Takesha pointed out earlier in the program, you're really just on deck. I think that was Takesha. The vice president is really just on deck. They're not doing anything of any significance. So all of a sudden, Kamala is propelled to the top spot and everywhere. But what does she do as VP? What do you normally do? How many folks believe that Trump gave us an awesome economy, who really favored the way the country was running under Trump? Ask most of those folks, do they also give credit to Mike Pence? No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't give Mike Pence credit for doing a damn thing, even though they believe that Trump was doing a great job. You don't hear MAGA bragging about how great Mike Pence was, because the vice president don't normally do anything. So I don't know why it changes with Kamala Harris. Don't know. If you really believe the vice president's job was to do all kinds of great things and should be tied to the accomplishments of the president, then you should be bragging about how great Mike Pence was. And MAGA just does not do that at all. Going back to the box, Andy, good afternoon, or better yet, good evening, Andy. Welcome to the program.
Hello.
Thank you for holding, Andy. Good evening.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. So, did you catch Kamala's speech?
Just parts of it. I am very, she's so refreshing. It is so nice to see somebody, that actually has a plan and a clue.
What about the notion that...
By the way, did you see those videos I sent you?
I think I responded to one of them.
The video after video of Trump's gaffes.
Yes, that's a lot of gas.
JD Vance could use the same videos I sent you to 25th Amendment Trump. I just want to point that out.
Yeah. And I responded to you by saying, wow, that's a lot of gas. I think that's what I typed in. Bobby in the comments, though, says Kamala Harris is Biden in a skirt. Do you think they're that similar?
No, but I will tell you, she did manage to go get that border wall money Trump didn't get.
Yeah.
The stuff he talks about and doesn't do, like infrastructure and healthcare and the border and, all those things. Things that Democrats actually get done.
Oh, that's shots fired right there. But,
Yeah, we would have got the border done, but once again, Republicans stand in the way, just like usual.
I'm still hearing, though, Andy, I am still hearing a lot that women are not capable of this gig.
I guess they never saw Margaret Thatcher, right? Because, I'm pretty sure they respected her and feared her. Yeah. And it's not like Kamala was only backed by the largest, military in the world that has the largest budget in the world. I'm pretty sure the military speaks for itself, and since she will be commander-in-chief of the military, that goes a long way.
But what about
to mention the American economy and all the money we spend in other countries? And by the way, I must say that helping Ukraine has done quite a lot for us.
Right.
Do you see how many weapons orders that America has taken in from all these countries that want to buy from us?
Yeah, and that's one of the...
Unreal.
Yeah, war is probably the best demonstration for selling weapons, because you can show people dying and show how well it works. Yeah, that's crazy. Go ahead.
I mean, MAGA complains endlessly about how we send all this money to Ukraine. We send them useless stuff that we're not going to use anymore, that's obsolete to us anyhow, and maybe a few new toys we want to see how it works in the field. And then after that, all the countries that just depleted their stuff buy more from us.
Yeah. But let me ask you this in regards to Kamala Harris. Joseph Kuhn on YouTube. Thousands of non-violent black men in jail for marijuana but y'all will protect illegals. Like, hold on, hang on. But y'all will protect illegals. I guess you need them blacks to fight forest fires for less than $2 an hour. What say you?
I'm going to just tell you right now, he's misinformed. She actually set up the standard for getting rid of the felony and moving on with your life. Like, she set up a plan, to put you on, rehab or whatever, and then you get out and you don't have a felony, and now that's the nation's standard. I think that's a pretty damn good job, and it actually kept a lot of people from going to jail. And I think the total was only 45. So where they get this thousands from, I really wish they wouldn't use hyperbole. They don't even do it well.
Well, they do seem to believe that Kamala Harris was similar to Joe Biden in the crime bill, that they were just going around locking folks up.
Well, as usual, just like the crime bill, all the Republicans signed the crime bill too. Every last one of them. Why don't they know that?
I'm just telling you.
I mean, what can they tell you about policy? How often do you get a Republican up here that can talk to you in depth about policy? Because, like, the border walls had a budget since 2007 in the Defense Act. Obama built more wall than Trump, and then Trump had the audacity to take money from the military active for their housing for his wall.
Yeah. Let me ask you, in regards to that wall, do you believe that wall is necessary? Because you didn't hear a lot about it. In fact, didn't Biden stop it?
No, actually, he didn't. The money's allocated; it has to be spent there. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, but what did he halt it? Did he halt it?
Supreme Court said no.
Did he
Supreme
halt?
Court said no, you guys.
Said no what?
They said he had to go back to building it. Supreme Court said no.
Why did he try to stop it with the mess that's at the border?
Because that 12th century solution isn't going to work in the 21st century. And have you seen the tunnels that run from Tijuana all the way into California and come up through a house? They have rolling sidewalks and air conditioning. Like, there are videos from 60 Minutes you can go watch.
You're telling me that a wall is...
could move an army underneath the city.
You're telling me that a wall is completely useless?
Well, part of Trump's wall just fell down. His new design just fell over in the wind. So, yeah, I think, how much are ladders these days? A little rope. I mean,
well,
I took
Andy, you know it's not going to just be the wall. It's going to be sensors. It's going to be additional patrols. I think the wall would have been somewhat effective.
First of all, the geographical layout of the border between... Tell me how you're going to put border wall across the Rio Grande. I'll wait.
Well, you could have sensors in some areas. It don't have to always be a physical wall. Just like you can keep your dog in your yard without actually having a wall around your yard. Some places you could have sensors and things underground.
I think would work better, Tim. I think what Kamala did by going to the other countries and talking to them and getting industry titans to come over there and build businesses there so they want to stay there is a good start. But also maybe if we quit going around destabilizing all these countries so that they wouldn't have all these problems, maybe that would be more beneficial to us than that wall, don't you think?
I think that would help, but I am a fan of the wall. Real quick in the comments, Moogly on YouTube says Harris only prosecuted 45 people for marijuana-related crimes. The rest were done by local district attorneys. Yeah. Wow. Only 45?
Where we get that thousands from?
Only 45.
That's it.
Wow.
Like their imaginations. Like I wish I had a MAGA imagination, or maybe not, because their imagination only dreams up boogeymen. Like y'all got all this imagination, use it for something good. Damn, y'all could solve the damn world problems if you weren't acting like this.
A MAGA imagination. Listen, I got folks in the comments, even on YouTube, agreeing with you, saying I need to do some research on the wall. But to me, most countries use a wall to protect their sovereign border, don't they? I mean, why can't we? What is so bad about a wall?
I mean, you have to have physical, like, it has to constantly have maintenance. Like, it's forever going to cost us money.
Isn't that everywhere, though?
No. I mean, a lot of countries are using technology. Like, you can see the border from a damn satellite. We have satellites everywhere. We could dispatch them out one at a time if we wanted to. the amount of money wasted when we have all this technology trying, like I said, we have a 12th century solution sitting out there for a 21st century problem. Like, we got drones that can zip across that border like it's nothing. And now civilians can drones. Like,
well, you're not going to cross over the border in a drone.
they already are, Tim. Go read about it.
Well, if you can afford to fly a drone across the border, you're not hurt. If you can hold on. If you can afford to fly a drone across the border that's carrying you and your family, you probably work for the cartel. You got plenty of money.
Well, no, I was talking about nefarious other things, not you know what I'm saying.
Right. That ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, there's all kind of stuff going on at the border too.
Yeah, that ain't gonna stop. You talking about narcotics and things like that? Yeah, that ain't gonna stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's right. Because the biggest problem with that is America, and it's the demand. Because if there wasn't a demand, it wouldn't be running across that border. So America's consumption problem might be the issue. And on top of that, they couldn't reinforce those cartels if the border wasn't full of weapons shops that illegally spill across the Mexican border and end up in the hands of the cartels. So we are our own worst enemy. We create all of these problems we complain about. Like, it's a constant loop. And like the commenter said earlier, they tried, I'm going to add a little to it. They tried to impeach Mayorkas. Then
that went
everything
nowhere.
They want in the bill, pull out the funding for Ukraine and Israel, pass that, and then leave the border. It's not that important to them.
Yeah.
It's not.
I don't disagree with that.
Like you said, there'll be another year. So should we impeach all of Congress the way they tried to impeach Mayorkas?
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, they're not using logic. Critical thinking is a thing.
So, go ahead.
They follow the bouncing ball off a cliff instead of to the next level.
Oh my God! You're not trying to insinuate that MAGA's not intelligent or something, are you?
No, I'm insinuating that they want to believe something so badly that they'll do anything to turn it. Like, who wants a president that world leaders have to interpret what he says? Like, because MAGA's constantly interpreting for Trump. It seems to be like they seem to be so symbiotic with him. They know his every breath. Like, isn't it amazing?
Yeah, I don't have an answer for why folks are always saying he's taken out of context. I mean, eventually either he speaks clearly or it is what it is. But I can't tell you how many clips I've played.
He speaks clearly, or he's got mental problems, like I suggested earlier. Because, like I said, the news focused all about Biden, but I said, all those gaffes, why don't they talk about that at all? Like, at all?
It's a good point.
Why didn't we talk about the files that came down from Florida?
What do you mean?
John Doe 174?
Wait, say that again?
DeSantis released the last of the Epstein files?
Oh, yikes.
Congress wants to know why nobody's talking about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's amazing what they can turn a blind eye to, too. Remember when they wanted to save the kids and talked about Hillary and Pizzagate? Now they're like, oh, yeah, that's not happening.
Well, I will tell you something. I do believe that if Trump, for some reason, does not win, I mean, he could win. If he doesn't win or if he serves for 4 years and once he's on, I think some of those stories you're talking about, the Epstein stuff and things like that, people will start coming forward. But right now, it's not in their best interest. So
I got challenged today to look up, how Alabama was doing in the polling. So I didn't expect to find any. And I didn't find any for the president yet. It still was Biden. It was old. But I did find one for District 2.
Okay.
And District 2 has got a blue person leading.
Oh.
So I'm not kidding. So if that district keeps going that way, that'll be 2 blue districts for Alabama and growing. I told you they could lose the South. They lose the South. They lose all the cookies.
I don't tend to think that the Democrats are going to win the South, but I need to see it. I got to move it on, Andy. Your state would be big. That would be big. Say
this one last time. You cannot tell women that an egg in a laboratory is a person, and that the morning after pill is an abortifacient, and you're going to take away birth control and force them to have kids, and not think the state's not going to turn blue. That's all.
Well said.
Thanks, Tim.
Appreciate it, Andy. As always, a pleasure. Now, I wanted to respond to a comment. I don't know where the hell it went, though. I will continue on. And by the way, Joseph Kuhn, I had to put him on a 10-minute. Once again, folks, when you guys start typing all the emojis, when your comment is just this big, this is always on YouTube. It doesn't happen on TikTok as much, but when you got this comment where it's 20 smiley faces in it and you're typing the same thing over and over again, it's pretty clear you're cutting and pasting or whatever. And by the way, I was responding to a comment from that particular viewer, but then he started doing this. I mean, look, I'm asking you folks not to do it. I don't know what else to tell you. But when you start preventing other people from talking by doing it, there's nothing else I can do. Also, what I'm trying to do is we like to mix it up. Because I see some folks asking, what are you taking nothing but liberal callers? No, we don't do that. We don't block, ban, or censor, which is why you often hear me reading pro-Trump, Republican critical comments and all of that coming from the Republican side on YouTube. But unfortunately, a lot of my TikTok audience, where you're getting the callers that are calling in, a lot of those folks lean left. I do believe in mixing it up. So it's not anything deliberate by that. Understand that. And by the way, Reg, says you won't, in caps, you won't read substantive comments anyway. Well, I read yours. Yours was read. There are Reg. Remember when all Democrat states that were burning, not one Democrat government stopped it, vote red. Well, the real Planet X, you said, remember when all Democrat states were, are you serious? At all? I mean, Rhode Island was on fire? I don't recall. Maine? Oh, look, there was plenty of rioting going on in the summer of 2020 after the George Floyd, the killing of George Floyd. But the idea that all Democratic states were burning is ridiculous. You're talking generally about a few blocks in some major cities. That's it. Like, remember Chaz or whatever it was called in Portland, where they had their little autonomous city? That shit was like 6 blocks. That's it. It's about 6 blocks long. And folks are telling you the whole city of Portland was taken over. Look, I'm not trying to defend folks setting shit on fire. It's wrong and it's criminal. It should be prosecuted. But why exaggerate it? Why exaggerate it and try to make it sound like the whole damn town is on fire? That's not true. Not even remotely true. In most of these cases, you're talking a few blocks, a few structures at best. The whole city, huh? Andy, I see your comment. Forgot to tell me something. Go ahead and type that. That was Chaz in Seattle, or was it in Portland? Whichever one it was in, it wasn't like the whole damn city was being taken over. The right keeps saying that, well, when you bring up January 6th, well, the Democrats are burning cities. What city was burned down? Whole city. What city was burned down? Like I said, in most of these cases, you're talking about some damage being done on a few blocks. What the whole damn city? You guys get ridiculous with that. Stevie D says 6 is too many. Well, if 6 is too many, fair enough, but that doesn't mean you say 30 when the answer is 6. I'm fine. Maybe setting one building on fire is too many. I'm fine with that. But that don't mean you pretend like one building is the whole damn town. Just sometimes the truth will actually do. Like in regards to the border, I don't believe Kamala Harris, Biden, you name it. I don't believe the border is being well managed right now. But that don't mean you got to make up these wild ass numbers of folks coming to take everybody's lives and sexually assault women, saying it's 18 million. Sometimes the truth is sufficient. You don't need to. I do believe that that's what's happening in some of these cases, where to make a point, people are ballooning the actual occurrences to make it scare the shit out of everybody. When the real numbers are nowhere near that high, just not even remotely close. A whole city was burning. That's not even remotely true anywhere in America. Not even remotely true. Real quick in the comments, people want to say January 6th, and that's the only. People want to say January 6th, and that's the only account they can bring up. The left are wild, Antifa, BLM, riots. Well, I will say this, roof to sloped. You can't call the left fascist and then say anti-fascists are part of the left. Something in that don't make sense. Stevie D, appreciate the subscription. Either the left are fascists and the Antifa, which means anti-fascist, by the way, then that means these two groups are separate. It sounds like, listen, we hate the left so much that we're just going to pile everything we don't like on their plate, up to and including the point where it doesn't make sense. You calling them fascists and then saying anti-fascists are part of the left. Think about that. That doesn't make any damn sense at all. I talked to immigrants getting 4-year work visas, housed, and medical treatment, yet vets get treated like shit. You talk to immigrants getting, well, first of all, a veteran is not going to want a 4-year work visa. I don't know why that's even been brought up in conjunction with vets. Getting housed and medical treatment. Well, here's the thing. You can't take in any asylum seeker. If you're going to say that, listen, the vets are not being treated right, they're not being housed, the things you're pointing out, medical treatment. If you allow somebody seeking asylum to come in this country, you got to give them somewhere to stay, don't you? You got to allow them to work to earn a living, don't you? If they get sick, so based on your statement that the vets are being treated like shit, then it's safe to assume you believe that no one should be able to seek asylum. Because I don't care if it's only one person, they got to get that stuff. They have to be able to live somewhere. What are you suggesting? You let somebody in that's seeking asylum and make them homeless immediately? I don't quite get that. America with 3 Ks, Donald Trump vote red. Wow. Now, normally when folks use the KKK reference, it's liberals bashing Trump, trying to suggest that Trump doesn't like blacks or something like that. That's usually what you see when you see folks using the KKK reference in political conversations. However, this one is the opposite. This person, Prison Talk 101, says America. You celebrate something great America did. America, fuck yeah. You don't say America, you say America. Well, he says America with 3 Ks in it, and then he follows up by saying Donald Trump vote red. So as opposed to most detractors, that don't like Trump and try to tie him to the KKK or something to say he's racist, this person likes Trump and he's tying him to the KKK. So understand that. That is Prison Talk 101. He's essentially saying that Trump is part, or at least favorable, to the KKK. And I do agree it is hate speech. I had G. So why is January 6th made to be worse than whole blocks? Good question. Really good question. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 120,000. Why is January 6th made to be worse than whole blocks being burned during the George Floyd protest? Good question. I'll give you a few answers. First of all, in my humble opinion, these things should not be tied together. I don't know why all of a sudden because when you bring up Black Lives Matter and what they did, they don't generally respond with conversations about January 6th. They just don't. So I don't know why when January 6th comes up, conversations about Black Lives Matter is referenced. I don't know why that's done. But I will say this. Why is one worse than the other one? The answer is simple. During the riots after the George Floyd killing, or any of these police, what happened to the one in Kenosha when Kyle Rittenhouse had to defend his own life, that type of stuff. You're talking about setting a CVS on fire. You're talking about maybe ransacking a Target or a Best Buy, looting the place, maybe setting it on fire, maybe flipping over police cars. And that's what's happening on that side. The other side is talking about taking the life of the vice president. That's why one side is being made worse than the other one. Let me make it clear. Now, financially, the BLM riots were far more costly financially than anything that happened on January 6th. However, let me make this clear to you. What happened on January 6th, just like the riots of Black Lives Matter, these events were televised globally. But here's the difference. On January 6th, we showed our adversaries what could be done fairly easy. You had the entire head of American government in one place, and that place had essentially been occupied. Imagine if you had I don't know, maybe a couple hundred armed Muslims that day or something. We literally showed the world a weakness. MAGA showed our adversaries our weak point. That didn't happen on any Black Lives Matter riot or whatever. That's serious. That is serious. You're talking about you had the entire head of government. By the way, if let's say MAGA did want to cause some serious mayhem, wanted to take out all of government, which they could have done that day, by the way. They absolutely could have done it that day. The only remaining leader in the United States would have been Trump. Now, I know I'm going to really get some of my MAGA folks very happy when I say this, but had that happened that way, Trump would have been given the task of literally picking most of heads of state. I mean, he could have picked the whole damn government. They had all of the Senate, both sides, Republican and Congress, and Republican and Democrat. They had all of Congress, Republican and Democrat, in the same building, and the vice president. So literally the whole of Washington in one building, and that building had been conquered. If MAGA really wanted to go apeshit there that day, and by the way, the idea that they didn't all carry firearms is meaningless. You got just a sheer amount of numbers that is insane. You ever seen the movie Starship Trooper? Those things didn't have guns either. Just the numbers, just the sheer numbers of it. So they had everybody in one building that day. And if they had got to them, we would have had no Senate, no Congress, no VP. And Trump was somewhere safe. He would have been the only remaining guy, and he could have picked and choose who he wanted to lead this government, at least temporarily. And we showed that to the world, a clear-cut weakness. We showed the world how weak we were. So Black Lives Matter didn't do any damn thing that competes with that. I mean, you want to talk about the world is laughing at us or embarrassing ourselves on the world scale? That's a good example of it. I don't see how setting a CVS or a Best Buy on fire competes with that. That's my opinion. Maybe you have a different opinion. You're totally fine to have one. And I don't, I'll reach your opinion. You can challenge me any way you want. I got thick skin. Feel free to bring it on. But at the end of the day, we showed the world our soft side. We showed them just by having a bunch of folks who were angry. You could run up and literally take over the building with all of the head of the U.S. government in it. You can set a lot of Best Buys on fire that does not have that effect. And I will submit this to you. You'll still be hearing about January 6th 100 years from now. You won't hear anything about Ferguson, Kyle Rittenhouse. All of that shit will be ancient history. You won't hear anything about that. What happened on January 6th, you'll still be hearing about that 100 years from now. They'll still be discussing that. That's the difference. That's the difference. Significant difference. One is historic. The other one is a regional history. We'll talk about it around our lifetime, but just like you don't really hear about a lot of the riots that took place during the Martin Luther King era. That stuff's kind of outdated. But taking over the Capitol building would still be part of history. Big difference. Looking in the comments, January 6th was anger towards stealing an election through mail-in ballots due to COVID. Well, Paul Spicer, fact is, there's not enough evidence to prove that the election was stolen. As I constantly bring up all the time, big difference between showing fraud and showing an election was stolen. Trump told those folks he won by a landslide. We still don't have evidence of that. In fact, I've talked to a lot of MAGA, and even a lot of MAGA now believes that, listen, Trump likely won. There was a lot of cheating, but even most MAGA now believes that Trump's claim that he won by a landslide is likely not true. Even a lot of them believe that Trump exaggerated on that he didn't have a right to say he won by, maybe he won. I think the Democrats was cheating. Biden was, Trump was way up. All of a sudden, the next morning, Biden wins. I think the Democrats may have cheated, but the whole I won by a landslide claim, even a lot of MAGA believes that is exaggerated. People got killed. People got killed behind that. JMG, good afternoon. Kennedy voters will stay home now. Yeah, potentially. Depends on what Kennedy tells them, potentially. He lost, move on. I I agree with that, but I don't know if that's going to happen if he doesn't tell them he lost. Bringing up another guest, I saw a bunch of flags at the Kamala Harris rally. Tim, remember that guy said there was no flags? Yeah, I remember that, and I did see the flags last night. But look, at the end of the day, I don't believe that having a bunch of United States flags around you really means anything. I mean, it's showmanship to me. That's all I look at it like. I mean, you could have a bunch of U.S. flags around you and be on some very evil shit. Okay, fair enough. You got flags, so what? But there was a lot of folks on the right saying the Democrats don't have flags around them. Naeem Barber says, don't even talk about the bombing in Philly no more. What was the bombing about? Because sometimes it's not the act, it's the significance of it. I mean, you realize how many mass casualty events we've had, but yet the death of President Kennedy. Let's take something like the Mandalay Bay. That's the most heinous mass unaliving event in U.S. history. The one at the Mandalay Bay where the guy shooting across the street. Now compare that to the taking of the life of President Kennedy. That's one dude. The guy at Mandalay Bay took the lives of like 60 people. You're going to hear about President Kennedy far more historically than you will Mandalay Bay. So sometimes it's not the act, it's the significance of it. The significance of what took place on January 6th is in a different galaxy than what happened during the Black Lives Matter riots and rallies. It's just in a different galaxy. That's why, why aren't you? Well, one is way bigger. One has a much greater significance. That's all I'm saying. Real quick, disappointed pro-Palestinian activists said Kamala Harris' speech to close the Democratic convention in Chicago failed to demonstrate any. Well, Sarah, before I go back to the box, I don't know why I'm having issues with bringing up guests. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 130. We'll see if we can get the box to work on the next guest. In regards to the pro-Palestinian activists, some folks are not going to be happy no matter what. And when it comes to the Palestinian activists, we got one or two choices in 74 days, I think it is, Trump or Kamala. You think the pro-Palestinian activists are going to be happy with either one of them? I'm just being honest with you. Both sides of the aisle are pro-Israel. We can debate which one is more pro-Israel, but with Netanyahu coming to America and going to Mar-a-Lago while Kamala Harris went to a funeral of a friend, it's pretty clear that the pro-Palestinian protesters are not going to get what they want if they get rid of the liberals and put in Trump. It's just not going to happen. But I will tell you this. It is beneficial to Trump and the right to keep plastering the, you're talking about in 1985. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, it's the significance. But I will say this, though. It is beneficial to the right to keep putting the pro-Palestinian protesters on television. Because if they pissed off, they're not going to vote for the Democrats. So the right is constantly putting them on television, letting them kind of have their say, but at the end of the day, let's say the liberals completely get their ass kicked in November and Trump wins. You really think the right is going to give a damn about the plight of those protesters? Those folks who are protesting on behalf of Palestine, if the right, who is putting them all on TV, letting them speak, if the right ends up winning the election, you won't see or hear from them people ever again on Fox News. They don't give a damn. This is what we're talking about, exploitation. They're only using those protesters because they're hoping that their outcries will piss off some liberals and lead to them not voting for Kamala Harris. Once the job is done, they will have no use or tolerance for those protesters at all. In fact, you'll start seeing likely what Trump did. Fucking tear gas them and get them out the middle of the damn street. So any of them folks who believe that, well, Harris and Biden are not doing what we want, you're not going to get what you want from Trump either. Both sides are pro-Israel. You're not going to get what you want from Trump. But right now, I do believe the right is exploiting those folks. They're exploiting them, putting them all on TV, showing them on the outside of the DNC rally like they really think, were we hoping you get your message out? No, you're not. You're here to hopefully hurt the liberals. Once you do that, you're not going to ever see those folks on Fox News again. Looking in the comments, she has no clue she's evil, Trump said, suggesting as Vice President Harris has failed at her task related to the border, Kamala Harris. Well, Sarah, I don't believe that Kamala Harris has done a great job. Well, I don't believe that the Biden administration has done a great job at the border. But evil? Where the hell does that come from? This is what Nikki Haley, Karl Rove, and even Kellyanne Conway has said about Trump on a host of television networks, particularly Fox News, is that he needs to get away from the personal attacks. Stick to policies. Why the hell are you calling Kamala Harris evil? What has she done to dictate that she's evil? That's just some personal shit. She hasn't done anything. Maybe if you want to say she's incompetent, fair enough. If you want to say she's not right for the position, evil? What has she done? What has she done to lead you to believe she's evil? That's where I do believe Trump is going a bit too far, and it can turn off voters. It can turn people off. Let me go back to the box. They call Trump evil, but that's okay. Handsome, come on, man. Dan, fair point. I'm sure people have called Trump evil as well. But let me just say this, for instance. Anytime somebody is criticizing Trump for personal attacks, why is the response always, well, somebody did it to him first? You ever heard of the phrase Marsha, Marsha, Marsha? Why is it, well, he did it too. They started it. Why does he have to get involved in that? If what he is doing doesn't look right, why do you, well, somebody else did it to him first. As I always say, you don't have to show up to every fight you're invited to. Just because somebody is criticizing you doesn't mean you have to do it back. Sometimes not taking a higher road can make you look worse than the person that may have originally attacked you. But constantly respond, well, they did it to him first. You don't have to respond to it. You realize how many people on this damn program, libtard, sellout, Uncle Tom, snowflake, so I get called every fucking name in the book. And I appreciate the fact that you guys participate, you show up. If you're passionate about your damn opinion, come anytime, come with it. I have thick skin. That's what a president needs to have. All of this way. He started it too. Get the fuck out of here with that. You are commander-in-chief of a country of over 350 million people. Damn it, everybody ain't gonna like you. You wanna get in a fight with everybody? So if for some reason Trump is not successful in November, think about that. I had to fight everybody back. Think about that. Let me go back to the next guest. Handsome, if Trump actually got pew-pewed, what does it say? Because of, wait a minute. Handsome, Trump actually got pew-pewed because of the heated rhetoric. You don't know that. Could be possible, but you don't know that. I mean, you don't, at the end of the day, they haven't released the folks who actually have access to the actual deceased assailant. They haven't released it. That was why they tried to do that. You don't know. You don't know. But I will tell you this, if there is one thing that Trump is not, he's not an innocent victim just being attacked by everybody. He is launching a hell of a lot of counterattacks as well. Maybe if he did just be a presidential professional guy trying to lead this country and do what's right and shake off the damn attacks, maybe you wouldn't have this. But you like to see him fight back, so this is what we have. King Finn, good afternoon. You just don't have to do it. 330 million people, everybody's not gonna like you. King, good afternoon.
You know that's not what Trump gonna do, man. Trump gonna keep talking till you get tired of hearing him talk and want to slap him in the face. Now, I'm not saying you should, but that's what he gonna do, because that's just the person he is. He think that every time you say something to him like a damn toddler, like my baby or something, my 5-year-old, every time you say something to him, you got to say something back. Well, he did it. Why did I? He got a whole nation, 74 million people doing the same damn thing.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of hearing y'all, these Republicans talk about, oh, go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying as well. Is that this whole Marsha, he did it first stuff. I mean, like I said, you got a country with hundreds of millions of people in it. People are going to attack you. You can't. You don't listen. If you're trying to make America great, you shouldn't have time to respond to every damn body.
Exactly. I'm so tired of these people talking about, oh, the border is so horrible. He's saying that there are, 18? What was the number?
18 million
people, 24 million?
Yeah.
I don't know. He lied about it so much, you know what I'm saying? It don't even matter. It's a lot of people crossing. Let's just say that. Okay, let's just tell the truth. It's an unknown number of people crossing. Now, that's the truth. Yeah. It might be an unknown number of people crossing, okay? But then let's actually go tell the truth. Immigration it wasn't just a problem when Biden and Harris got in office. Right. It was a problem when Obama was in office. It was a problem when.
Let me interrupt you. Hold on. But let me interrupt you to say this. The reason why Kamala and Biden, but Kamala in particular, the reason they get hammered so much is Kamala's on record saying that there was no problem at the border, and that's a flat out lie. I agree with you. It's been a problem under many presidents, but for her to take 2 years to go down there and then say there's no problem, she does deserve criticism for that.
Okay, I'll give her some criticism. I can understand that. And like I said, like I told you plenty of times before, just because I'm a Democrat does not mean that I appreciate or agree with everything that they do.
Okay.
Because I have a couple of qualms against Kamala, against Biden. I had some against Obama. But I'll tell you what it does mean. It means we're fucking human. Yeah. It means we are people. We as Democrats, and maybe I'm speaking for myself, I don't think Trump's a god who's gonna snap his finger and fucking fix everything. The Republicans do. The people follow him, MAGA, think he's gonna wave his little easy hands, and all of a sudden the border problems are gonna go away. Everybody's gonna love everybody. Jan 6 is not gonna happen again. Or wait, he's gonna become a dictatorship. And he's gonna outlaw everything.
I will.
That type of shit is stupid.
Yeah, but I'm going to play devil's advocate. I will, in defense of Trump, say that although I agree with you, nobody is going to snap their fingers and solve everything. But if it comes to the border, by far, I believe Trump would be more effective at the border than any president we've had in our lifetime. Because I say this all the time, I believe Trump is so gung-ho on securing the border that he would even break the law to do it. I mean, up to and including lethal force. So I don't think anybody's going to be more successful at the border than Trump.
I think he would too. But the question of it is the question I have of you, and I'm going to play devil's advocate against you this time, is are you okay with him doing that?
No.
To quote unquote secure the border? Because what we're talking about is him doing a mass deportation. Some of those people, and a lot of those people, since he got in office, have received hate speech. They've received hate crimes. There are Mexicans and Asian Americans out in California and other places that are being hit, beat upside the head, shot and killed because of the hate speech and the hate acts that people are doing because of the hate that man has brought out. I'm not okay with that. Now, would he be effective on the border? Possibly, if he ever listened to anybody.
I think he would be.
Actually took time to think about something.
Yeah, I think he would be very effective.
I'm not okay where he's going with the mass deportation. Because here's the facts. There are a lot of Mexican American people and people of Latino descent who actually were born here. And if he starts a mass deportation, you don't know, your cousin, your brother, your auntie, your uncle could be deportated, and they are American citizens.
Yeah. I will say this. Hold on. I will say this. Somebody pointed out, you know, when I said that Trump will secure the border up to and including lethal force, and they said, oh, well, why didn't he do it when he was in office? Well, he did try. He tried the Muslim ban. There are rumors he talked about putting a moat with dangerous animals. There's rumors talking about he suggested shooting people at least in the leg. He was trying to do it. The Muslim ban got shot down by the Supreme Court. He was attempting to do some of this stuff while he was in office the first time. Talked about 5. They also shot down his suggestion that if you're caught entering the country illegally, you get a minimum of 5 years in prison. He was doing some of that stuff.
I just don't think the extremities, the extreme way he's doing it, the moat idea. What are we in Middle Earth? This ain't fucking Lord of the Rings. Like, I can understand. I might even go for that if you are caught illegally entering the country that you serve some jail time. Okay, that could work. A moat? No. Shooting people? No. Come on, man.
What about a total? What about a total?
Nobody he ain't thinking about shit.
What about a total Muslim ban?
What about?
A total ban on all Muslims coming.
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, he tried that too.
Again, we go back to the point about Ellis Island. Bring me your tide and your weary. Is that not what that statute says?
Yeah, but you know that
ain't.
ain't.
Is a bunch of immigrants who came over here from Britain.
Well, you know we never. You know they were just talking.
Outlaw that.
You know they didn't mean that.
I don't care what they meant. That's what they put on it.
Yeah.
If you don't mean that, don't say that. Pull the plaque off the statue and say something different.
Yeah.
We only allow this many people in. You know what I'm saying? Say something different. Don't fuck around. Don't fuck around about it. Be about it.
Yeah.
Do the shit expeditiously, like Joe Clark said. Do it expeditiously. What the hell? Like, keep it real. Like, no, we either you say we can't do this or we can, but you can't be in the middle. So that's the damn problem. The problem with all of the politicians is they pander to each other. I agree with you. Something said, yeah, Kamala panders a little bit, but so does all of the damn politicians. The thing about it is where is it good at? Where is the middle ground at? You see what I'm saying? How can you achieve what you need to achieve? What are you looking for and what are you going to vote for is what they're doing.
Yeah.
With Trump, I'm not voting for a damn thing that Orange Trump say because I don't think he's going to do shit but try to take over power and turn this world, turn America into the Handmaid's Tale. Hell, he already started. He took away Roe versus Wade.
But Trump, wait a minute, Trump, hold on, hang on. Trump is on record saying he is not for these draconian abortion bans. He said he's not for it. He believes in exceptions.
That's funny. Then why did he take it away in the first place?
He didn't. He gave it back to the states.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. He's on record in a speech. He's on record on TV saying nobody else could have got it done. I was the one who could have got it. The only one who could have got it done. I did it. I took away Roe versus Wade. Yeah. Even his advisors look at him crazy. Like, what the hell did you say that for? The old man is old manning again.
Oh.
Keep it real with him. You know he said that shit.
Oh.
You know he did that shit.
Yeah. He did take credit for it. I'm not going to lie, but now that it's becoming unpopular, he's saying, look.
I was the only one who could have did it.
Yeah. He did. He has taken part.
I was the only one who could have did it.
Yeah.
Keep that shit. You know that's a damn lie. He okay with it. And I first of all, that's my main problem with this motherfucker. How your nasty, unmoral ass gonna tell somebody they can't have a kid or they shouldn't be having kids? I'm sorry. Wait, what? You for real? Three ex-wives? You cheating on your third wife with a hooker in the hotel? You just got done paying off $130,000 for one hooker. You got a whole nother case with an NDA for another porn star, and you get to tell somebody what they can and can't do with their body?
You sure you sure King? You sure you don't just have Trump derangement syndrome? You sound like you really hate the guy.
I don't hate him. I don't like what he stands for, which is literally nothing. I told you already, man. Did you get any of the messages I sent you where he froze up on stage and he was taking a shit?
Yeah.
Get any of those? I sent you a whole bunch of them. I've been sending them left and right. We standing up there, he froze up, took a shit, like paused for 3 minutes. You know I'm not lying. I know you seen them, dog. I know you seen them. Doc, I know you seen them. Don't front.
I did see it. I did see it, but I don't.
My man be standing up there for 2 hours.
I don't.
3 hours. He ain't got to go to the bathroom not once. Something's fishy. The Penn's biggest investor.
Oh,
just saying. Okay. Keep it 100.
Oh my God. I gotta go.
I'm already burnt up Maga's ass.
No.
So let me go ahead. Hey, depends. Your leader wears them. He probably got the most damn diaper stock in the world. Johnson & Johnson go through the roof because of Trump right now.
You are nothing less than cruel. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming through. That is cruel. Let me. As I said, folks, I'm trying to find some of the folks on the MAGA side of that. Most of my guests seem to be leaning right, so I'll just leave it at that. I mean, leaning left, but it's not done intentionally. Real quick, I wanted to point this out. I've played it on many other lives before, but it's not uncommon to have folks say it never took place. But because I said before when I said that I do believe that Trump would be better at the border because I believe that he would do whatever it took, including breaking the law, lethal force, Incarceration, draconian incarceration, because I believe he wanted a 5-year minimum prison sentence if you're caught entering the country illegally. That's pretty heavy. I mean, now there are other countries that will throw you in prison for a significant period of time if you're caught entering their country illegally as well. But it's not any first world country. If you get 5 years in prison for entering the country illegally, it's probably some developing or third world dictatorship. I mean, it's a pretty bad country. You're not going to enter France or England or Italy illegally and get 5 years in prison. I mean, so yeah, Trump's stance was pretty damn harsh on that. Here's another one that folks often say never happened. If I can get my program right. But this is another one people often say it never took place.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Now, he continued on by saying we have no choice, but it's not. The idea that somebody might say it's taken out of context or something like that is not true. That's what he said, and I mean, to some degree, it is what it is. I think here's a little bit longer of it, but it's basically the same thing. Him saying that he wants this ban. Why the hell did I just simply lose all audio? Don't know why that's going on. But
for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice. We have no choice.
And that's all he said. I mean, and that was shot down. That was shot down. Now keep in mind, he said he wants a Muslim ban. Could be anybody, by the way. I mean, hell, is folks from I mean, it could be anybody from, Egyptians all the way to Kuwaitis. I mean, it could be. We have allies in the Muslim community. He didn't, because a lot of folks were saying no, he didn't say that. He was only talking about these terroristic nations. No, you don't hear any nations being mentioned there. A total and complete ban of Muslims entering the country. So that could be anyone. I mean, that is a total ban based solely on your religious affiliation. I mean, there are Muslims all over the world. That is a religious ban, which is obviously unconstitutional. And that's why it was shot down. And I see in the comments, Megan says he can't do that. Yeah, the Supreme Court stopped him. But he did try to do this. He did actually try to do this. So this is what I'm saying when I say that Trump would secure the border better than anybody. Because he break the law to do it. I do believe that if Trump was president, it would be reduced to a trickle. I mean, you might be able to count on one hand how many people crossing the border under the Trump watch. Because it would be, the punishments and the outcome would be so severe that, I don't think nobody would want to dare do it. I really think that it would be draconian. So I do believe by far Trump would be the best at securing the southern border, because you can't beat somebody that's willing to go above and beyond the law. And I see in the comments, Reg says that's the point. Breaking the law equals good, says Bandito. Yeah, bag full of snakes. One is poison and stick your hand in the bag or back away. Damn. Muslims are not coming across the southern border, Tim. Says Eddie. Yes, some of them are. They have caught folks from the Middle East crossing the border, which, in my opinion, actually substantiates some of the claims that Trump is making, that you're not vetting these people. I mean, let's be clear. If you are from the Middle East or Asia, for that matter, and you're entering across the southern border, you went to the airport and they marked something down in your ticket, and they suddenly want to take your ass to the back room and stick probes up your ass and everything, tell you, well, you got flagged for some reason. If you're coming across the southern border, now I know I'm going to piss off some liberals when I say it, but if you're coming across the southern border and you're from the Middle East, you're from Asia, you should trigger all sorts of flags. How the hell did you get here? Why are you entering by this method? Now, it's different if you come from Asia, you're flying to Mexico City, you're flying to Guadalajara somewhere, and then you indeed purchase a plane ticket and then fly into San Diego. That's one thing. But you're on foot, and you originated in Asia, in the middle. That should trigger every red flag known to man. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some folks disagree with it, but I do not. That doesn't make sense. Why are you walking across the southern border on foot, and it shows you originated in Asia? Something's wrong with that. Looking in the comments, under a bill with Biden administration, Panama is already conducting repatriation flights and sending would-be border crossers back home. Why the hell did they get? How did they get to Panama in the first place? How are you going to tell me you need to enter America, financial hardship, seeking asylum, when you flew on an aircraft from somewhere else, hundreds, if not thousands of miles away, landed in South or Central America, and then found your way up? It sounds to me like you should have stopped in one of those other countries. I do believe, to me, there's some pushback. This is why I don't always disagree with everything MAGA says. I do believe there should be some pushback to that. If you are running from something that is threatening your life, or whatever the case may be, which is what a lot of asylum seekers claim, well, then you stop at the first country that's not the one that's threatening you. You're on the run. You don't get to pick and choose. Why did you skip all these damn countries? I do believe that's something to be pointed out. Looking in the comments, I don't want a potential radical president who is willing to steal others' ideas, patents, because she can. Wait a minute, I don't. This is the real Planet X says. I don't want a potential radical president who's willing to steal others' ideas, patents, because she can. Red flags. Don't want a thief as president. Well, you live in America. We steal all types of shit. I mean, there's a reason why all these countries south of the border are doing so damn bad. All of Texas was stolen by a president that was a thief. That's the American way. You said, I don't want a thief as president. How the hell you think we got this great nation? A lot of it is by theft. So I hear your point, but you're about 250 years too late. Real quick, looking in the comments, and when you say I don't want a potential radical, and by killing Funky Coleman, did it right. Not only stealing, but murdering the original owners. But in regards to your other comment, I don't want a potential radical president. Folks, let's just be clear. In this tribalistic environment, no matter who your opposition is, you're going to label him as a radical. Every single Democrat that could have ran against Trump would have been called a radical by the right. We're now in an environment where nobody even recognizes moderates. As I always say on the program, because I'm somewhat in the middle, I get called a piece of shit by everybody on all sides of the aisle. Nobody likes moderates anymore. You're either far left or you're far right. That's kind of it. In 2016, Hillary beat out a host of other Democrats to run against Trump. Christian Hildebrand, I'm trying to think of some of the folks. Andrew Yang was in that crowd. Cory Booker, all of them, every single one of them, all 16 of them, would have been called radicals by Trump, by his supporters, by the right. You don't recognize a moderate. Every Democratic politician out there is a moderate, is a radical to you folks. From AOC to Bernie Sanders to Joe Biden, they're all radicals. You don't recognize anything else. So you don't want a radical as president, I don't want the opposition. Everybody's a radical to you. Looking in the comments real quick, because if you're in the middle, you are right now. The lunatics have moved everything to the right. I don't buy that. I mean, there is a such thing as the far left. It does exist. There is a such thing as the far right. It does exist. Both sides don't like to talk about it much. You'll never see Fox News talking about far right. It's always far right. Far right exists too. But yeah, I wish we had more people that were more moderates. The days of Newt Gingrich and Joe Biden working together, I wish we had that. We don't have that anymore. Nobody works with each other. I mean, you get to the point now where even the right don't want to work with the right. The left don't even want to work with the left. It's gotten that damn divided. Tip Turtle said, Border Patrol are cops. You were watching an earlier live. I know that. So do you think Donald Trump is going to work with the Democrats? No. No. In fact, I believe that if Trump wins, some Democrats would be better off getting another permanent stamp on their passport. No. And by the way, Steve Bannon, who is currently incarcerated for a few more weeks, stated it to he was on This Week with George Stephanopoulos, but I can't think of the other guy's name that was filling in. I watched it personally, but Steve Bannon has already said James Comey of the FBI will be investigated. He mentioned General Milley. I don't know if he said Hillary Clinton or not, but they already made it clear if Trump wins, they're going to be seeking incarcerations from people. So, no, he's not going to work with the Democrats. He's going to be Trump believes the Democratic Party tried to have him thrown in jail, if not in a grave. He has vendettas to settle. Not going to be working with anybody on the Democratic side. It's going to be this means war type environment. How many folks have been telling me on the show already that Trump launches personal attacks because they attacked him first? If you don't even let people get away with saying something nasty about you, you damn sure is not going to let them get away if you believe they tried to lock you up. If Trump wins, it's Battle City, period. That's it. If you're not letting personal attacks get by you, you're damn sure not going to let what you believe are wrongful incarcerations and a bullet get by you. And I don't think MAGA would tell them to stop. It's going to be Battle City. Looking in the comments, I was reading recently that one of the cities that declared themselves a sanctuary city has taken in so many travelers, they are now bankrupt. I'd have to hear the source. I'd have to hear the source of that. I mean, because any anti-immigration, anti-sanctuary city site is going to portray the worst of taking in immigrants. So I'd have to hear the source of where that came from. Let me try the comment section, or better, going back to the box again. Nisi, good evening. Welcome to the program, assuming it brings her up. Somebody says fake news again. Nisi, good evening. Nisi, you're on mute. Are you there? All right, she's in, but she's on mute.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, handsome.
Hey.
Yeah, I was trying to meet myself. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. What brought you on?
You know, I always got to say something. It's always a counterattack. All right, so let me ask you this.
Sure.
You know, like they always say about the border, and I understand that we should be doing more at the border. I agree with that. But at the end of the day, how long the border been open? 20 years now, right?
To some degree, well, it ain't been open. It ain't been open, but we've had a problem with it for a long time.
Yeah, but when he took that, the problem what happened was during COVID, they put the Title 42. So those people were still sitting over there waiting for the title to end. As soon as that title ended, we did get a fluxure of immigrants coming in because they've been waiting since the pandemic took it over to come here. So it did increase. I do agree that it did increase on the body because of the Title 42.
But hold on a second. Under Trump, those COVID extensions would have lasted longer. If Trump was in office right now, certainly with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, they would still be being denied entry due to those COVID restrictions. It would not have been lifted.
Right, but because of 6-3. They didn't give Biden the chance. So now it looks bad on Biden because of that. So It's not really Biden's fault. It's really because I do believe when Trump was there, they probably would still have 6-3. They would have let them keep that there. But because of that, they have to look at all the, people don't look at everything as a whole. They have to look at one specific thing. It's a whole thing, the problem. Not just one problem. Because Biden did ask for extension. He did ask for it. And they denied him.
Well, here's the problem, though, Nisi. Biden and Kamala Harris especially are on record saying that there's no major issue at the border. That did not...
Yes, she did say that. I do
Yeah.
She did say that. And I guess they fudged it a little bit. They did fudge it. I guess they didn't want them to stick in the 10 months. So and Trump ran on it. And Trump did run on it.
Well,
But the thing is, I just read something the other day. And what the guy said before that because of them saying all this stuff about the migrants, they're getting attacked more because of that. Do you know in New York, it was, I want to say last week or week before last, and I just happened to be scrolling through my feed, that a guy in New York got mad that he had to go pick up stuff around for when the migrants are at New York in the park.
okay, hang on a second. Are you moving away? Because your audio is going in and out. So
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
you were better, but you sound like you were closer to the mic. You got more clearer. Like you're really tinny. It's hard to make you out.
Okay. Hold on. It might be. Hold on. It might be because I'm by the fan.
That's much better right there.
Okay, yeah, it's by the fan. Okay, so I was looking through my feed and I noticed that it was like last week in New York. So I guess when they come out the shelter, they go and sit in this park or whatever, and the guy got mad that he had to clean up the stuff from the migrants, and he went back and killed the migrants. It was in New York like last week sometime.
Wow.
This was last week. Yeah, he went back and said that this is not your country and killed him. I'm alive here, I'm sorry.
Where did this happen at?
In New York last week.
Wow.
Yeah, look it up. I forgot the guy's name, but it came across my feed actually today. I actually saw it today, and I was like, God, they're unaliving them because of this now. And he said they don't belong here anyway.
I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, because they're doing something like that in England. At the end of the day, you're always going to have people who don't want immigrants in any country. Because when I lived in Australia, there were people who didn't want me to because they thought I was from Africa. And I remember being in the immigration lab myself, getting my documentation up, and people were telling me to go back to my own country. But at the end of it, but what you're talking about, I'm assuming is not very common. As bad as it sounds, it shouldn't happen to anybody, but that's not like that's happening everywhere.
Right, I say, but it's the same thing when he called it the China virus.
Yeah.
People, his followers are very vicious, and when he tells them something, and it's not, and I don't blame them because everybody wants to believe in their candidate, and we believe in it, they believe in it, but it's different when they start to viciously attack other people. That's because it trickles down. When he says it goes, if he told you tomorrow that he didn't like somebody, they're gonna go after them. Yeah. But like you were saying, as a leader, if he wants to be a leader, you have to be a leader for all, not just for some.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And I will speak on it in a minute. I got to move it on because your audio still kind of going in and out, but I will speak on what you just said.
It's my earpiece. I be trying. I know every time you put me up there, something on my head. But I do appreciate you brought me up, and I always love to come up and talk to you.
Thank you, Nisi. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Y'all have a good day.
You too, as well. I will say this in regards to what my last guest was talking about, which now she's saying that someone with an anti-immigrant stance in New York took the life, I think, of at least one immigrant. I couldn't quite make out what she's saying was multiple, but rhetoric does have consequences. Now, MAGA doesn't necessarily like to hear folks suggesting that anti-immigrant rhetoric can lead to their lives. But if you believe that Trump had a hit on his own life due to rhetoric, understand that rhetoric does have consequences. And, when you're saying that 18 million folks have come in this country, they didn't come in the country, they invaded it. They're vermin. They're poisoning the blood of the country. They're sexual assaulters and they're taking life. Yeah, that creates hatred. And I can certainly see, because this is happening in the UK right now, where they have an immigration problem in England as well. And just like Fox News is attempting to do, where they're trying to portray every crime committed by an immigrant and plaster it all over television, which creates these feelings of anger. Well, they did it in the UK, and a Muslim guy, I believe he stabbed a young kid or something like that. And according to the authorities, the Muslim that did this, that took the life of this kid or whatever, was born in the UK. He's not even an immigrant. He was born in the country, but he's of Muslim descent. And the far right, the anti-immigrant crowd over there, found one of the hotels, just like they have hotels in New York and Chicago, where they put these immigrants in the hotel so they'll have somewhere to stay. They tried to burn the place down. They actually tried to, they surrounded it, preventing even the police from protecting it, and tried to burn it down and kill them all. That's what happens when you portray these folks as abusive to children. They're invaders. They're here to steal everything. I mean, everything. If you listen to Trump, and to a lesser degree MAGA as well, everything the immigrants have come to America to do is bad for Americans, up to and including taking lives, harming children. I mean, it's awful. So I will tell you this, in my humble opinion, it can lead to murders. It can lead to people getting their lives taken. At the end of the day, even if I truly believed someone was here to take American lives, here to do bad things to kids and women, I wouldn't care if they lost their life. If I believed that, I wouldn't care. And that's where you have it. A lot of people do believe what Trump is saying. So yeah, if something happens to them, people aren't going to give a damn. People are not going to give a damn. This could lead to lots of people being harmed. I really believe it's really, really dangerous rhetoric. I always bring up Kristallnacht for some of my World War II historians out there. Kristallnacht, that's a German word, but it means the night of broken glass, was when the rhetoric against the Jewish led to a night where essentially racists went around the Jewish region, setting fire, burning all their shops, taking their lives and all of that. We had one here called Black Wall Street. I mean, this is what happens when you tell people that one group of folks are really, really bad and you gin up a crowd of angry people. You create mobs, and this is what they do. That is what happened in the UK. It's what happened throughout history in America. And if we keep saying that these folks are here to unalive and sexually assault everybody, it's going to happen to them too. If Trump gets elected and he keeps saying that these folks are all here to invade the country and do all this bad stuff, it's like, I'll give you an example. Remember when there was the whole group of truckers or the caravan of patriots that were going to go down to the southern border and protect it? Trump was not president during that time. I stated when it was happening that if Trump was president, he would have been leading that caravan. If any of them folks happen to get out of hand, beat the hell up out of an immigrant or something, you think that Trump would have been in favor of any of them being prosecuted? This is what happens. This is what happens. Just like folks say, what happened on January 6th, just the mob got out of hand. All it takes is for a few people. The same thing with the Black Lives Matter stuff. All it takes is for a few people to start doing something dumb, and it snowballs. Before you know it, you got whole Hispanic areas being set on fire, just like Kristallnacht. All it takes is, this is how, like I said, the Black Lives Matter stuff takes off like that. All it takes is for a few people to do it, and the anger of everybody else comes up. This could easily happen to Hispanic neighborhoods in America if this continues on. It could easily happen. Because he's not going to stop saying it. They're here to unalive and sexually assault women and children. That's what he's telling everybody. Dangerous stuff, in my opinion. The only reason why the Cubans weren't terrorized was because of Reagan. He gave them amnesty. Well, Trump is not going to do that. Trump is not going to do that. Every nationality that has ever come here has always had folks that didn't want them here. Yeah, Diana Nelson, I agree with that, but I think what Trump is doing is taking it to a whole new level by accusing them all of being, violent felons. They're all being let out of insane asylums and prisons. Every single thing Trump is saying about the immigrants coming here across the southern border is it's not just negative, it's like violently negative. Like, I mean, he's really portraying those folks coming across the border as just, what did he call them? Bad hombres. Just like violently negative. Like they're just coming here to really, really do bad stuff. So if you believe that, who the hell would care if a few of them lose their lives? I mean, at the end of the day, they're all invaders and vermin anyway. This is how people get killed. I just want to say that. Going back to the box. Holiday. Shout out to Madonna, one of my favorite songs of the 80s. Holiday 1360. There are many bad hombres. Well, Fancy, he's not suggesting there's any good immigrants among them. He's making it sound like they're all doing it. They're not sending us their best and brightest. They're only sending us people coming to take people's lives and sexually assault women. Very, very bad rhetoric. Very bad rhetoric. Trump's getting rid of McDonald's now. What? What the hell are you talking about? Appreciate you folks that are tapping the screen on this later in the evening live. And for some of you folks who may be following the program and subscribing on YouTube, certainly thank you as well. The box is coming up. The border will not be fixed until both sides are fixed. Border will never be fixed. As long as we have significantly more wealth than our neighbors are going to be trying to get into the country. It's as simple as that. There is a huge difference between the quality of life in Mexico versus America. Until that changes, they're going to always be trying to get here. Now, as I said, I do believe Trump would do a much better job securing the border, but it is what it is. My last guest was not able to come up. Looking in the comment section, could have been fixed for $25 billion, not the $451 billion per year we are now paying. I would love to hear you elaborate on how. I think there are a lot of young people in here. Look it up. Hitler called the disabled and Jewish vermin way because Trump did. Like I said, I don't know why Trump is using that language other than maybe he's got a copy of Mein Kampf laying around or something. Vermin? Who the hell calls people vermin? Other than Adolf. Who the hell uses that term in the 2000s? Like I said, unless he has a copy of Mein Kampf or something. Nobody calls people vermin. So, I mean, other than hearing that coming from straight out of Germany, it is what it is. Dude, he was there 4 years, didn't do shit. We need Mexico to survive. Well, in regards to he didn't do shit, he certainly tried to secure that border to almost a violent extent. Well, his first wife did say he did allegedly, of course. Yeah, well, Megan, yeah, I mean, like I said, it does sound like Trump is using some stuff out of that playbook. It does. Vermin? Who uses that term? Who calls people vermin? Immigrants pay almost $2 billion in taxes every year. Yeah, you won't hear that though. I mean, like I said, when you hear Trump speak, it's all negative about that. Steve Bannon stole the money that raised up for the wall. That is true. Wasn't he pardoned for that? Because he was allowing people to buy a brick to go in the wall, and your name could be on it, and it never happened. And yeah. That's crazy. I mean, I guess people really want to secure the border, so you can build a brick on the wall, put your name on it. Wow, that's crazy. But people did pay for that, and yeah, it never happened, and they never got their money back. Historically, the United States economy did better on average when Democrats were president. I do believe that, but some would have a different opinion. Fancy said murderers are vermin. Stop misquoting. I don't even know who refers to murderers as vermin. Who uses that language? And by the way, vermin is not the only term he used. Poison in the blood of our nation. He used that one as well. Once again, straight out of that playbook. Nobody, who uses this stuff? How? I mean, like literally, it's like you're looking for, give me a synonym for the worst thing you can say about this group of people. That's what it sounds like he was doing. Like, I want to come up with the worst way of describing. They don't all fit that narrative. They don't. I mean, what Trump is doing to me is, like I said, it could lead to somebody getting killed. People who butcher women and children are vermin. 18 million illegals. How many of those are butchering women and children? Out of 18, because Trump claims it's 18 million. How many cases of women and children are being butchered? Why do we pretend like these folks are this damn violent? The truth will do. We need to vet who is coming in this damn country. We need to secure our border. I'm for the wall. The truth is sufficient. You don't need to portray these people as, the second coming of Satan to make your point. The truth is sufficient. What Trump is saying is a gross exaggeration to gin up people's anger and fear. The truth is, Biden is not doing a good job. The truth is sufficient. You don't need to make up all of these wild ass tales of murder and mayhem. It's not happening. What is the commercial where the guy says I'm mayhem? I mean, it's not that bad. It's nowhere near as bad as what he's telling you. Don't you understand? There's tunnels. People are using that. Then wait a minute. Don't you understand? There's tunnels. People are using that then to come through the border because of Border Patrol. People leave Mexico to America for a better lifestyle. Well, yeah, there are tunnels and all of that. I'm not disagreeing that they're always going to find a way. But the more hurdles you put up, the less people that are going to be successful. Okay, you build a wall, they build a tunnel. You find a way to cement the tunnel, then they got to build. I mean, the goal is to continue making an effort. Not to just do what Biden, none's going to work, so let's not really do anything. No, you can put sensors in the ground to detect motion happening underground, because obviously you got to drill the damn tunnels. You got to do work. The goal is to slow it down. You're never going to get zero. I get that. But Trump was willing to make the effort. This whole nothing will work, so let's try nothing. To me, that doesn't make sense. But at the same time, you don't have to pretend like they're all coming here to take people's lives and all this shit either to make a point. Walls on a 2,000-mile border aren't going to work. Use drones. Well, why not a combination of every damn thing? Drones, patrols, sensors, barbed wire, natural borders like mountain. Why not use everything? Why keep discounting some things? There's plenty of flat land down in that. I mean, I was in El Paso. I got a picture of me standing by the wall. I mean, it's in El Paso, walls work. Maybe in the mountains they don't. I mean, this is where the Trump side, in my opinion, is far more effective at this, because they're not making up all these excuses. Just use what works in each region. In the areas where the wall don't work, maybe you have more patrols. When I once got out, I used to be an over-the-road driver. I used to take plenty of loads down to Laredo and Farr and McAllen and all the border towns. I once got out in the middle of, way down on the border. I got out of the vehicle, take a piss in the middle of the desert. There's nobody out there. So I got out to take a piss. And while I'm standing there taking a piss, I could hear some real silent, low-level buzzing sound in the air. I look up, I couldn't see much. Now, it wasn't one of these things. You guys talking about drones, it wasn't nothing like this. You know what it was? It was a dirigible, like a blimp, completely white, so you could barely see it in the sky, very silent propellers, and it was looking at me pissed. and I'm not making this up. I tried to take a picture of it and you could barely see it, but I could see that it had electronics on it, little camera and little antennas and shit hanging off the bottom of it. So my junk may be out there. I'm just joking, but the little thing could do 360s and move very slow. No, I didn't run. I knew what it was. I knew where I was. I see somebody asked me, did I run? No, I didn't run. I knew where I was. I mean, you could literally see Mexico off in the distance. I mean, maybe a mile or two off, Mexico's out there. And so I know they're going to have you see signs everywhere, random checks. You ever see the sign where it's a yellow sign, highway sign, where it's a picture of what looks like a family running across the highway? If you ever get down near San Diego somewhere, they started giving you warning signs. Be cautious. You're not likely to run over a deer. You may run over a person running full speed across the highway. But anyway, this thing was a pure white blimp. Not very big, not this Goodyear type shit. Something that would be small enough to fit in the living room. Super silent, and you could see little. Did you see the video of the balloon that came across from China without something like that? Just white, so you couldn't really see it in the sky very clearly. But it was low enough that I could hear the winding of the little propellers that was on it, and. Yeah, so if you're trying to sneak across the border, little stuff like that can catch you. I'm assuming they probably had infrared and all that shit on it. Stuff like that. So when you say that, well, the wall won't work in certain areas, well, stuff like that. So now you know where to dispatch officers or whatever. I do believe Trump has a far more aggressive way of securing the border. I don't agree with all his methods. I think he would overdo it, but I do believe under Trump, that border would be secure. If that is your number one reason to vote, you probably should vote for Trump. Plus or minus a little morality and, humanity. If you believe the southern border should be secure and doing it humanely is not your concern, you absolutely should vote for Trump. I do believe he would be way better at securing the border. And as I said, I do believe he would go beyond what is humane. Cartels are very real. They're everywhere. Americans would be fleeing America if the cartels would come and take you out of your house, your businesses, and your money. You fuck with the cartel, they will do that. They will do that. I don't care if you live in Philadelphia. The cartels will come to your town and do exactly what you just said. Humanely do, just let them in now. Well, I'm just telling you, I think Trump would do whatever was necessary to secure the border. As I pointed out, he was talking about shooting them, allegedly, talking about shooting them in the leg, building moats, which is, a waterway with dangerous animals in the water. So when you step across, you could be eaten or bitten, or dangerous waterway. So a moat, shooting them in the leg, dangerous waterway. He suggested a 5-year minimum prison sentence for anybody caught. I mean, he's came up with some pretty draconian policies. And of course, a complete ban on all Muslims coming in. You're going to get a pretty secure border if that stuff happens. So I do believe Trump would be better. Looking at tasering would be fine. Well, to taser somebody, you got to be pretty close to them. And I think they can do that anyway. If you're caught running in the country illegally and you won't stop, I think they can already do that. Trump don't want to really secure the border. That's just what he uses to divide us. I disagree with that. I think he does want to secure the border. Let me try. Box is so problematic. I'll try with Twain. I don't know what. The box is just not working this time. I may have to reset the whole damn thing, but give it a second to see if Twain comes up. Why are we even talking about the border? Didn't Trump shoot the best border bill down in history? Yes. Sanchez, okay? Sanchez family, yes, you are correct. Which will lead me to the obvious, and I don't know why my guess is not coming up, so I guess we may have to really reset again, but he shot the border bill down, which leads to the obvious conclusion. If you can afford to wait a year, appreciate that forever, C10. Thank you for the hat mustache. If you can afford to let it marinate for another year, then it really isn't that bad. So I do agree with what you're saying. Joy Anna says, Tim, you're dreaming. Neither Republican or Democrat wants to fix the border. I agree with you with one exception. Trump is neither. I agree with you that the Democrats tend to want immigrants in this country because they turn into votes. The Republicans tend to want immigrants in this country because they favor big business, and big business loves the cheap labor. Trump is neither one. So I agree with you. Neither party wants to fix the border, but Trump is neither one. I do believe Trump is the first president in our lifetime that has really been serious about the border. He's not involved in both of those things. Now he could be, he there may be ways to swing him. Big business, for instance, padding his coffers with a bunch of money might make him ease up on it a little bit, but he's not a Democrat or Republican, in my opinion. RFK for Trump, Attorney General, so he can get. So you want to put RFK to be Trump's Attorney General so he can get Fauci. Fauci's like 80 something. Really? Let me say this also. This is to my MAGA side of that, my beloved MAGA. And by the way, tap the screen. I haven't asked anybody to do that in a long time. See if we can get up to about 155,000 on the likes on TikTok. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Smash that like button on YouTube. In regards to Trump putting RFK down for any cabinet position. Now, you're talking about Attorney General, but any cabinet position. How many folks, once again, talking about my MAGA side of the aisle, believes that Trump's main problem is he surrounded himself during his first presidency with a lot of disloyal people. Everybody from Attorney General Barr to Mike Pence's VP, Scaramucci, Omarosa. You guys say this all the time. Ambassador Bolton, he doesn't know how to pick the right people. Just this time last year, RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, was seeking to be the leader of the Democratic Party. When you want to suggest that Trump doesn't know how to pick the right people, if you put a person that was just trying to be the leader of the Democratic Party on your administration and shit goes south, you can't blame no fucking body for that. Talking to my MAGA side of the aisle, who always says that Trump doesn't make good appointments. He would be a great leader if he didn't have all these disloyal people with him. Just last year, this dude was running to be the leader of the Democratic Party. And you're going to put that guy as your Attorney General? If that shit fails and you don't blame Trump for it, then you're in a cult. That's a bad pick. You should know that now. That's a bad pick. He was running to be the Democratic president this time last year. Okay, he endorsed Trump, fine. But if you put him on your administration and shit goes wrong, you have no one to blame. Period. That's the end of the story. I don't want to hear any more about, well, he made a mistake with Pence and Attorney General. You're still fucking up. You did it with Herschel Walker. You did it with Dr. Oz. Maybe with Kerry Lake, depends on how you look at it. The dude was running to be the leader of the Democratic Party, and now he's on your administration? Okay, all right. Trump was a Democrat most of his life. They are all connected. Okay, fair enough. Bring back the rhinos. Exactly, Joe. Exactly. I don't want to hear 6 months, a year, 2 years from now that RFK was a rhino. He ran to be the leader of the Democratic Party. And you put him on your administration just because he endorsed your ass. Just because you thought you might get a few votes. You tell me how that looks. Tell me how that looks. Listen, he is though. Well, why isn't Trump smart enough to make better picks? I'm not even on here singing the praises of Trump, and I can see how stupid that is. Okay, he gave you an endorsement while only being like 5% in the polls. Nobody was going to vote for RFK of significance anyway. Okay, he gave you an endorsement, give him his kudos, give him thank you, but you don't put him in a serious position on your administration. Certainly as an attorney general where he may likely end up charging your ass with a crime. You folks who support Trump, if you don't see any issue with that, I'm going to leave it at that. I love how you made this point so obvious, but why didn't you guys believe when Biden says, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but you chose them anyway? When did Biden say, I'm not going to tell you what I intend to do? Only time I heard that is when they were trying to pass the Universal Care Act. Nancy Pelosi was promoting it, and you gotta pass the bill before we tell you what. I think she did that, but Biden, what are you talking about? Can someone explain to me what is a rhino? I really don't know. Rhino, well, first of all, the way you spelled rhino, like the actual rhinoceros, take the H out of your spelling. RINO. Republican in name only. Means that you are running to represent a party when you really aren't. You just putting a letter behind your name when you really are not that part. I mean, the Democrats have that as well. They just don't call it out like the Republicans do. But folks on the right nowadays believe that anybody who doesn't like Trump is a rhino. In reality, Trump is the rhino. In reality, Trump is the rhino. Trump and Bernie Sanders are very similar. I've said this before. Bernie Sanders, socialist. He's not a Democrat. Never claimed to be one, by the way. Claimed to be a socialist. He ran as a Democrat because he needed access to the DNC funds to become president. You need money to run for president. So he couldn't do it running as a socialist in his own independent party. So he ran as a Democrat. Well, the Democratic Party realized this dude is not one of us, and they got rid of him. The Bernie bros didn't like it. They said he was cheated or whatever, but the Democratic establishment realized that Bernie Sanders was not one of them, and they prevented him from reaching the top of the ticket. And the evidence that Bernie Sanders is not one of them is evident. He's constantly clashing with the traditional members of the Democratic Party, the Nancy Pelosi's and all of them. He always has clashes with them because he's a far left progressive and they are more moderate than him. Well, Bernie Sanders and Trump have a lot in common. Trump did the same thing. Trump also, just like Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat, he's a socialist. Trump is not a Republican. He's more like a populist. But just like just like Bernie Sanders, Trump needed access to the RNC funds. So he ran as a Republican. And unlike Bernie Sanders, the Republican Party was not able to stop Trump. And as you see, just like Bernie Sanders, Trump is always clashing with the traditional members of his party. Because just like Bernie Sanders, he's not one of them. He's not one of them. So they always clashing. The difference is, though, because they got rid of Bernie Sanders, the Democratic Party is still fairly united. The Republican Party didn't get rid of Trump. He actually successfully propelled his way all the way to the top, and he started getting rid of a lot of members of the damn party. A lot of careers ended because of Trump. And a lot of traditional Republicans feel like this is not the party that I had come to know, love, and support. And as of now, the Republican Party is incredibly divided. I tend to believe this, that even though Trump has a lot of power and folks, I truly believe that a lot of folks want to say things about Trump that they are not going to say because their careers will be in jeopardy. They don't want to go by way of Jeb Bush. They don't want to go by way of Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger. But people like, what is his name? Certainly Ted Cruz. What is the other guy? I can't think of his name. He's a senator out in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham. Folks like that, I don't believe they have any love for Trump at all. But they have to play the fiddle because they know their careers will be. Trump is not one of them. Trump has came in and it's become a case of my way or the highway. Trump is a rhino. He is an actual rhino, just like Bernie Sanders would be a dino if there was a term. He's a rhino. He's not. Think about it. The family values, the stance of pro-choice, pro-life, Christianity. He's not a Christian. He's on camera saying he's not a Christian, says he's never asked God for forgiveness his entire life. His military stance and military statements, he doesn't fit the. If you put Trump on paper and took his face away so nobody knew who the hell you were talking about, the Republican Party would reject Trump. They would reject Trump. Everything from the military, as I pointed out, to multiple wives and all of this stuff, they would reject him. But at the end of the day, a lot of folks on the right believe he has the best direction for the country, and they're willing to overlook that stuff. Fair, fine, that's fine. But he's not a Republican. Trump is a rhino, just like Bernie Sanders was a Democrat in name only. Harris has been in office for 4 years now. That's 6 years. She was a senator, 8 years. She was a senator for 4 years. So she's been around for 8. Dino is a term. Dino is a term and has been. You don't hear too many people talking about Democrats in name only, though. You don't hear that as much. I have a question. Want to go to war, says Joe. Well, the notion that if you elect Kamala Harris, we're going to go to World War III. That's something to get in politics. They say that could be, but I don't believe it. They say that about every politician. When Obama got elected, we were going to go to World War III. If he got elected, the world was going to laugh at us. And then they said the same thing about Biden, and now they're saying it about Kamala Harris. It is what it is. Ed G, missed some of your super chats. At the DNC, everyone talked shit about him, but Trump's the. I don't think Kamala Harris has launched any personal attacks, has she? Maybe. I'm assuming she probably has said something. But no, she certainly, just like Michelle Obama, how many people have called her a man and all? You don't see her getting involved in that stuff. Yeah, you don't have to. Just because somebody's saying something negative about Trump, he doesn't have to respond to every damn thing. But I see Ed G is saying everybody talked about him first. There's Muslims setting up Sharia law in the United Kingdom now. That's boogeyman shit. That's boogeyman shit, where you got some states passing laws. We don't want them, as if the Muslims, with their very minute minority, is going to come to America and impose. I tell you one thing, America has went to far more countries and imposed our laws on them than we have ever had come here. Sharia law, there's no chance of Sharia law taking place in the United States. Most of it goes against the Constitution. Certainly all of the marginalization of women. You're not going to have Sharia law in the United States in the next 100 years or more. It's just not going to happen. Poland uses live ammo. Lowest crime in migrants in the, oh my God. Well, let me just say this though. Poland is at fear of becoming a war zone because they are taking in a lot of Ukrainian immigrants. That's where all the Ukrainian immigrants is going to Poland. I think Poland is taking in 2 million of them. So what we're dealing with at the southern border doesn't come close to what Poland is dealing with. So I don't agree with using Poland that you're saying. I haven't heard this though. You're saying Poland uses live ammunition to protect its border. You said it has the lowest crime and immigrant problem in the United Kingdom. Well, as I said, they're dealing with remnants of war. It's a lot. The situation in Poland is a lot more serious. They are potentially dealing with folks that may want to invade the country. They're not just making it up like Trump is. And last but not least, they should call them Dinos. Well, Democrat name only. I'm with you on that, Ed G. I agree. And I do believe Bernie Sanders is an example of that. He's not a Democrat. He's a Democrat in name only. And by the way, I would tell you this, because I get a lot of folks who support Bernie Sanders. That socialism shit has really hurt the Democratic Party. Him coming in, openly stating he's a socialist, that ain't done shit good for the Democratic Party. That term has cost a lot of politicians on the left their jobs. He has not helped out anybody with that. Which is why, once again, I believe the traditional members of the Democratic Party are not big fans of Bernie Sanders. He hasn't helped anybody out with that. Being for socialism is akin to being in favor of racism or something like that. It doesn't help anybody out. And Bernie Sanders, yeah, in my opinion, he did. And I agree with you, April. He is an independent, but he ran as a Democrat. Just like RFK is an independent. No way in hell he should have ran as a Democrat. Once again, trying to get access to the DNC funds. Never had a chance in hell of doing it, but he ran as a Democrat. Made me smile. Unc, I got a beef with you. You a fake. Wow. I always invite dissenting opinion and a little bit of criticism, but Okay, I've been called a fake this time. Guess maybe that's an upgrade from an Uncle Tom. But I will give you a moment to elaborate. If you're suggesting that I am a fake, you got a lot more room to type than that. Point out state your opinion. If you're saying something that you're correct about, I'll concede the point. But fake, wow. All right, let me know in the comments. I'll give you a moment to elaborate on what you're suggesting, saying I'm a fake. Let me continue on in the comments. Kamala is taking the advice of Medea. It's not the names they call you, it's the ones you answer to. I like that. Tyler Perry playing the role. I like that statement though. It's not the names they call you, it's the ones you answer to. I like that. And I had grabbed, because remember back during Hurricane Katrina, I had grabbed this because I was going to make a point. During Hurricane Katrina, George W. Bush got criticized for his awful response. And it made me smile. I'll respond to your super chat in a second. But during Hurricane Katrina, George W. Bush got heavily criticized for his awful response. You know, there's a lot of lives lost in that hurricane in New Orleans in the subsequent flooding that took place after the hurricane. Well, Kanye West, look where he's at now. But during that time, Kanye West got on Saturday Night Live and said, George W. Bush does not like black people. Now, once George W. Bush left office, like all presidents, they write books. This is his book, Decision Points. In this book, George W. Bush states that when Kanye West said that he cried, what would Trump have done? Now, George W. Bush could have went on TV or went on social media, whatever media existed back in the Bush was president from 2000 to 2008. We didn't have as much social media, but Yahoo and shit was around, and the newspapers was around. He could have went on to the media outlets and said all kinds of awful things about Kanye West, which would have pissed off the black community at that time, which were actually fans of Kanye West during that period in 2005 when Hurricane Katrina took place. But this guy took the high road. He didn't go on TV and start saying all kinds of awful shit. Your music sucks. Your mouth looks funny. I mean, there's a bunch of things he could have said about Kanye West. That's what Trump would have done. And that would have led Trump to now be ostracized by all of Kanye West's fans. And this is how this whole thing goes. George W. Bush took the high ground. That's what a president should do, in my opinion. We've changed the status of that now to the point where if you say something about the president, he should attack you back, and I just don't favor it. Bush had more class than Trump ever will, says Backroad Becky. Wow, Backroad Becky. That almost sounds like a movie on some website. All right, there you go, Backroad Becky. Wow, I like that name. That's a really good name there. Let me go back to the bots. I don't think I'll ever forget that name. I wanted to address the comment. Backroad Becky threw me off when I wanted to address the super chat. Backroad Becky, God bless you. Maybe Smile says you always switching up. You're either with it or you're not. Damn, I asked you to elaborate, but you didn't elaborate enough for me to know what you're talking. Switching up on what? You're either okay. Reading the whole comment. Maybe Smile says, Unc, I got a beef with you. You are a fake. Fair enough. Clear it up. He cleared it up by saying you're always switching up. You're either with it or you're not. Nothing's been clarified. Okay, what is it? Okay, I'm a fake because I'm switching sides and you can't tell if I'm with it or I'm not. What is it? Is it black causes? Is it the Democratic Party? Is it pro man stances? Is it Israel? Is it Hamas? What is it? You're not telling me anything to work with. Trump's still lying on his speech. All right. Yeah, I see in Funky Cole Medina likes that Backroad Becky. Yeah, that sounds like that's worth $4.99 a minute. Let me see what's in the comments because I don't get that one. I'm either with it or I'm not. I don't know what it is. These comments. Chunky Girl, oh my Lord, bless your heart. These names are awesome tonight. Chunky Girl Crafts. I got none but love for chunky girls. Chris, this is a leftist chat. You aren't the only one coming at me. Chill, baby. This isn't a leftist chat. It's actually not a chunky girl. Best name of the evening, behind back row Becky. But this isn't a leftist chat. The name insinuates that. I get it, but I'm all for free speech. This is a free speech chat. You're going to hear MAGA. You're going to hear far left, far right. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So it's not a leftist chat by any stretch of the imagination. The Plantation Brother. Okay, so what am I? I'm on the plantation. Is that what he was trying to say? Somebody clear up what his comment is. I'm either with it or I'm not. Kamala said January 6th was an armed mob who attacked police officers. This is what division is and how potential violence is created. Well, there were people that were using bear spray. There were people beating the shit out of police with flags, and somebody used a fire extinguisher. It wasn't just hand-on-hand combat. You can be armed without pulling out a machine gun. There were actual people were armed. Just like the whole Charlottesville, good people on both sides, they didn't have firearms. What they did, the signs they came with, like, let's say you got a sign that says, don't erase history. But what you're using the sign that it's attached to a bat. So you got a postcard that you nailed to the end of a bat. This is what they were doing. They showed up with weapons. It just wasn't firearms. So what are you talking about? They didn't have. They were an unarmed mob. You go run up to a cop with a bat or a pole or a pipe in your hand. I guarantee you that cop will treat you like you're armed. What do you mean they weren't armed? You don't need to have a pistol in your hand to be armed. You change sides sometimes is what he's saying. This is true and it's good that you do. Well, it's not. I thank you for the clarification, Fancy. Fancy is a friend of the program, and Fancy is MAGA. I'm not changing sides. The reason it appears that way is because I see some good on the Democratic side. I see some good from Trump or MAGA. I don't see everything based on party. I get a lot of Democrats, or I get a lot of MAGA, a lot of Republicans that only see good when it's coming from their party. I don't buy into that. Like, for instance, I'm pointing out that Trump would be making a mistake by going with RFK. If the liberals did something like that, I'd point it out as well. I mean, I believe in calling strikes no matter who the hell's pitching. It doesn't have to be somebody I like to call it a strike. If the opposition throws a strike, I'm gonna call it a strike. In this environment we're in, we're pretty damn tribalistic. A lot of people don't do that anymore. A lot of people don't do that. If my guy fucks up, then I'm not gonna call the fuck up. That I don't operate like that. I'll point out bad things on the liberal side, bad things on the MAGA, bad things on the Republican side. I'll point it out no matter where it happens. It's not black and white, pardon the pun. Fact, I agree with that. How you know my name, Chunky? I see that in the comments. Quick jokes. Somebody's name was Chunky. What was it? Chunky Girl Crafts. I'm assuming a BBW that deals in arts and crafts or something like that. But I got none but love for chunky girls. You know what I say all the time? They go, well, why won't you run for politician one day? Why won't you run for office? And I always say, listen, skeletons come out of your closet if you run for office. They find things, all kinds of, you're hearing them bring up even that Tim Walsh was an assistant coach and he wasn't a coach. People find every damn thing on you if you run for office. And I always say all the skeletons in my closet are big boned. So leave it at that. Looking at the closet. You guys got me going crazy tonight. Okay. Looking in the comments. Who are you voting for? I lean left. I do lean left. Like I said, I don't think everything about Trump is bad, but the whole promising to give police immunity, that needs to be cleared up. I don't at this point, with Trump promising to give police immunity, Unless that gets cleared up, I wouldn't vote for him even if he was alone with that. I don't care about the $2 gas and all that. I do believe that Trump was, righteous on some of the economic things. I don't think the economy under Trump was bad at all. In fact, his job numbers at the time were historic. I don't think Trump was a bad president at all. But I need him to clear up, offering to give police immunity and offering to bring back stop and frisk. That stuff is frightening to me. Why would you want to? Stop and frisk, I don't see anything good with it.
Well, one of the things I do, Ricardo, is I would do stop and frisk. I think you have to. We did it in New York. It worked incredibly well. And you have to be proactive.
But New York abandoned the tactic, which some argue.
And there was a quick clip on it, but the fact is he's promoting stop and frisk, which is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. Unwarranted searches and seizures. That's a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. $2 gas is great. Getting inflation under control was great, but I don't want to be randomly stopped and frisked. And he clearly is for it. So that's something I need to have cleared up before I could even entertain voting for anybody that's for that. Anybody. Looking in the comments, stop and frisk is illegal in the U.S., in the United States of America. Supreme Court will not allow it, says Quick. Look, at this point, I've seen Trump accomplish so much shit that people said he couldn't do. If I had a nickel for everything that Trump did that somebody said he couldn't do, I'd be off of here and out somewhere spending money. So the idea that when he's offering to give police immunity from prosecution or bring it back, stop it, where he can't do it, then why the hell is he saying it? Why do citizens claim that they know he can't do something that he apparently does not know? And by the way, even if he can't do it, you got to take in consideration that he at the very least supports doing it. Remember Beto O'Rourke? You damn right I'm going to take away your AR-15s. He couldn't do that either. Yet the right held him accountable for saying it. You know why? Because it's pretty clear he supports it. It's pretty clear he supports taking away your AR. That's enough. That's enough. You don't need to be able to do it. We know you support doing it. Trump supports stop and frisk. He supports giving police immunity from prosecution. If it's enough on the right, it's enough for the left. This is what I keep telling you folks about calling a spade, calling strikes a strike, no matter who's throwing the pitches. You'd be all over this if this is coming from somebody on the left. Period. You'd be all over this. But all of a sudden, it's coming from Trump. Well, he actually can't do that, and the Supreme Court would stop it. It's a clear violation of your Fourth Amendment right. You can't be for the Second Amendment and ignore somebody making it clear they want to take away the Fourth. Not to mention, he also stated that if you are caught burning the flag, he wants to give you a year in prison. That's a clear violation of the First Amendment. I don't want to hear about defending the Second Amendment if you're okay giving away all the other ones. I mean, he's talking about doing things that are violating your Bill of Rights. I need him to explain that. I would need him to explain that before I entertain stuff. That you got to explain. I mean, he's clearly talking about taking away your civil rights. That's two of them at least. I was going to play a quick clip for you because a lot of you folks may have not heard it. So I'll see if I can find it real quick while we're chatting here. You have to look at the rot around the executive office, all sides. I don't disagree with any of that, but like I said, I'm not going to ignore a president promising to do something that takes away my civil rights under the guise that he can't do it, because he clearly supports doing it. I mean, the fact that he's saying he wants to do it shows he, at the very least, he clearly supports taking away some civil rights from you. The First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment. He's clearly saying that. And as I pointed out, oddly enough, the right is not challenging him on that. You would, if you're on the right, you would absolutely challenge any politician that indicated they want to take away the Second Amendment right. So why not challenge people who are talking about taking away the First and Fourth? Unless you're not really for the Constitution or something. It doesn't make sense to me. I'll see if I can find this clip that I've played before It's a real quick clip, but like I said, for me, it's concerning, which is why I often play it.
Rebuild our cities and become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
That right there. That right there. You're going to give them immunity from prosecution so they can do their job, which leads to the obvious question. What part of a police right now as we speak, what can they not do right now that they need immunity from prosecution to be able to do? I don't know what it is. Maybe some of you folks can let me know. What can they not do right now that they need to get immunity so that they can do it? By the way, also too though, listen to the location. I'll play it a quick second again. Listen to where he's talking about doing this.
Become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to
work with Democrat mayors and Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. Now, I'm talking about rural areas and suburbs. We're going to rebuild our cities. Democrat mayors and Democrat governors. What do I say every time we bring this up? Who is in Democrat cities run by Democrat mayors that are committing all the crime he wants to bring down? It's people of color. It's people. And I see somebody in the comments, Steve says rebuild Baltimore. That's a perfect example. Exactly. Who's committing all the crime in Baltimore? It's people of color. People who look like me. So that's where most of the crime is being committed. That's who is committing most of the crime in Democrat cities ran by Democrat mayors. So you're going to have a bunch of people of color being addressed by police with complete immunity. Nothing can go wrong there, huh? No chance nothing's going to go wrong there. I need that explained before I will be able to entertain a vote. Definitely need him to explain that. Because that's what we're talking about, is that you're going to, notice he's not talking about doing this in Mobile, Alabama somewhere. We're not talking about doing this in rural Tennessee. He's not talking about Eastern Kentucky. Democratic mayors in Democratic cities, Black people, Hispanics, their cops are going to have immunity. Now, I will say this, that has happened before in this country. A large portion of this country's history, the police in those areas had immunity. Didn't go very well. Didn't go very well at all for those people of color. Why would you want to go back to that? I'm fine with bringing down crime. I'm 100% behind President Trump on bringing down crime. However, if you give the police immunity and you bring back stop and frisk, you're not going to bring down crime. You're just going to change who the criminals are. All of a sudden now you got the police violating people's civil rights, their Fourth Amendment. They're criminals now. You're not actually bringing down crime. You're just switching who's committing it. It's not the cops. And by the way, we already know that there is a huge wound in this country between police and people of color, predominantly Black. Do you think this will heal it? How do you think this will end up doing in regards to the relationship that Black people, predominantly Black, but Hispanics too, but how do you think this will affect that relationship? Giving the police immunity from prosecution in their neighborhoods. Nothing good about it, in my opinion. Nothing good about it at all. With these young people, it won't happen. Like I said, nothing good about this. Ed G says, with the second, you can protect the rest of your rights. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to protect your rights from government. By the way, in regards to your comment, Ed G, using the Second Amendment to protect the rest of your rights. 3 reasons why, we allow Second Amendment rights in this country. 1 is to protect your family and loved ones. Number 2 is to hunt. Number 3 is to protect against a tyrannical government. This is tyranny what Trump is promoting. This is tyranny. You're violating people's civil rights and shit like that. This actually is this is a perfect example. Now, the right is not going to give him credit for it, but as I talked about calling balls and strikes and all of that and being fair about, if a left-wing politician was saying exactly what Trump just stated here, the right would be calling that tyranny. That actually is tyranny, by the way. It is. Don't let it get by because you favored a candidate. I would call it out of Kamala or Obama or anybody. This is tyranny. This actually is a case of it. We're just going to ignore it because we favor what is being done. If you believe taking away your Second Amendment rights is tyranny, why would you be okay with taking away your Fourth? Any of those 10 Bill of Rights is tyranny. You shouldn't lose any of them. Free speech, Second Amendment, letting, what did he call it? What is the third? Letting soldiers in your house or whatever. The fourth is searches and seizures, pleading the right to plead the fifth, or to take a vow of silence is the fifth. I get some of them I forget. But at the end of the day, all of those are your Bill of Rights. All of them are. If you only care about the second, that's backwards. Something's wrong with you. You shouldn't be okay with, because remember, the liberals believe that taking away your Second Amendment rights will lower homicides and things like that. You don't agree with that, but you're going to agree with this guy that believes that taking away your Fourth will lower crime? Just be fair with your own damn self is what I say. They need immunity to violate our rights. Mr. Splack, what name is that? Splackavilli? Wow, that's a hell of a name. You're correct about that. Let me just say this real quick. One benefit to President Trump in regards to giving police immunity and stop and frisk, he is promising the largest deportation in U.S. history if he gets elected. This stuff makes that a lot more possible. Because at the end of the day, I don't agree with Trump saying there's 18 million immigrants in this country. We do got millions of people. We got a lot of people in this country, asylum seekers and folks who are here completely illegally, overstayed their visas, entered the country illegally, whatever the case may be. There is a lot of people here. And a lot of those folks have friends, actually have wives and girlfriends and husbands and boyfriends now. They have kids. They have strong relationships. Even though they're here illegally and they may not have any right to be here, humans are going to human. A lot of those folks have actual relationships. So if Trump becomes president and he implements his largest deportation in history, some folks are going to start hiding people out. I mean, if you've been dating some girl or some boy or man or whatever, and you don't fell in love with them for the last 3 or 4 years, and now this guy wants to deport them and ban them from coming into the country for a few years, because that's usually what happens if you're caught here illegally. You get kicked out and you get banned from coming back. Americans are going to be hiding these people out. You may have a mom and kids suggesting that if I go back, the cartel's going to take my life. Well, Trump is like, you're here illegally, you got to go back. Well, now you got the priest. Maybe the pastor is hiding them out. The only way to implement what Trump is suggesting, the largest deportation in history, is simple. And by the way, Civilized Dialogue also, follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube if you will. We let everybody speak. This is how this works. But point being, if you want to implement the largest deportation in U.S. history, allowing cops to enter residences, as he said, stop and frisk, violate the Fourth Amendment, allowing police to just go through your shit without warrants and things like that makes that a lot more possible. Giving police immunity from prosecution, meaning they're not going to face anywhere near the amount of accountability that they normally would face, as he says, it allows them to do their job. Well, if their job becomes getting 10, 12 million people out of the country, well, they can do it now if there's nobody holding them accountable for, breaking in houses, checking attics, checking garages, and making sure nobody's here illegally. Now you don't have to ask the owner, can you go check their property? They don't no longer have the right to say you can't search without a warrant. Well, I now have the right to stop and frisk and enter your property. That would make getting rid of the illegals a lot easier to do. So I think to some degree, Because folks say he'd never be able to do it. If he's able to do this stuff, it does make getting rid of a ton of illegals a lot easier. Because now the police can just do it. You know, a neighbor calls and says, I know I've seen my cousin or I've seen my friend across the street. I know he got 3 of them hiding upstairs in his house. Well, now they can just come in. They don't need to go to a judge and convince them of anything. They can just come in. They can just unwarranted searches and seizures. We're going to come in. We've got a call. You got people here who shouldn't be here. And we're here now. Just sit on the couch. Don't any of you folks move. We'll search your house. And if we don't find anybody, we'll be on our way. You don't have a say-so anymore. This turns America into just literally tens of thousands of cases of Anne Frank. Just all over the damn place. Thousands of cases of Anne Frank. Because that's what they could do back then. That's what they could do. They could just come in your house and make sure you didn't have any Jewish people and get rid of them. I don't think that MAGA would really be against this as long as you promise not to do it to Americans, as long as you promise to just do it to get immigrants out of the country. I don't think MAGA would really be against it. Just like in Germany, they weren't really against it either because it was promised to get rid of Jewish people. I don't think MAGA would have a problem with this because he's saying it he's kind of saying it out loud. It doesn't take a genius to kind of put this stuff together. He's actually saying it. Just joking. I'm against full immunity. Stop it, frisk. Ed G. That's, I don't know what kind of joke that is, but okay. But yeah, I think that he's promised to do 3 things. Give police immunity, go back to stop and frisk, and had the largest deportation in history. I mean, if he becomes president and starts, I mean, you can't say he didn't tell you. I thought he was joking. I didn't think he was going to be able to do it. I mean, he did tell you, though. I can't blame you for not, okay, well, you're the one that chose not to listen. He did tell you what he was going to do, right? This ain't CNN. This ain't some article written by some MSNBC never Trumper. He's kind of on stage telling you. It's up to you to take it. Like I said, call balls and strikes no matter who's pitching. You know damn well, for my beloved MAGA folks, you guys know I try to call it straight with you. You know damn well that if a liberal was saying this shit, you'd be all over it, right? Don't play games. You know damn well if a liberal was talking about stopping it. You guys are bringing up the crime bill. You're bringing up Kamala Harris locking up black folks back in the 90s and shit like that. You think this might not lead to some wrongful black folks getting locked up? I mean, don't get silent. You're going to bring up the crime bill from the 90s, but you're okay with, in the future, giving police immunity? Okay. All right, looking in the comments real quick. He said it, he means it, and states it have started. Yeah. I think it was Chris Christie, former New Jersey governor. Obviously, he doesn't have any love for Trump anymore now, but he did say that when Trump says he's going to do something, he will do it. He wasn't referring to any of the stuff we're talking about here, but he did say Trump does try to do what he says he's going to do. I believe this. I actually believe this. I do believe that he will try to. Now, I will ask you folks, we'll have an impromptu poll by way of yes or no in the comments. How many of you folks believe that Trump would not be able to give police the right to stop and frisk or immunity from prosecution? Now, keep in mind, there is a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court. How many of you believe that there is no chance he would ever be able to do this? Scale of 1 to 10, better yet. How likely you think? 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court. Justice Clarence Thomas is 75. Roberts is 74. They're both very favorable to Trump, so my guess is he will get to replace them if he gets elected. They would step down and be heroes to the Republican Party. Why would you stay in and risk dying when you got a Republican president that could replace you with a 45, 50-year-old? And we know Clarence Thomas likes gifts, so we could easily get Clarence Thomas to agree to retire at 75. And Justice Roberts is also, he's the one that had the upside down flag in his house. He's also pro-Trump. He's 74. So those two Trump would get to replace. So now you still have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, but he personally would have put in 5 of them. Remember, we're talking about him being able to get immunity and get stop and frisk back. 5 of the Supreme Court justices are handpicked by him. Now, Sotomayor and Alito are both 69 years old. And they may survive, but everybody don't live to be 80. There is a possibility he could end up replacing Sotomayor or Alito as well, meaning that he could have as many as 6 to 7 Supreme Court picks. One dude responsible for over half of the Supreme Court. No way possible, no way in hell he could ever get stop and frisk or police immunity to happen. One dude. Now, this is what I tell you folks about calling balls and strikes and being honest with yourself. If Obama, Biden, or Kamala Harris was able to appoint over half of the damn Supreme Court, don't tell me you wouldn't think they could do some wicked shit, up to and including removing the Second Amendment entirely. You would absolutely believe that was possible. Everybody on the right would be saying that. There's no way in hell with them getting all of these, one person get like 5 fucking picks. Guaranteed. It is virtually guaranteed that if Trump wins, he's going to have at least 5 members of the Supreme Court under his, because Alito and, not Alito, but Thomas and, Clarence Thomas and Roberts are definitely going to let him change. They're 74 and 75 and they're pro-Trump. Why wouldn't they step down? So he'll get 5. You're going to tell me you don't think that Obama, Kamala Harris, or Biden would have some far left liberal shit if they were responsible for 5 picks? Really? All right. So that's all I'm saying for you folks who believe, well, there's no way he could ever do it. All of that, and he can't make it happen, huh? All right. Get rid of some of these people. Bobby, I don't know if you can do that, but I do believe that Trump would be a god in the courts if he gets 5. And I think that, like I said, if he wins, he's guaranteed to get 5. But between Alito and Sotomayor, he could get 6 to 7 of them. 6 to 7. He could get as many as 6 to 7 Supreme Court picks. One dude picked that many justices. I don't believe there's any damn thing he can't get done at that point. And I think you're naive to believe otherwise. I think if I got a chance to interview and put 7 people on the court, most of the shit I would want to be done could be done. 70 out of all 90-year-olds, 7 of you guys would not have had your job if it wasn't for me. You better show some damn loyalty for that. And by the way, you can make sure they show loyalty when you're interviewing them before you give them the job. You can present scenarios to them. I think the crime in liberal cities has gotten out of hand. It's not good for children. It's not good for the country. What do you think? I mean, you came here to have this interview. I know you're interested in the position on the high court. What do you think about it? I mean, I'm thinking that if we could take some of the pressures off police and allow them to do their job, maybe give them some form of immunity, we could get this to happen. What do you think? This is how the interview works. What do you think? And when you get the right people, you start appointing them. You think it didn't go that way when it came to Roe v. Wade? You think that just happened by chance? I would tell you this: the right would have absolutely told you that if you elect Trump in 2016, there's no way in hell he's going to roll back Roe v. Wade. That is the liberals' fear-mongering. That's not going to happen. The liberals are just trying to say that to bash Trump. Roe v. Wade was determined 50 years ago. Trump is not trying to do all of that. He's trying to make America great. That's what they would have told you. Okay, where are we at now? So, yeah, 5 picks? I don't believe that. 5 picks and you can't do it? No way in hell. Looking in the comments real quick. Did you see RFK endorse Trump? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I want to try to bring up a guest again. I'm having real problems with this, but some of you folks have been holding on. The only reason why I didn't bring you up because the box is problematic and I don't want to reset it since we've been going on for so damn long. Minnesota Finn will try it. There are no Democrats for Trump. I don't buy that. There's blacks for Trump. There's Hispanics for Trump. Some of them folks are former Democrats. There are Democrats for Trump. I think there's more Republicans for Kamala right now, but there are Democrats for Trump. Trump said he leaves abortion to the states. I think murder should be illegal, so I'm not that happy that he's hard on it like that. Well, Trump is trying to say he's leaving it up to the states because some of these states are doing some really draconian shit and he don't want to be held accountable for it. But I think it's too late for that. Like you said, well, I believe in provisions for rape and incest and things like that. Doesn't matter. If you're for leaving it up to the states and the states don't give a damn if a woman has been raped or a victim of incest and they're going to still force her, and the only reason they have a right to force her is because you gave it to them, then you're responsible for it. Doesn't matter that you're going around saying, well, I'm against what they're doing. You already made it clear you're going to give them the right to do it and you're not going to interfere with it. So it's too late to go around saying, well, I believe in the case of rape and murder, they should let. No, you said the states could make their own decision and you're going to let them do it. You gave them the right to do that. Now, you've also given them the right to not agree with you in terms of rape and incest. And they're doing it. And they only have the right to do that because you gave it to them. You don't get to exclude yourself and say, well, it's not my fault. You're not mystical. You don't get to go, it ain't my fault. Yeah, it is your fault. It didn't. You took credit for it already. So yeah, he's not going to escape that by trying to say now all of a sudden he don't think this and that should happen. The only reason why those states can do that is because he gave them the right to do it. He's already said he's not going to interfere with them doing it, and he's bragged and took credit for it. You can't get out of that now. It's too late. See it come his alter ego with the Steve Urkel reference. Did I do that? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. So you don't get to now say, well, I'm not a fan of what they're doing. Listen, you were the one that gave those states the right to do that crazy stuff. Do you think the lack of nomination process for Kamala should be made more of a problem? Sick flow, no. No, I don't. And I'll tell you why. Folks are saying the Democrats staged a coup, just promoted and put Kamala Harris up there for a multitude of reasons. First of all, when you voted for Biden, you voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, so you already voted for the possibility of Harris becoming president. That's number one. Number two, no other Democrat ever said they wanted to run. That's yet another reason. Number three is you notice everybody's saying it's a coup, saying it was unfair. It's people that wouldn't vote for any damn liberal. The people that are saying that the Democrats should have had a vote are not Democrats. And they wouldn't vote for any Democrat no matter who won. So at the end of the day, that should tell you something. The people that want you to lose are the ones that are saying you should complain. You're not even on their side. So no, I think promoting Kamala Harris to the top of the Democratic ticket has brought more unity to the Democratic Party than they've seen since the Obama years. Why the hell would they go against all of that and do what the right is saying they should do? Have a vote. So now you got Whitmer fighting against Gavin Newsom, fighting against Kamala Harris with Bernie Sanders and all these folks. Who would that benefit? Who would benefit from that? The right is trying to provide the left with a recipe for destruction, and they're angry that they're not taking it. Call it as you see it. Call it as you see it. But no, I don't think any Democrat has a problem with that. You're trying to get them to fight, and then it's democracy. They're happy. They're happy with it. So there's no need to fight when the person that's up there, you're happy with it. There's no liberals bitching about Kamala Harris being at the top of the ticket. It's all folks on the right. So the argument is moot. The argument is moot. They're totally happy with it. Looking in the comments, so she had no say in the past 3.5 years in office. People who want to cheat definitely don't want free thinkers to ask questions, and they don't want Americans to have a vote. No, you don't want Kamala Harris and the unity to take place. I would at least like to hear that Kamala Harris was wrongfully put to the top of the ticket by somebody that's at least willing to vote for any liberal that does make it to the top of the ticket. Everyone bitching about Kamala at the top of the ticket is not going to vote for any other liberal that she would be replaced by. You're voting for Trump, but you're over here telling the Democrats what they're doing wrong. It's disingenuous, and the liberals can see right through it. You're not on their side. You're pretending that you're on their side to get them to fight, destroy their own damn party, and then you can win. You don't think they see that? You don't think the liberals see that? I mean, it's a nice try, but I think they can see it as clear as day. I just think we all should have voted right. You did vote. When you voted for Kamala Harris, when you voted for Joe Biden on the presidential, just like when you vote, if you vote for Trump or if you vote for Kamala Harris in November, the vice president's name is going to be right there. When you don't vote for Trump and then you vote for either, the vice president here or a different vice president. I'm having a Biden moment. Why can't I remember? Oh, J.D. Vance. I can't remember Trump's pick. You're going to get J.D. Vance, period. If you vote for Trump, J.D. Vance comes along with the package. You don't get to then choose a different vice president. That's it. If you vote for Trump, J.D. Vance is coming along with him. When you voted for Biden in 2020, Kamala Harris is coming along with him. So if something happens to Biden, you already know this is who's going to be next. There's not going to be a vote. That's like when John F. Kennedy was assassinated back in the 60s. There's no vote. Lyndon Johnson is the guy. When Biden stepped down, suggested that he wasn't, there's no vote. This is it. And like I said, the Democratic Party is not complaining about it. So that's the problem that the right is facing. Maybe if you had a significant amount of Democrats that were complaining. Notice, by the way, I'll tell you this. Fox News can always find people in the hood that don't like Biden or Kamala. You find black folks that like Trump. They can find black folks that like Republican. Notice how you don't see Fox News or folks on the right finding Democrats that are bitching that they had to take Kamala and they didn't get a vote. That's how united the Democratic Party is. They're not even able to really find any serious amounts of Democrats that are unhappy with the situation, to the point where they got to complain what the Democrats did on their own. Go get a bunch of Democrats and have them complaining and bitching about they didn't get a chance to vote. If the only people complaining that the Democrats didn't vote are all Republicans, that should tell you something. The Democrats don't have a problem with it. You got to go tell them what they're getting is not right. They're happy with it. And the polls show that. And you don't like it because of that. Trump 2024, we need our real president back, says Hannibal King. Well, 70, 74, 73 days, that may happen. You may get Trump back. It could happen. But yeah, the whole they didn't get a chance to vote thing is going nowhere. It's going nowhere. Appreciate you saying it, but it's going nowhere. What is so funny to come? By the way, I want to show you guys something. I meant to bring this up earlier in the broadcast, particularly to my YouTubers, but certainly TikTok as well. You guys have been very supportive as well. But this is something that I had a much bigger audience on earlier, but I do want to, I'll show it to you folks. My apologies. I meant to bring it up earlier, but we were getting into the topics. You guys were hammering me. It is what it is. But something happened that I'm really happy about. Came in the mailbox. The box is damaged, but I think many of you folks know what this is. I'm really happy about it. I really want to thank you folks for tuning in for the last few years. I'll go ahead and show you more closer what's in the box. But I want to thank all you folks that's been tuning in, giving me compliments and insults and, criticism. That's what the program is about. But, wow. Actually has the handsome liberal written right on it. So it'll end up probably end up going over Joe Biden's picture. Thank you for the hat mustache alter ego. certainly one of my supporters to the program. Alter Ego, thank you very well. I couldn't make it happen without any of you folks, but yeah, came in the mail and it's got a spot on it. There you go. It's made of aluminum. It's not, it's not serious craftsmanship, but just like a college degree. It doesn't matter the paper, it's the representation of what it is. This one actually has on it the handsome liberal. I'll see if I can put it on TikTok as well. TikTok, you can actually see it in the right way. The handsome liberal, something, what does it say? Something for passing 100,000 subscribers. Presented to. So it came by YouTube. So yeah, thank you folks for all of the support, including Pinche Vato Loco, who is currently saying you have food many. Now, Pinche Vato Loco, friend of the program, he's been on many times we've talked. Pinche, if I'm correct, you believe that Trump, before leaving office, wrote a second Declaration of Independence. He orchestrated the execution of Hillary Clinton in 2018. Biden is being portrayed by Jim Carrey, I think you said. Biden is no longer with us, and Nancy Pelosi. I think all of them, you believe they were all lynched, right? But I appreciate you, Pinche Vato Loco, in the comments. Trump can't. Oh boy, what does that say? Oh boy, the Q is strong in that dude. Pinche is. I wish I could bring Pinche up. I can't bring anybody up right now, and that's problematic. J.H. Holtz. We'll try another one. There were rumors that they got unalived at Guantanamo Bay. Yeah. Wow, somebody came up. J.H. Are you there? I got a guest in the box that's not near his device. Ain't that a shame? Are you there? JH 1978. Wow, I tried to bring somebody up and the box actually brought them up and they're not near their device. That sucks. Let me try another one. Furback, one of my subscribers, will try that. The box is working. But yeah, Pinche Vato Loco believes that Hillary Clinton and all of them are no longer around. Furback!
What's up, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Wow. Appreciate you rolling with your boy this evening.
Yeah, you was pressing me tonight, bro. I was waiting a long time, but I understand. Hey, congratulations, though, brother.
Thank you.
Man.
I didn't think I could bring anybody up, so I kind of got into the comments and didn't continue, but I didn't think I could bring anybody up.
It's all good, brother. I'm just giving you a hard time. I appreciate you.
All right, so what do you think? Did you see Kamala Harris' speech?
Yeah, I saw it, man. I saw it.
What you think?
I thought that dose was in the room, man. You know what I mean? And besides the contrast of the energy, I think since she was boosted up or got the upgrade to the nomination, man, Trump he's really sounding like doom and gloom, man. He doesn't have nothing positive to say about nothing.
Well, you said adults were in the room. I like the Ed G, by the way. Thank you for that support. Keep it up. Appreciate that, Ed G. You said when Kamala Harris spoke, adults were in the room. Wow. Kind of reminds me, for you folks who may be old enough to move it to Mac, next time you hear grown folks talking, shut the fuck up. Some of you folks may know that. So now folks are saying she has no policy, though.
Well, like I said, I mean, she spoke about it that night. You know what I mean? I've been hearing her policies. Unlike you and probably Mag, I disagree that she doesn't have to, we're in a different time thanks to Mr. Trump, that you don't have to do what traditional politicians have been doing. I think she saw what the media did to Joe, and why not keep them guessing? I mean, she's in a good spot. She doesn't have to do it at this point.
Would you, if you were her political advisor, would you advise her to remaining silent and not do interviews?
No, I don't think she's remaining silent, but I would only go where the environment is right.
Friendly
Trump
atmosphere.
Yeah, why not? I mean, Trump's been doing it. I mean, I know you gave him a little hand for the NABJ, but
that's not true. Trump has went into some. Not only did he do the Black Convention, he's went into some hostile environments. Trump is taking questions from people that were. I mean, he did the debate on CNN. I mean, he's willing to take the tough questions.
I don't disagree with that, but I think his was more motivated that the spotlight was getting off of him. So he'll do whatever to get that spotlight on him. That's I think that was more of. I don't think it was nothing of substance that he was going there to do. I was in the comments telling you, you was talking about immunity. He doubled down on it at the NABJ, man.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that one right there. I can't tell you how many MAGA that I get on the program that is absolutely going to support Trump that tell me that they're not for giving police immunity. He needs to drop that one.
Yeah, I mean, but, you know, to his own detriment, man, you know, my grandmother used to always say he writes a lot of checks and his ass can't cash, man. And you know, the chickens are coming home to roost. You know what I mean?
I don't agree that his ass can't cash it. I think if he wins the presidency, he could get cops immunity. I think to some degree, you may see that.
Yeah, but like I said, you know, it's like, you know, with this rumored pick of getting RFK, you're not winning any votes that you clearly need to beat Kamala. You know, I just don't understand the strategy. You know, this J6 gala. You know, the more I think about it, yeah, it seems stupid and crazy.
What was the? I have not seen that. I really want to. When I log out, I'm gonna look. He actually did a January 6th gala.
Well, I don't think he's done it. I think he's been talking about it or it's been on the rumor mill. But once again, you know, Trump never comes out and just says, "Nah, that's all bullshit." You know, he said that about 25, but we have video that says the contrary. You know, like I said, I think initially I was like, "Man, what the hell is he doing?" I think he's reading the tea leaves, and he needs a new group of criminals to do this again.
Well,
so I think the gala.
If he does a January 6th gala, that is living proof that he clearly is not listening to any advisors. I can't imagine anybody that is concerned with him winning, from Nikki Haley to Kellyanne Conway to Karl Rove, or anybody that wants him to win, would tell him to go do a January 6th gala. That is just him doing that shit on his own. They would all tell him this is bad for business.
Yeah, I mean, and these same people, you know, I just don't understand. You know, like, I'm not a mechanic, but if a mechanic told me that, you know, I needed a fucking oil change, I probably need an oil change. Right. Especially if I go to another mechanic, he tells me the same fucking thing. So what I'm saying is everybody in this party is like, hey, cut it out with the race shit. Quit attacking her. You're not going to win this way. But as usual, Trump knows better than everyone, and we see where they got him last time. They lost him in the election.
Yeah, he needs to let that one go. And I see somebody in the comments, Susan is saying it's an award ceremony. You got some serious crickets hanging out near you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You know, Midwest in the summertime, you know how it goes, brother.
Right. I'm same here. If I was outside, you'd probably hear him as well. But yeah, I really believe that yeah, he's winging it. He's doing it on his own because no advisor that's trying to help him win. Like Karl Rove is the architect of George W. Bush winning, and Kellyanne Conway is who helped Trump get elected in 2016. They would tell him right off the bat, dude, this is not good for business. Offering to give police immunity on a black convention, like, are you crazy? But he's winging it, and it's not helping him.
And it's not. I mean, and the confident guy that was running against the sleepy guy that seemed all strong and confident, he seems like the bully I always thought he was. Once he got hit in the mouth, he looks real little to me now.
Well, I mean, yeah, and like I said, to me, you're almost like, I don't want to say committing political suicide because at the end of the day, he may win, but I just think that is, you know, going to a black environment and talking about giving police immunity, that ain't gonna go over well.
Shortly after the black jobs or thereafter comment. I mean, what the hell is he doing, bro? He wasn't necessarily gonna get my vote. You know, I kind of feel like you kind of brought me around with him and the Obama economy. But one thing I have to push back on you on is when everybody says it was good until the pandemic. Well, the pandemic happened under his watch. Yeah. So we got to put that in there.
You're not blaming Trump for the pandemic. Wait. You're not blaming him for the pandemic, are you?
I'm not blaming for his pandemic per se.
That wouldn't be right.
If he knew months in advance, once again, what's more important to a businessman? That's why we can't run this country like a business. His thought as a businessman was, we can't lose money.
Yeah.
Fuck the lives.
Yeah.
The lives was inconsequential, but we can't lose money. You can't do that when you're dealing with people, man.
Yeah. There's no denying that Trump was going to run for re-election, and his number one accolade was his economy, which is what he's still using. So yeah, when they started telling him you got to shut stuff down to save lives, his whole thing was, if that's gonna fuck up my economy, then I don't want to do it. So you're correct. He was putting money over potentially saving lives, and it didn't go well. Historically, it didn't go well. His legacy wise, it didn't go well. So I don't know if it'll stop him from getting reelected, but yeah, it doesn't look good on his resume.
Well, you know, if you keep banging your head against the brick wall enough times, eventually you're gonna bust your damn head open. So he's once again, here we are with some me know best thinking, and it's not going good for him. So I mean, you know, I get all the people that support him and shit. I've been saying for a long time, y'all could have had a vet. You know, y'all could have had everybody. Apparently, he's the godfather of the party. I just don't understand why did somebody just say, hey, man, here's a smart move. You're still going to run the freaking party. They're going to do whatever the hell you want them to do. Why don't we just get a figurehead up there? You just put your hand up his ass and tell him what to do.
Yeah, I think that, you know, and my MAGA side of the out hates when I say this, but I think Nikki Haley would have won it all. I really think she would have won it all, but she couldn't win them. But I think independents, Nikki Haley would have won it all, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, and I mean she had a good chance too. But once again, like I said, his ego is a double-edged sword. His ego wouldn't let him relinquish that, and it's going to cost him. You know, as a man, we know what our ego gets us in shit all the time. You know what I mean? And you know, just to push back on this, can a woman do the job? The fear that the president holds is because of the strength of our military.
Right.
That's it. Bottom line. You could put fucking Kirk the frog up there and shit. If he got the fucking army behind him, guess what? Kermit is gonna get his shit done. Yeah. So this tough guy shit. If you're the president of the United States, you're automatically a tough guy because who's behind you.
I can't argue with that.
We just got one guy to talk shit. That's it.
I can't argue with that. All right, Furback, I do appreciate you holding on for an extended period of time. I didn't know if I could bring you up, but I do appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you.
Man, only for your show, bro. And congratulations again, brother.
Appreciate that. Much love. Appreciate that. And in regards to what he was saying, you know, you could have Kermit the Frog and people will still listen because of the strength of the military. You ever heard of like the Godmother or some of these female drug lords that were successful? Ain't nobody scared of the woman. They're scared of the army behind her. He has a good point. That if Kamala Harris has control of the U.S. military, she's just as powerful as any other president. I mean, yeah, big dog. Appreciate the support, the hat mustaches. I mean, at the end of the day, if our adversaries know that the U.S. military is in lockstep with a female president, she's good to go. Like I said, the Godmother. What was her name? I can't think of the woman over in the south of the border down there committing all kinds of mayhem. There's been more than one of them. As long as you got all of the dudes that are your lieutenants, your army, and all the rest of them willing to commit whatever you need to commit on your behalf. Yeah, Griselda. Yeah, that's it. It doesn't matter what gender you are. You still got to deal with my army. And that would happen with Kamala Harris, I believe that. Griselda Blanco was a female powerful drug lord. Yeah. You had a bunch of men that'll come shoot your ass up. You have any issue with her, all of a sudden men showing up to your door with machetes and shit. Thank you for the accolade. Mr. Raynham, thank you for the congratulations on the way, by the way. Well, maybe 1 million, maybe one day. Maybe. If you guys subscribe to the channel, we might get there. Nikki said the first old man. Yeah, she did say this. Nikki said the first old man stepped down, their team would win. She said something like the first big dog with the subscription. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Wow. Yeah, Nikki Haley did say something like that. The first party to get rid of their 80-year-old candidate is going to win the election or something like that. I'd have to look it up, but she could be right. And I will say this too, because listen, Trump's almost 80. Either he wins or he doesn't now, whatever the case may be. But I think he has hurt a lot of political careers, such as Nikki Haley. All of that flip-flopping that she's done, I think she could have won the presidency. I don't think she could win the governorship now at this point. The amount of flip-flopping she's done. I mean, you get up there and say this. I mean, some of these folks, like J.D. Vance, for instance. You say these, I mean, now I know Kamala Harris had a few choice words for Biden during the debate. But these folks are going on tour saying all kinds of awful things about Trump. Then all of a sudden you flip and you're over here. I really think that Nikki Haley, by the way, MAGA doesn't like Nikki Haley either. That's who she would need to win if she wanted to be a governor or something like that. I think Nikki Haley's political career is hurting. It's hurting because she's shown people that she'll go wherever the wind blows. I mean, it's hurting. So we'll see though. But yeah, I think that in 2020 or 2024, before what just happened, I think she had a chance to win it all. I definitely think she would have done way better against Joe Biden than Trump, because Nikki Haley doesn't have all of the baggage, and Trump has a lot of baggage. You talk about the economy, you talk about things you favor about Trump, but there's a lot of baggage there. I would say even Vivek or somebody. Vivek is going to give you 95% of what Trump. I don't think Vivek during the debate, during the primary, said one negative thing about Trump at all. Nothing. Ron DeSantis challenged Trump a little bit. You still probably get 85 to 90% of what Trump is giving you out of Ron DeSantis. You're going to get almost all of it out of Vivek. Why MAGA didn't run with one of them, I don't understand, because neither one of them has all the baggage of Trump. They went with the guy that has the most uphill battle to success. He may win it, but yeah, they went with the guy that had the most uphill battle. Don't speak of our savior. Trump is sinless. Ed G, you on fire this evening. Now, Ed G is a true Trump supporter. He's not saying that shit to be sarcastic. He's being sarcastic, but he does support Trump. Don't speak of our savior, Trump. He is sinless. Yikes. All right. No, man. And by the way, didn't Trump say he never asked God for forgiveness? So maybe he is sinless, as you're saying. Like Trump does with caps. Read my text. David Foster. Where's the bump from the DNC convention? I think everyone saw that the Democrats have no plan. I think there's going to be a big bump from the DNC convention, Draco. I don't think there's been polling done. This time last night, the convention was still going on. It ain't even been 24 hours yet. I think there's going to be a big bump from the Democratic convention. Give it about 3 or 4 days. I guarantee you're going to hear more claims that the Democrats are going through a honeymoon phase. You're going to start hearing that shit like you never heard it before. I guarantee there's going to be a bump from it. It just ended last night. Yeah, that's what I said, Diana. Like this time last night, the Democratic convention was still going. It ain't even been 24 hours yet. You talk about hasn't been a bump yet. Give it time. Can anybody tell me why they are voting for Harris? Can anyone tell me why they are voting for Harris without mentioning women, black, or because you hate Trump? Oh, I can come up with a ton of reasons. I can come up with a reason to defend voting for Trump or voting for Kamala Harris. Pro-choice is probably a huge reason why you would vote for Kamala Harris, is because her goal is to codify a women's right to choose federally. You don't need to mention Trump's name in that at all. She believes in common sense gun laws that a lot on the left favor. You don't need to mention Trump in that at all. Police reform. You don't need to mention Trump. Minimum wage increase. You don't need to mention Trump in that. There's a ton of reasons why you would vote for Trump or Kamala Harris without mentioning it. Listen, I've been doing this long enough. I can tell you a bunch of reasons to vote for either one of them. But that is plenty of reasons to vote for Kamala Harris without mentioning President Trump. Not to mention, you name the social program, and it's likely Kamala would maybe be either for it or willing to consider it, and Trump would be against it. I don't care what social program, healthcare to free lunch in schools. You name a social program, and Kamala Harris is either going to be willing to listen to it or be for it, and Trump's going to be against it. Any of them. Housing assistance, utility assistance, college tuition forgiveness, universal health care, free lunch in schools. Kamala Harris will be willing to listen to you and maybe be for it, and Trump will be against it. How about that for a reason? So there you go. For pro-choice doesn't protect me from China or Russia. Where Chunky Girl Crash, once again, I love that name. Everybody don't feel like they're in danger. of dealing with everybody don't feel like China or Russia, because I know the notion is that if Kamala Harris wins, China and Russia is going to go ape shit. By the way, Russia, I guarantee you, Russia ain't going to do anything wow for the next decade or so. We have really exposed Russia to being a paper tiger. If we can give the Ukrainians our secondary weapons, and they can give the Russians that much fucking drama to the point where they're now launching attacks in Moscow, you really think the Russians even want to come close to risking any conflict with the United States? We attack at night. They don't even fight at night. They're using our secondary shit that we can afford to give away. If we can give them that, imagine what we have that they don't have access to. So we can talk about China, but I think Russia's kind of off the table now. Alter ego, thank you. I think Russia's completely off the table as being something you worry about. Off the table. I mean, we helped out somebody that's not even a member of NATO. Yeah, the Russians ain't about to try to party at this point. They can't even fight at night. Not gonna happen. But China might be something we can discuss. But once again, Joe Biden went to Taiwan and stated that if China goes and messes with Taiwan, they got to deal with us. I mean, Biden, remember this weak leader? He told him that he told him that in their region. If you mess with Taiwan, you're dealing with us. Like my last caller said, doesn't matter who the president is, the Joint Chiefs, the military, and all that's going to be behind her. So it's not like you're going to war with Kamala Harris, you're going to war with the U.S. military. So no, I don't believe that if Kamala Harris wins, you got to worry about Russia and China. I don't believe that. I think they're going to be a nuisance like they've always been. I do believe that Russia would be even less problematic if Trump won, because Trump is friends to some degree with Vladimir Putin, and he don't give a damn about the Ukrainians. We would just let the Ukrainians fall. Putin would be happy, and that region, that shit would be over with. Now, that's not to say some of our allies in the region wouldn't be scared as fuck, but the conflict's over with. Trump would remove all the assistance to the Ukrainians, let Russia roll in there, do what they need to do, and it's over with. That's it. Now, Trump is not favorable to Xi Jinping of China, so that whole threat doesn't go away with Trump. In fact, Trump is far more critical of China than the left is. So you might see that rhetoric escalate. You may see that rhetoric escalate. Tim, that's left-leaning media you listen to. That's your opinion. Fighting Patriots here. I think I listen to way more. I'd say probably 5 times as much right-wing media. I mean, I used to know Fox News's entire schedule from the time you woke from Fox and Friends all the way to Hannity at 9. And then they used to have a Bill O'Reilly repeat that would come on after Hannity. I've been watching Fox for a long ass time. I used to be able to tell you their entire schedule by heart. I watched that much of it. So when you say I'm listening to a lot of left-wing media, you don't know how much right-wing shit I listen to. I listen to a lot of it. I was trying to bring up the picture I often show of me sitting at Bill O'Reilly's desk, because I used to call into Fox so damn much they would invite me. I've been invited to the Fox News studios. I've actually been there. I met the late Alan Combs. I met Julia Vanderas. I can't pronounce. She's dead now, but she used to work at Fox. I've actually been there in the building. So yeah, I watch a lot of right-wing media. I think you get it wrong on that one. Don't you know that will rot your brain? Will right-wing media rot my brain? I like right-wing media. I like to know what the other side thinks as well. I just do. Don't speak. Oh, I've seen that already. You're. Somebody says I'm MAGA. Wow. So you're saying I'm MAGA, and the other side is saying that I'm a libtard. I'm a, what do you call it, Uncle Tom. I was trying to find that. I was going to show you guys that clip before I move on with the program. Here's another person I got to meet recently. Let me see if the picture brings. Some of you folks may. Now, I know my Republicans, my MAGA ain't going to know who this guy is. But some of you folks on the right, probably, there you go. I was zooming all the way in. I look goofy as hell in this picture, but do you know who that guy is? How many of you folks know who that guy is? In the comments. There you go. I see Blue Flame Chevy knows who that guy is. Let me go. I look goofy as hell in that picture, but did get a chance to meet him. And somebody said I love him. He's all right. He's a progressive. He's far to the left. Didn't he run as president? Didn't he have a really, really bad run this, because he ran for president now for 2024. Didn't come close to it. I was trying to find the other photo, but anyway, I've brought it up before. I don't know why I don't see it. My whole desktop needs to be organized. But anyway, I don't want to bring up the wrong shit. Tim, I have been here for 4 years, riding with you the whole time, fighting patriots. Thank you. How tall are you, Mr. Handsome? 6'6". I'm a big guy, 6'6", 300 pounds. Drank a lot of milk as a kid. I don't know if I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. Real quick, let me see if I can find it under here. What does it say? Somebody says, damn. Archangel, yeah, drank a lot of milk as a kid. What's wrong with this stream? I don't know. Is the stream messing up? Tim is a sleeper agent for MAGA. Wow. Okay. Young Turks, I like him. Yeah, he's all right. Him and the other pretty girl that they work together. What is her name? The other girl works with her on Young. I watch them occasionally. Like I said, I watch a lot more right-wing media, but I do watch them. I'm not going to find what I'm looking for, apparently. Anyhow, looking in the comments, we'll keep going. Anna, yeah, that's who it is. Anna, the other girl. He is not a natural-born citizen. Sink is not a natural-born citizen. Is that true? I didn't know that. He's not a natural-born citizen, huh? Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for in here real quick, just to show you guys. Is he not? Then how did he run for president then? I'm pretty sure he ran. Not a natural-born citizen. Okay, let me see if I get through this real quick. Apparently I'm not. Let me see. What was old Bill O'Reilly? I'm looking through some clips of me, trying to see if I had it. Well, and damn, you know something, you don't realize how many damn pictures you take of yourself over the years. Some of these pictures are going back a long time. I don't see it. Anyway, no, you said Sink is not a natural-born citizen. I didn't know that. Oh, he is. His parents are immigrants. Okay, so you're saying Sink is born in America, but his parents are immigrants. So he would be just like Kamala Harris. By the way, folks, Kamala Harris, if elected, will be the first president in U.S. history. Now, obviously, she got a lot of firsts, but one first also, first president in U.S. history to say that neither one of her parents were born in America. Neither one. I'm sure that might not, sure some people may not like that, but if she wins, she will be the first president in U.S. history, whereas neither one of her parents were born in this country. So any of you folks believe that might be an issue? Let me know in the comments. Fuck Harris and Trump 2024. What does that mean? You don't like either one? What about Mike Huckabee? His time is come and gone. His daughter, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, I thought would have been a great running mate for Trump. I think Trump's problem is that the liberals waited until after the RNC to make that switch. And the reason to make the switch from Biden to Kamala Harris. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because I think Trump would have made a different choice in VP if he was dealing with Kamala Harris, because he was so far ahead of Biden in the polls. He didn't have to really be concerned who he picked for VP. Remember, he was at the Black convention? Where was he at when he said the VP pick doesn't even fucking matter? Which is really insulting to the vice president to say that. But he said that they're coming to vote for me and they don't even, I mean, that's horrible. I don't know what J.D. Vance's family are like, man, he just said you don't even fucking matter. A 78-year-old dude, guaranteed he's going to make it to be 82, saying that you don't even matter. I mean, to me, that's really insulting. But Trump did say that the vice presidential pick doesn't matter. Wow. But at the end of the day, some folks, I get a guest regularly on the program that points out all of Trump's gaffes and says that if Trump wins, J.D. Vance may use the 25th Amendment to get rid of Trump. Can you imagine something like that taking place? I think Trump would go ape shit, and I don't think MAGA would allow it, but somebody did say that. It was a black journalism interview. Yeah, when he said that the vice president doesn't matter. That's crazy. Dude, you're 78. You absolutely could end up dying while the president. Keep in mind, if Trump gets reelected, he will officially be the oldest president in U.S. He will be older than Biden was when he got elected. To have somebody that is that fucking old saying, well, my vice presidential pick doesn't matter, you could die while in office. Everybody don't live to be 85. I mean, you will be 80-something while president. He's the last person that ever should be saying my vice presidential pick don't matter. But he did say that. And like I said, J.D. Vance is on TV trying to defend that bullshit. Thank God. I don't know. I would rather have Trump in charge than Vance. I think a lot of liberals, even with a serious dislike for Trump, would probably agree with you that they would rather have Trump in charge than Vance. Because I do believe that Trump is kind of like a scratch my back, I scratch your back kind of guy. If you show me love, I'll show you love. I mean, I don't want to come across as bashing Trump, but this is going to kind of sound that way. Trump, I think, stands less on principle and more on flattery will get you everywhere type mindset, ego and things like that. If you show me love, I'll show you love, period. Whereas JD, I think, is far right principle. So once he's in there, you're going to get far right principle. I think with Trump, you might be able to negotiate that if you can get the right people to give, to implement the right quid pro quos, so to speak. Trump is not principled like that. He's not a principled person, in my opinion. J.D. Vance is. So I got to agree with you there. I think a lot of folks on the left probably would favor Trump over J.D. Vance. And by the way, at least Trump is saying I'm not for, I'm for giving a woman provisions if she's been raped or incest. J.D. Vance ain't saying none of that shit. J.D. Vance is hardcore. J.D. Vance is definitely to the right of Trump, to the right of Bush, to the right of a lot of politicians. Nikki Haley, Chris Christie. He might even be he may even be to the right of Ron DeSantis. And Ron DeSantis is to the right of Trump too. So yeah, I do agree. I think some liberals would probably favor Trump over the likes of J.D. Vance. I mean, that whole cat lady's comment is like, what that when folks say weird, like, wow, that's powerful. You really believe that? That if a woman has kids, the kids should get votes and the parents should get control of the votes because he believes that people who don't have children are not invested in the future of this country, but the people who do are. So the people who go to the polls should get more say-so? That's really far right. How you think wait a minute, how do you think J.D. Vance compares to Walz? I think Walz, in my opinion, is more personable than J.D. Vance. I think the policies of Walz, I mean, I know Walz got some. Walz is kind of out there to the left. I don't have a problem with Walz policies. I think most of them are okay with me, but I know some folks view Tim Walz as far left. I don't think Tim Walz is anywhere near as far to the left as J.D. Vance is to the right. I think J.D. Vance is way further to the right than Tim Walz is to the left. So Tim Walz comes across as kind of how he looks, like a sitcom TV dad. He does kind of look like the kind of guy you'd be okay with, letting him and the neighborhood kids going to an amusement park. And, he's with Walz, he's with Tim. The kids are with Tim. I mean, he looks like that kind of guy. He looks cool. He looks like he'd be cool to hang around. He'd be the teacher that You can go you can meet after class if you got some issues and talk to him about it. JD Vance looks like the guy who would knock on your door asking you, would you come to church on Sunday? That's how I take it. The kind of guy who thinks that you need Jesus in your life. Maybe I'm wrong. I get it. But that's who JD Vance comes across to me. And by the way, you guys know I love a good conversation. I talk to Jehovah's Witnesses when they knock on my door so long, they leave. Because I start bringing up all that. They don't like to talk to me. They run away from my house. But I do believe JD Vance is one of those kind of people that he would be the kind of guy promoting religion. And I think Tim Walz is more of the, kind of a cool, open. The liberals, if you go far to the left, there's far left and far right has descriptions. Because the right is always talking about it is the Democratic Party that wants to take away your freedoms. But I will tell you this. There are far left countries on this planet and there are far right countries on this planet. You lose your freedoms under the far right countries. Simple as that. Far right countries are very religious. They marginalize women. Any far right country you can think of. I don't know why we would think that if America goes far right, we're going to be different. All far right countries do this. Far left countries, you can damn near smoke heroin out in public. You get all your freedoms the further left you go. It's maybe the Second Amendment, you might lose that, which I understand is super important. But the far left, you're going to be able to do whatever the hell you want to do, other than maybe own a bazooka. You lose more freedoms. You lose more freedoms in right-wing ideology. I'm not just talking about here. I'm not trying to go after Trump or Republicans with this. I'm just simply saying, globally, there are far right countries and there are far left countries in existence. You lose more freedoms under far right governments. Simply put, religion and freedom don't often go together. When you start putting religion in government, it starts dictating how you should live your life. And far right governments they usually intertwine religion and government in together with each other. You're going to lose freedoms in that. And that's not Christianity bashing. That's under the Muslim religion. Any religion. You're going to lose rights when they start intertwining religion with the way the government is ran. And far right countries do that. America used to be more of a far right country back in the days of the founding fathers. And the freedoms were different back then. I mean, a woman couldn't even have her own damn checking account. You had less freedoms. I get that the founding fathers were, waving the flag, waving the old glory around, talking about how free we were. No, you weren't. Most of the population couldn't do this or couldn't do that. It was a white, Christian, straight, male with wealth world. Because even white men who did not have property couldn't vote either. It was designed for white, straight Christian males who had a little bit of wealth. Everybody else had missing freedoms here or there. That's how America was founded. Far right governments limit powers. Drugs, like I said, the far right is, they tend to be against everything from marijuana on up. You're gonna lose freedoms if we go far to the right. I'm telling you, that's just how it is. Think about the LGBT community. Name a far right country where LGBT are even allowed to exist. Period. Like even allowed to exist. You can't even be out in the open if you're two dudes holding hands, or you're not even allowed to exist in most far right countries if you're LGBT. You go to a far left country, they can sit on a park bench and damn near have sex with each other. It is that free. It is that different in terms of your freedom. It is that much different. You go to far right countries, you can barely have alcohol. You go to far left countries, you can get fucked up right in the public library. It is that much of a difference in terms of freedom. So I'm just telling you, this is reality. Now, maybe the library reference is a bit over the top, but understand, in far right countries and far left countries, the freedom it's a big difference. Which is why and somebody says, name that country. The red light district, for instance, is not going to exist in any far right country. Just about all of the Middle East is far right. You want just pick a country. You say name that country. Most of Western Europe, a lot of that is what you guys call far left, socialism and all this stuff. You guys far left. You can the amount of freedoms you have in a lot of Eastern European countries is greater than you have here, with the exception of the Second Amendment. Because we can talk about how free we are. You realize how long ago? Because we got interracial marriage in the 60s. Gay marriage was in 2015. You realize how long ago you could do that shit? We had American soldiers in World War I. What was that, like 1918? World War I. Black dudes falling in love with European girls, and they had to stay in Europe because they couldn't bring the bride back home. I mean, the freedom is far greater in a lot of avenues in far left areas. The right, like I said, same-sex marriage, all of that stuff. Marijuana being legal. You know how long that shit's been federally legal in so many countries? It's still not federally legal in America. So I just want to, we do not have a patent on freedom. I don't care what they tell you on July 4th. There are other countries. Now, I don't want to hear about the bullshit. Well, if you don't like it here, leave, all that, whatever. But there is a lot more freedoms in other countries. Depends on how you want to live your life. But if your main freedom you want is the ability to own a gun, then yeah, you're in the right place. But outside of that, the level of freedoms you enjoy start to increase in other first world countries. Big Pharma doesn't want it legal because it fixes or helps so many things. Stevie D, I don't disagree with that. But you got to keep in mind also too, because we often hear the right criticizing socialism versus capitalism. Some of this shit is because of capitalism. Capitalism innovates people to invent and do things, but it also incentivizes people to do things that are bad for you as well, such as cures and things like, why would I help you out if I can make more money watching you suffer? That's also capitalism. We don't give credit to that. We talk about all the great things that comes from capitalism, but how many of you folks believe that big oil has probably squashed a few patents on ways to have engines run off of shit that didn't, like there are people who believe that they had cars that ran off of water. I don't subscribe to that, but I do believe that big oil has kept us depending on oil for a lot longer than we needed to, because they're making money off of it. So that's a case where capitalism has squashed progress. We always boast that if socialism becomes the way, nobody's going to want to invent anything. Well, capitalism has also gotten in the way of inventions, because some companies get greedy and they'll buy the patent for some great invention that might be a threat to what they're selling, and you never hear about it anymore. That's capitalism too, that we don't discuss. Happens all the damn time. Having companies like Big Tobacco pay lobbyists to continue allowing folks to smoke cigarettes for as long as it went on, to squash data that showed that tobacco was harmful. Hitler knew that tobacco was harmful back in the 1930s. He was prohibiting his soldiers from smoking that far back. Yet in America, there are commercials from as late as the 1960s telling you that cigarettes were helpful, were good for you. They knew that shit was bad. That's capitalism. As long as they'll keep buying this poison, it makes us money. So let's squash the data to tell people that this is actually poison. We always brag about the goods of capitalism. We don't talk about this stuff. There's plenty of bad side. People have died because of capitalism. People, not just died, but knowingly. People knew what I'm doing, although it will enrich me, is going to cause people to die. But I make money off of it. That's also capitalism. We just don't talk about it. We just make it sound like it's great. Looking in the comments real quick. I do want to thank you for that super chat. Ed G says, China and Russia far left, you lose a lot. You think, wait. China and Russia, you say that China and Russia are the far left and you lose a, you really think China with their one-child policy, that's far left to you? China? China's not a far left country. Are you kidding me? China? All right. And neither is Russia, by the way, either. Those countries are far right. Those countries are far right. That's not far left. Wow. And you know why you likely think that? And I understand. Because a lot of folks, particularly if you watch right-wing media, people always accuse me of watching too much left-wing media. If you watch right-wing media, they tell you that every type of government, with the exception of capitalism, is far left. Marxism, communism, socialism, fascism, all of these are far. That's not true. It's not true. But they tell you that. If you watch far-right media, they tell you that every form of government that's not capitalist is far left. It's not true. Which is what would lead you to suggest that China and Russia and all these countries are far left. That's watching right-wing. That's absolutely not true. One-child policy in China. You think the far left would be okay with letting kids work? All right. Appreciate it, though. The media is state controlled, just like Trump wants. Yeah, that's another one. Where you got controls on the media like that. That's not far left. You're not going to go. Yeah, I don't even know where to go with that. But like I said, that's what you hear. When you listen to far right media in America, they'll lead you to believe that America is the only capitalist country on earth. Because when Obama was trying to pass universal health care, and we were forced to admit every other country in the free world, all of our allies give universal health care to its citizens, they were calling all of those countries socialist. Canada, the UK, Germany. So it essentially became an issue that America is the only capitalist country on earth. Because they don't back themselves into a corner by saying that universal health care is socialism. Every other country provides it. And I've had this conversation with a lot of folks on the right, where I asked them, name one other capitalist country on earth. And because they don't call all of this stuff socialism, they can't come up with another name. Everybody is socialist except for America, which is insane, but people do believe that. The right passed a law that 14-year-olds can work 8 hours. Really? Teresa, 8 hours for 14-year-old? Weekends? Damn, that's a lot for a 14-year-old. I had a paper route when I was 14. Worked at Burger King when I was 16. I mean, I've had jobs since I was 14, but 8 hours for a 14-year-old that's a lot. What's crazy is that we have people leaving to take advantage of that free health care. Yeah. To me, one of the other downfalls of capitalism is selfishness. Capitalism is me. I want to pad my bottom line as much as I can for infinity and beyond, as they would say in the movies. And what happens is anytime you're talking about doing for the downtrodden, the response is always, who's going to pay for that? I don't care what it is. Homeless, childcare, helping out a poor woman, take care of her kid, anything. The response is, who's going to pay? Because I don't want to. In a capitalist country, I don't want my tax money going to help anybody out. Look, I'll give a few bucks voluntarily, but don't force me to help anybody out. Leave it up to me to do it voluntarily, which we know in a capitalist society, you'll never have enough volunteers. But that's how we feel in this country. I don't want to be required to help anybody out. Leave it up to me to decide. I mean, you realize how many wealthy people would not give a damn penny? If you remove taxes and let everybody do it on the honor system, you think we would continue to function as a country? And yeah, the end result is a lot of people in this country have that selfish mentality. Who's going to pay for it? That's why you get fights against everything from, as I said, free lunch for kids in schools to universal health care. Everything you do, somebody's going to yell it's socialism and it's you taking my money because I want to keep it all. What exactly is Project 2025? It is a 900-page nightmare. that Trump is suggesting he has nothing to do with. John Penny, 900 pages of very far-right policies of how to basically turn America into a Judeo-Christian country with basically Christianity in the leadership. Very similar to what I just mentioned about all of the far-right countries. It would be similar to that. It just would not be Taliban controlled by Muslims. It would be Christians doing it. Those are communist countries. We're actually not from, wait a minute. Those are communist countries. We're actually not far from what they're doing. We just pretend like we're not doing it or it's not happening. Censorship, for example, right? Looking in the, if you remove regulations, companies would poison us more than they already. Yeah, and that's another thing you hear about how great it is to remove regulations because it'll innovate big business. They don't tell you that a lot of companies, look, you know how much money it costs for corporations to get rid of waste and things like that? If I could just dump it anywhere, some companies could save millions if they could do that. You think they would do it on the honor system? I mean, some companies can barely afford some of this stuff. Let's say, for instance, you got an office that you want to, change the carpet, upgrade the computing systems and things like that, better cubicles. All of that stuff you're getting rid of, that's waste. You can't just go dump a bunch of carpet somewhere. All of that's waste. It's going to cost you money. Well, no regulation. Find me a vacant neighborhood. I'll just dump it there. That's what people would do. That's what would happen. So yeah, you get rid of regulations. You start having stuff like Palestine, Ohio, where a train full of toxic chemicals is going through a populated area with only 2 people on board because regulation says you don't really need much more than that. Every aircraft, in terms of commercial planes, you have a pilot and a co-pilot. There's reasons for that. Obviously, if the pilot gets sick, the co-pilot can get the people to safety. Maybe if he eats something or if he passes away in flight, the other guy can. You think if you got rid of regulations and allowed the airline industry to fly the plane with only 1 person where they don't have to pay 2 to do it, they wouldn't do it? You think a lot of planes would not be going up with only 1 pilot on board? Obviously, that's fine until something happens, isn't it? That's what happens when you get rid of regulations. I guarantee you, if you got rid of that regulation, you'd have a lot of airlines flying commercial aircraft with only 1 pilot in the cockpit. Why should I pay 2 of these guys when only 1 is really needed and the other guy's just kind of sitting there the whole damn time? That's what would happen. That's a huge safety issue. But now you're saving the airlines a ton of money per flight, and they would damn sure do it. So getting rid of regulations it's not always a good thing. Don't ever let somebody convince you of that. OSHA, those skyscrapers, people just falling off. Wow. I don't know where that's happening there, but that sounds scary. Anyhow, folks, I've probably bloviated way longer than I wanted to, but I do appreciate you folks rolling with me. Certainly thank you for the congratulations on my YouTube. I'm happy about this, by the way, that you folks supported me 3 years or so. Here's to maybe having 1 million subs over time. But I certainly appreciate you folks. I take a lot of criticism, a lot of beatings from MAGA. Thank you, MAGA, by the way. I don't mind that. Appreciate all that. What would happen if planes didn't have to be inspected? Boeing. David Edwards said, what would happen if Boeing would happen if planes didn't have to be inspected? Maybe you could go to a site of a crash and pick up some of the parts and use a soft hammer and hammer them back straight and put them back on the next plane. Boeing would happen if you didn't have regulations. I saw one of the individuals, I can't even pronounce the name, DLOJ?
Yeah.
How do you pronounce that?
Just DLOJ, that's all it is, just the acronym.
Okay. What brought you to the program this evening?
Just been listening to you for a couple weeks.
Thank you.
And just wanted to get in the box.
Appreciate that. So what do you think? What am I getting wrong here?
About what?
Well, we were talking about the lack of regulations and the pitfalls that capitalism can bring us. Did I miss anything? Did I get anything wrong there?
No. You ain't getting anything wrong. Because I guess what with capitalism, if they want to go ahead and try to deregulate things, like like you said, the train in Ohio that went wrong. Regulations were relaxed. They want to. A lot of times with what is that? Norfolk Southern and a lot of other railroads, they're kind of like poverty neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And if they want to get rid of like the wheels or anything, where do you think they're gonna put them?
Damn.
They're just gonna sit them right. They're just gonna sit them right there in the neighborhoods. You're gonna have a lot of oil, a lot of parts, just a lot of things there right there. And who occupies those neighborhoods?
Yeah,
Black and brown.
Yeah, and we have a history of that in this country, using neighborhoods occupied by black and brown people to dump waste. In fact, most of the nation's highway systems in big cities, they actually did eminent domain and took a lot of black and brown houses. In Chicago, in particular, they did that. So yeah, I mean that's what happened when you start reducing regulations. The weakest among us, the ones with the softest voices, the least amount of power, they're the ones that suffer from that stuff.
And also, I guess, black and brown people, we have issues with asthma and different ailments and different, just health issues, and that kind of further along, like the pollution and all of that stuff, that kind of brings it more.
Well, you've often you see these commercials if you know about what is it? Not was it asbestos and things like that. Them folks, a lot of them folks knew what that shit was doing, but keep it. I mean, you start noticing. Look, we got 4 different cases of three of your employees that are all starting to come down with the same thing. And you're telling me these are the ones you used to send to clean out the ducts or whatever, and well, keep it quiet. And then it gets to the point where you can't keep it quiet, but they be knowing that what they're doing is causing harm, but I'm making money. This is how it's always been. You're making money doing it, and as long as you can get away with it, you'll keep doing it.
Yeah, and not only that, it's a lot of times when people listen to Trump and listen to him talking all his rhetoric, and they'll just continue to just nod their head and say but they're not actually listening to what he's saying. They're clapping and they're yelling and they're just praising that, I guess, him talking. But the things that he's saying is actually just is detrimental to a lot of, I guess, blacks for Trump, Latinos for Trump, Hispanics for Trump, women for Trump, all that type of stuff.
Well, he might be your next president. I mean, he does have a legitimate chance of winning. I mean, right now, Kamala Harris is doing a little bit better in the polls, certainly with the bump of the DNC, but you could get Trump as your 47th. What do you think? How do you see America if Trump gets reelected?
I see what he feels that it is now, that he's talking about is a war country. And if he's elected, it could possibly become that. Not to that extent, but it's a lot of failure on different things. Reason I say that is because of the immunity from prosecution, the stop and frisk, the bans, on women's rights, a lot of different things that he's trying to put into place, and he's sitting there telling everybody, well, I left it to the states. So that's just a Houdini trick to where he will give it to the states and then hide his hand and say that wasn't me when all of these states started doing complete ban. And I thought I was listening to maybe like one of the congressmen in Texas. I think you pulled it up maybe like a couple of weeks ago about there was 2,600 women in Texas that they had like different cases to where they had to have their.
I thought I heard like 26. I think 26,000. They were saying that women that have been sexually assaulted and had to have the kids anyway.
Yeah, it was
a high number. It was really high.
It wasn't specifically that, but I think it was the combination of women that was having health complications and they couldn't get the health care that they need, because the doctors, they was hands off, because they would be, in danger of prosecution or litigation for what may happen to the child. Women who were assaulted and needed, needed help or something like that. And that's something that you need to think about, I guess, if you're trying to not save women, but assist women with their needs, because we're not sitting here, we're not putting the context about the mental health, the physical health, the psychological health, with them being assaulted, and then you're going to turn around and say, well, you know what, you just got to carry that child. You know what I'm saying? You got to carry that fetus or carry that child to term. And with some of these states, the assaulter has rights. So
that's crazy. That's crazy that you could be forcibly impregnated, and then you gotta actually co-parent with the guy that assaulted you. Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
Let's just put this in the context, or just hypothetical, because some of these things have happened. 13-year-old girl is assaulted. She has to carry it, and then the man has rights, and so a father has to take his daughter to wherever that guy is, and they have to sit there for about an hour, however long, and just watch the interaction. And that mental and physical abuse, I'm sure that's going to take a toll on her as well as the father. So that
would lead to people taking their own life. I mean, okay, first of all, the person has been sexually violated. Okay, so now you got some type of limitation so that they can't get rid of the baby. So now they're feeling this thing that was forcibly put in them. They got to deal with 9 months of that kicking and constantly be reminded of, what is this even going to look like? Maybe the dude had a mask on or something. I don't know. I got to have this. I don't even know what it's going to look like. So you got to deal with that for 9 months. And now you're also saying that in some states, the assaulter will have rights. So now that you're connected to the person that assaulted you for the next 18 years, that could certainly lead to somebody taking their life. That is insane.
And like one of the other viewers said, you're compounding trauma on trauma on trauma, and that causes to have her to take their own life. And just to think about it, we'll just say like a person on the right, if this was to happen to your daughter, your wife, or something of that nature, if they ask you what they want to do and you take a split second to try to think about it, then you're pro-choice. So you might as well just shut up about, abortion bans and stuff like that. You're already pro-choice when you have to sit there and think about it.
Yeah.
So unless you start saying immediately, no, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, we're going to have it, you are pro-choice. So I don't even understand it. So people that I bet people that are put in that situation, that have influence and money, they're going to get it done some type of way.
Oh yeah, they get the hell out of the country. Well, you know what's likely going to happen. You'll start having women not going to the doctor. Like if you knew you did something unprotected and you know that you may have been impregnated, some women, because the doctors will be required to report, some women just won't go to the doctor. I mean, if I know this doctor is going to be down with this awful program, I'm not going to go to him. Let me go ahead and hit the highway. I know I did something I shouldn't have did last night and I'm feeling sick. All right, we got to go ahead and head up to Illinois. Let's get out of here. Don't even take the test at the local hospital.
Yeah, and also that I guess you were talking about it the community. Now we all sit here and say about Trump say he tell it how it is, he shoots straight from the hip and stuff like that. But then when he says immunity from prosecution when asked, and then when someone asks him to explain, then that's when he add, oh yeah, I'm going to the Democratic cities with the Democratic governors and stuff like that. And then you have people that say, well, he's been taken out of context. No, the man said what he said. So you're going to sit here and tell me that let's just get, for instance, Memphis. Memphis is a Democratic city, but it's in the state of Tennessee, which is a Republican state.
Right.
So you're going to have people with immunity running around Memphis to do what? And meanwhile, you got people with flags with swastikas flying around in Nashville, not too far from Memphis. Well, a couple hours from Memphis. And you're not going to address that. You're not going to allow that. You're not going to have anybody with immunity going there and policing that. Oh, because they're Republican governor or Republican mayor. So you can't have it all. And then we all know that we're not saying that every cop is bad. There's a couple of, spoiled apples in the bunch. We get it. But power is corrupt. Yeah. Power can steal. There are people that, I guess, like, taking money from people. I'll
just say this. Yeah, I'll just say that. I got to move on, but I will say this. Anytime you give somebody immunity or you remove accountability, you increase the likelihood they may do something wrong. And that's not just police. Anybody that's watching right now, if you knew you could get away with doing anything, it would increase the likelihood you may do something you shouldn't do. Period. That's it. Giving cops immunity, you're going to likely make some bad cops out of cops who might have not did something wrong because they didn't want to face jail time or they didn't want to face accountability. Well, now you've removed that away from them. Yeah, it's going to lead to some people doing some things they shouldn't do.
But the crazy part about it is what he's describing is due process. When he sit here and said, "Well, we'll do an investigation to see if he deserves immunity or not," no, that's the legal system. That's due process. So why are you bringing up immunity? With no sense. I
don't know why, and like I said, the whole taking them out of context thing. To me, it should never have come up. But I do appreciate you coming on, man. I do got to move it on. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anytime. And I see in the comments someone said police already have immunity. That's true. So what the hell is he talking about? What? Because he said that they need to get immunity so that they can do their job. So according to Trump, whatever immunity they have right now is still preventing them from doing their job. I don't know what additional immunity he's trying to give police, but I've played clips of him saying it, and he said it at more than one gathering. So I don't know, and not to mention he's also talking about giving police the right to stop and frisk as well. So I brought it up earlier in the live that I do believe it falls in conjunction with the goal of the largest deportation in U.S. history. If you give police immunity and the right to stop and frisk, you can help get those 12 million or 18 million or whatever, however many people he said that's in the country illegally. If the police can do whatever they want in pursuit of somebody, then yeah, it would really make it easier to get rid of all these immigrants, because now they can come in your house. If somebody says you got immigrants in your house, they don't have to get a warrant. They can just come in. So I think that's what I believe it has something to do. But I also believe that Trump, who does watch a lot of right-wing media, has probably seen one too many black folks talking shit to cops, getting in arguments with cops, fighting with cops, running from cops, because he said that if you give police immunity, it'll grant them their power and their respect back. So I think that he probably believes, listen, if people knew that the cops could fuck them up, they would stop doing some of this shit. That's my guess, is if you knew that talking shit to the police could result in your ass getting kicked and there would be nothing happening to the police, maybe you stop talking shit. I mean, Trump has indicated that on several occasions. You know, if you beat up a protester, I'll pay your legal. I mean, he is okay with violence if you do something he don't like. I think he's kind of made that fairly clear. He talked about putting criminals in the back of the car and not putting your hand behind their head so you could bang their head. I mean, he's kind of indicated if you do wrong, he's okay with being violent to you. We're not talking about doing time in the criminal justice. We're talking about violence. We're not talking about if you don't commit the crime, if you can't do the time. We're talking about violence. He has indicated that he's okay with that stuff. So if you give police immunity, and yeah, you give them the right to stop and frisk, I think it would really help the goal of the largest deportation in history. So we'll see what happens. As always, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I gotta go take care of some business and get myself something to eat. I appreciate you folks tuning in. I will be here tomorrow. See ya. Thank you on YouTube as well. Already have it. I don't agree with it either, but frisking and entering home is different. If you don't have a warrant, you shouldn't be to enter somebody's home. That's it. You shouldn't be to enter somebody's home. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.